Hey guys. This is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter became the Grey King of the Wizarding World. Here is short summary. As war tears the Wizarding world apart, Harry rejects both light and dark. Crowned by fate and forged in battle, he rises as the Grey King, uniting creatures, heirs, and old magic to reshape destiny on his own terms. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. In the quiet night, Harry hummed softly. The war was all around him and he was so very tired of it. It was with him the war had begun, and with him it would end. But the fates chose unwisely. They chose a boy who was losing faith in the world and the people around him. In the ideals he was fighting for but never understood. Harry was losing faith in the Dumbledore and his righteous light side. May the crimes you do in the name of justice visit you in the dark of the night. Was Voldemort's blood any more different than Dumbledore? Two men of power who were blind to the crimes they committed in the name of the greater good. Did the torture inflicted on a Muggle under Crucio any greater than the slow torture of a boy being leeched of his life by everyone? Did the Muggleborn deserve any less than that which they themselves inflicted upon creatures of magic? This war that two blind men had aggravated had seeped into every crevice of society. Harry could see it. The slight flinch of the dark creatures when they walked alongside the wizards. The accusations that flowed from children as they condemned other children. The enmity of the school against the Slytherin house, a wariness born anew in neighbors' eyes. Will you come upon my door on a lonely night and end my life? The ministry was doomed. Doomed the day they closed their eyes and hoped that if they didn't see it, it wasn't true. They would fall, whether to Dumbledore's counsel or to Voldemort's aggression. And those foolish creatures that hoped the ministry would protect them would tremble from the very helplessness they encouraged. They will kill him. He understood that with clarity. Voldemort would end his existence. Dumbledore would end his life. What need did either have for a rebellious boy when the boy who lived could shatter or unite the wizarding world? Did he dare take the power that was just as much his as was his very name? Dumbledore had done something that could prove very foolish. Severus Snape spoke truth when he had sworn Dumbledore was blind to his golden boy. Harry remembered the owl that had flown that summer day to the burrow nearly a year ago. His friends gathered to celebrate his 16th year. Happy birthday, Harry. May the last of your blood join your parents in their eternal sleep. And like that, the Dursleys were gone in a gas explosion. The dark mark hovering over the trimmed lawn now littered with debris. Dumbledore had fought for Harry's emancipation to protect him from the ministry exploitation. They had finally granted his legal emancipation so long as Harry resided at Hogwarts till his 17th year, when the laws of underage wizardry would no longer apply. By then Harry would also be able to apparate out of trouble. The sun had set long ago, this warm evening. The end of July 30th. Come midnight Harry would be free from their direct manipulation. The beginning of the wizarding world's much applauded 17th year. The age when a wizard took his place as an adult in the magical world. Dumbledore may believe Harry was a docile lamb that would stay at Hogwarts, for his own protection, but come midnight Lord Potter would once more take the reins of power born from his inheritance. What are you waiting for, little one? The voice was silky and calm but did not belie the fact that the owner could become dangerous in a moment's notice. From the shadows he walked, graceful and predatory. Long black hair and pale skin. Yellow eyes and ruby lips. Inhumanly beautiful and simply not human. A boy could find the strangest things if he was confined to Hogwarts for a time without reprieve. Sharp fangs glinted in the moonlight in a humorless smile. The vampire Amos Caliga of the clan Caliga, named for the darkness that was their path. Amos moved silently till he crouched by Harry who lay crumpled on the boulder still warm from the day's sun. Sharp nails fluttered in Harry's eyesight before gentle knuckles stroked his cheek. Harry's eyes remained wary and amused as he gazed into yellow orbs. This night will not be the night I become your child, Vampire Caliga. A soft sigh. Really? Amos thought. It was no more than he expected from the stubborn child. Sprawling lazily next to the young man, Amos resumed his query. What do you wait for this night chilled? A rebirth of power. The new day will signal the end of my imprisonment. Amos looked amused. He was centuries old, so he might have ample reason to be amused. Little one, you've only to call my name and I will take you from this place. Your long life must have taught you either patience or disappointment, feel free to embrace either one. Retorted the wizard. If anything, Amos looked even more amused. I could change you right now, and you, my dear wizard, could not stop me. But you will not, for fear of breaking my sanity and my magic. Harry chuckled softly as Amos almost pouted. The first time they had met, nearly a year ago, Amos had felt the need to attain the wild-haired child as one of his chosen, and said child had nearly flown into hysterics. Harry had researched vampires if only to protect him from those allies that Voldemort procured. Dumbledore, not being as foolish as he'd proved in years prior, had at least described everyone that wanted to kill Harry. There were two types, Master and Lesser. Master were those who retained full function of their faculties, lesser were little more than blood-hungry beasts that had a moment or two of sanity in their long life. Contrary to myth, not everyone could become a vampire. Vampires could sense the few that could. The process was further complicated by the fact that a changed vampire could become a lesser unless they willingly embraced the eternal life. When Amos had sensed Harry, he had nearly been overwhelmed by the potential the child possessed. This was a worthy heir to the clan Caliga, yet the stubborn child insisted on clinging to his mortality. His rejection would have been the end of their acquaintance, but boredom and curiosity drove the young man when anyone else would have never wandered anywhere near the forbidden forest. Long-lived creatures found so little to entertain them that as time wore on, anything that amused them they clung fiercely to. It wasn't like their friendship wasn't beneficial to either. Amos was amused and Harry learned of things no one would tell him. His self-appointed guardians would send him unaware to his death if only to protect the illusion of innocence on a child with blood on their hands. And the centuries had taught the vampire many things. The wizarding world hasn't been this amusing in years. A hive of bees you will stir the moment your deeds become public news. The mortal lords will have a lovely panic attack. Harry smirked into the night. Harry woke with a start. Still wearing his robes from last night, he had the distinctive feeling that he had fallen asleep outside. Trust a vampire to get into Hogwarts. After all manner of dark creatures found their way into the grounds. It was still early, the sky a ripe blood red. Legend said a blood red sky was the mark of a bloody night. No doubt somewhere someone had paid to Voldemort with their life. The Dark Lord had always plotted to keep the Golden Boy alienated from the general populace, and if the public learned to mark his birthday as a bloody day of violence, so much the better. Today was his 17th birthday, but none of his friends would greet him at dawn. No owls would flutter at the stroke of midnight, no surprise parties would spring from hidden corners. They were all too busy patrolling the little sheep. Everyone knew Voldemort would celebrate the birth of the boy who lived. For God's sake, there had been articles for days that speculated what bloody prize he who must not be named would lay at the Golden Boy's feet. Frankly, Harry didn't want to know. News would come soon enough and he would endure another year where the school whispered. If only he hadn't come to Hogwarts. If only Potter wasn't your friend. If only he'd kill Voldemort already. The sheep were too terrified to accuse Voldemort lest news travel back to him that they were part of his critics. But they had no qualms about attacking Harry. He was their savior. And he was their martyr. Their whipping boy and the willing soldier, fearless knight and the reckless child. Drowning in names, titles, and accusations. He felt the fear deep in his bone, the panic that sprang in the middle of the night. Were his friends so ready to see his death if only to buy their freedom? And a voice in his heart cried inconsolably, I don't want to die. The school was empty save the house elves that always seemed to be just around the corner and the ghosts that floated for all eternity. Portraits chatted amiably to neighbors. Yet all kept a wary eye on the young man. Harry knew without asking that these were his minders. Everyone was confident Voldemort would not attack Harry directly so long as he stayed out of the way. In one of the last visions he'd had back in the summer after 5th year, Voldemort had promised Harry, I will not seek your blood anymore. Luck or the gods are with you, but they do not favor everyone else. This war will drive you mad, the blood of your innocents spilled every day, and always because it was your blood that gave me life once more. Poor little Harry, the serpentine voice mocked, they will turn from you, tarnish everything that you are, condemn everything you do. I need not waste my time killing you, your friends will do it for me. How long will they stand by your side as their family and friends fall? How long before they wish your death? Before they walk away from you? Denounce you. Everything you touch falls to ruin, everyone you love pays the price. How could anyone, even the darkest lord, say that to a child burdened by the world, who had just buried his godfather? How could this conflict spanning many decades, focus on a child not even born when the first murder was committed? Both wanted him, Dumbledore and Voldemort. You will die by the light or submit to the dark. You have no salvation. If it wasn't so sad, he'd laugh. The savior had no salvation. It was easy enough going unseen to Myrtle's bathroom. An illusion placed in one of the library's alcoves would assure his minders that he did nothing more harmful than reading a long-winded tome. An invisibility cloak assured his passing unseen. You'd think with all the trouble he'd caused with the cloak, someone would have confiscated it by now. Of course they probably would if they knew even half the things he did with them unawares. Dumbledore might have been the headmaster of Hogwarts, which entitled him certain sway with the resident ghosts, but not even he could control a temperamental adolescent girl who died during his tenure. Myrtle seemed to suffer from hormones for all 50 years she'd haunted her stall. For the smile of the green-eyed boy who sometimes came to visit her in the dead of the night and tell her of things she'd never had the chance to see, Myrtle would break school rules. She kept his secrets and he kept hers. The boy would go into the secret passage late at night and come back at all manner of time. She never asked what he did down there and he never said. But sometimes he'd bring her a rose or a poppy, and she could almost remember the terribly shy girl who had giggled behind school books as professors droned on. And she would dare to visit one of the kinder ghosts for a time before the world at large frightened her back to the scene of her death. Harry slit down the passage of the Chamber of Secrets. Months of use had cleared some of the grime and dust, but he still had to cast a cleaning spell on himself when he landed. This was his retreat, his sanctuary. And Dumbledore, no matter how powerful, could ever hope to find him here, not unless he kindly asked for Voldemort's help. Harry was pretty sure he wasn't that senile. A silent spell made the surrounding torches light up the hall of Slytherin. The dead basilisk had long since been salvaged into potion ingredients. Of course he'd kept a healthy stock, but all the excess he'd quietly sold of in Asia. That had been one of the first times he'd jump apparated. A necessity, it was too easy to track basilisk's parts. Snape, as a potion master, was just too suspicious not to question that. The rarity of the parts would bring to mind the dead basilisk one reckless little boy had fought. By the time the parts made it to Britain, no doubt they'd have switched hands so many times it would be impossible to track it to its source. Harry had been astounded when he read up on how much the parts sold for. He'd been flabbergasted when he saw how much people were willing to pay. For all his excursions he needed a healthy supply of galleons with no paperwork attached. The golden boy wasn't as golden. Harry suspected Slytherin might have once used the hall as his retreat. He certainly designed it for a prolonged stay. He'd found a dusty series of chambers, a general library, living rooms, training rooms still equipped with ageless weapons. Deeper into the bowels Harry explored, into areas where he was sure young Riddle never went into. So Harry found the secrets one cunning ancient snake had hidden and the doorway from which Voldemort could have infiltrated the school long ago, the passageway into the Forbidden Forest. Of course that wasn't nearly as exciting as Slytherin's secret library. Sure, there were tomes of his scattered at Hogwarts library and various collections, but this was his secret, his journals, where he hid things even he knew should stay out of the general populace, forgotten lore, things feared even in his time, and of course parcel magic. Parseltongue was just one of the effects common to those who wielded parcel magic. It was in itself a separate branch, like animagus and metamorphism. Just ability. The difficulty lay in controlling the power. More slippery than core magic, it was amazing and terrible. The potential to harness the powers of the snakes, whether the death eyes of the basilisk or the poison of an asp among other things. And Harry possessing the singular ability to fail completely or succeeded beyond the wildest dream, took to it like a fish to water. It was with one such spell that Harry was able to open the passageway guarded by an Indian cobra statue, following the obscure reference Slytherin made to the doorway in one journal. So the world opened before him. He stepped outside, emerging from a cave hidden by two gnarled and ancient trees. Just a couple meters outside the wards on the other side of the lake. From there it was a simple matter to apparate into the Diagon Alley apparition station, cloaked in parcel glamour spells able to resist simple finite incantatum. Only the counter parcel spell could remove it. So the wide-eyed blue-eyed boy, with wavy brown hair, smiled sheepishly at the operator and with a jolly grin emerged into Diagon Alley. The shoppers were a little more wary than years previous, but nothing really could dissuade them away from the buzz that was constant in the alley. Harry didn't dare skulk about or cast notice me not charms. Trained aurors could spot that a mile away. It was best to be hidden in plain sight. Harry's trained eyesight, developed out of boredom when he played at spotting order members following him, easily picked up aurors and members of the order. He even recognized a couple by name. Had he been anyone else but the boy who lived, he would have been appalled to know that a boy was able to spot and name the law enforcement so easily, especially when Harry wasn't the sort to look for petty trouble. As it was, Harry knew what real trouble was. Gringotts was up ahead. People strolled in and out. Harry was careful to avert his eyes from the inscription on the wall. It was a clever spell, designed to activate each time someone read it. People literally cast it on themselves when they read it. Slytherin had been fascinated by it in his journals, speculation on how to copy that bit of goblin magic. The lines were relatively short, no doubt for fear an attack here would mark Harry Potter's birthday. Soon enough he made it to the front. He sneered the goblin. Lovely creatures, Harry thought sardonically. He supposed if he spent all day serving people who only seemed to care about how many rebellions his people had incited, he'd be a tad disgruntled. Wizard opinion generally thought of goblins a step above house elves. Their branch of magic was simple enough if completely unique, but Harry knew the havoc their magic and weapons combined weaved. Active goblin magic was slow, and generally forged onto metal but destructive with careful planning. There was a reason the ministry kept the goblins suppressed within the bowels of Gringotts but did not interfere otherwise. The bronze key was handed over. I request Ignat's assistance. The goblin regarded him silently, losing the sneer that Harry betted was on his face all day. Very well. Step to the side and he'll be one moment. Harry had long since come to terms with his paranoia. So much of his life had been engineered. The ignorant boy, starved for affection, who was cultivated to save everyone because their life was more important than his own. The gentle giant introduced to lay the groundwork for Gryffindor mentality. All the right people had suppressed him and all the right people had encouraged him till he was down the path of a reckless savior completely under Dumbledore's control. And he'd been too blind to see any of that. Ostracized enough so that his close friends were a light wizard and a muggle born. Paranoia was bound to be bred in his mind. Ignatz was like any other goblin, but Harry's eyes recognized the goatee he'd been trying to grow on his pointed chin and the scar that ran down his cheek, courtesy of a close encounter with a dragon. Ignatz was the goblin that had Fist set up the unnamed vault where Harry hid his basilisk gold and items he acquired with less than questionable history. He'd be a fool to keep it in his trunk at school. He suspected that his things were periodically searched to protect him from improper influences, and as long as it protected him in their minds, no one questioned the unethical activity. Ignatz had kept his secrets first out of a gold incentive later because he genuinely liked Harry. Greeting Ignatz. May the gold of your hands grow from your labor. The three-footed goblin nodded his head in the traditional greeting. Greeting, Mr. Evans. May your labor yield you gold. Goblins had a fascinating mentality. It seemed to revolve around gold. But maybe that was because Ignatz was a teller directly involved with gold. The dragon handlers probably greeted each other by saying something along the lines of, "May you run faster than the dragon's breath. Is it possible to have a private meeting somewhere? I'd like to access the assets that fall under my inheritance." Very well, Mr. Evans, if you'll follow me. Ignatz already knew enough of his life to have gathered the documents needed beforehand. The Potter family estate is now legally transferred to the current heir, Mr. Harold James Evans Potter. As of the 18th of August of last year, Mr. Harold Potter was designated heir by the only living heir of the Black family, Mr. Sirius Julius Black. The estate was signed over to Mr. Albus Dumbledore at the hearing of the will on the 18th of August. Harry breathed lightly as he struggled with his anger. 2 years ago he would have been hurt by the information before immediately becoming enraged. He suspected many things about that will. No doubt Dumbledore had seen fit to protect him from unnecessary grief. That summer at Grimmauld Place he remembered the Order whispering when they thought he wasn't there. About an estate. Speculations on how much it was worth. Mentions of exotic homes they've heard about over the years that belonged to the estate. At the time he hadn't wanted to believe, he'd even brought up the subject of who would inherit number 12 Grimmauld Place. All he'd gotten was a vague answer about the designated heir not being able to take charge of the house for the moment. Of course he couldn't if no one told him it was his. As of 13th of November of the last year, the Slytherin estate designated Mr. Harold Potter as heir. The estate was signed over by Mr. Tom Marvolo Riddle, the current trustee of the estate. This time Harry did forget to breath. You will die by the light or submit to the dark. You have no salvation. Voldemort, was all Harry's numb brain could process. Swallowing thickly, Harry motioned the goblin to continue. All current properties are listed under their respective estate. 3 moderately thick books were placed on the table between them. It listed a combined total of several dozen properties, most of them old. Though there were a couple modern penthouses under Black and Potter. Following that were hereditary items, including one invisibility cloak designated to be at Godric's Hollow, 1965. Said estates each warrant a heredity seat among the full session of the Wizengamot. The Slytherin inheritance warrants a seat among Hogwarts School Board. All estates hold various appointees on the board of both magical and muggle firms. For a full account please refer to the listing under Investments. Harry continued looking at the paperwork in a daze. He wasn't ready to think about Slytherin and Voldemort. It took him several months to reconcile himself to the black inheritance he'd merely suspected. He'd be in denial for a while longer about this one. Any questions and concerns can be answered by your solicitor listed on the first page of each deed. Unfortunately, all 3 estates are held by different solicitors. If you wish to make any changes in arrangements, contact your solicitors. As standard procedure activated during any war, a sample of your blood is requested to confirm any inheritance left to you by departed family member. The procedure is not required but is recommended. Numbly Harry offered his hand. Ignatz pricked his finger and let a couple of ruby drops fall into a silvery vortex that curved downward before ending at a sharp point that could only be described as a metallic quill. Clean parchment rested underneath. Curiosity and unease warred in his head. He didn't want to see any surprises, knowing him it would be something more. Ignatz quietly handed the finished parchment after several moments. July 31, 1997. Harold James Evans Potter. Potter Estate. Designated by James Eunice Potter, 1981. Black Estate. Designated by Sirius Julius Black, 1995. Slytherin Estate. Designated by Tom Marvolo Riddle, 1995. Morgan Estate. Designated by Oswald Grier Morgan, 1897. Wentworth Family. Designated by Eloise Harriet Potter Wentford, 1980. If anything, the goblin looked pleased at the last names. After a few moments, a surly goblin delivered 2 other deed books from whatever summon Ignatz had sent. The Morgan Estate, much like Slytherin, does not hold stock in any modern company. It is moderately wealthy and does entitle you to a seat on the Wizengamot as well as a seat on the Hogwarts board as stipulated by Hogwarts, Morgan Associate, Rowena Ravenclaw. Morgan Estate is traditionally only held by a male heir which barred inheritance from the late Mr. Morgan's daughter and granddaughter, but as his great-grandson you are designated heir. The Wentworth family was decimated in the last active war. The estate held in trust by appointed her second cousin Mr. James Potter as heir. Mr. Potter never consolidated the Wentworth estate with his own. The estate consists of a Gringotts vault, a manor and a summer cottage. Wentworth only holds investments in the Daily Prophet and Madame Alina's Healer Supplies. Harry nodded dumbly. The only thing he could think about was how green Ron would be when he found out. And they would. They played on a double standard for so long it was only right Harry take his revenge. They were all so confident Voldemort would not attack. They left him with virtually no guards, but they still felt he was prone to be attacked, so they restricted the information he was privy to. And everyone felt it was such a burden for the fragile boy to hear about even public news. Without Amos and several of his other friends, Harry wouldn't know a damn thing. It was the Wizengamot votes he loved. The Mugwump wouldn't know what hit him. A full Wizengamot had a multitude of seats for wizarding families. The seats were prized in this world, but usually the families feared a consolidation of power, so there never really was anyone with more than 1 or 2 votes. Harry ruled over 4 votes, he dare not use 1 though. He'd just love to see the articles printed about him going dark because Voldemort had the ridiculous idea to make him heir. 4 votes, legal emancipation, no magic restriction, more money than he'd ever care to know about. The world was wide open. Now all he had to do was end a war. He left Gringotts, walking so quickly Voldemort could have been behind him. Stumbling out into the noon sunshine, he paused near a pillar and breathed in deeply. He couldn't afford to attract the eyes of the Aurors and Order members. If he could recognize his minders by now, no doubt they could too. His walk, an expression, his voice, anything could give him away. Harry dove into the crowd, avoiding all the sharp elbows and careless feet. Ghosting among them, no one even knew he walked by if not for the flutter of his cloak. What he needed right now was to check in with his contacts and maybe a stiff drink. Pulling up his hood, he turned smoothly into the shadowy alleyways of Knockturn Alley. Today, ironically enough, was probably the safest day to be in this alley. Voldemort was highly unlikely to attack here of all places, especially when the Golden Boy shouldn't even care about what seedy creatures hung in those parts. The shops were a little more shadowy, the pubs darker, the people shiftier. This was the place where even Aurors deemed hopeless. Knockturn Alley took care of its own. Harry walked near the end of the alley where it was intersected by Dulce Alley, the hallway of pleasure. Right now that alley was mostly deserted. Come night the clubs would blossom into a brilliant display of light, charms and music. The Dark Caress was a relatively modern bar. The patrons weren't the ideal citizens of proper wizarding society, which more often than not alienated them into their own societies or into the Muggle world. It was early enough that not a lot of patrons were there getting gloriously drunk. The lunch crowd was arriving, most people entering though the Muggle Way entrance rather than the alley. Harry took a seat at one of the tables, the wall behind him and the back door a couple steps to his right. Truly, he only possessed a healthy amount of paranoia. The waitress was a blue-eyed French girl named Artemis who insisted she had no last name. But here, identities were like robes, you discarded one for another the next day. Lo, Monsieur Mortifer, what can I get you? The special and a butterbeer, Mademoiselle Artemis. A quick grin and the girl had moved on. To them, Evan Mortifer was a dark wizard tutored by a great uncle at home, curious and sarcastic. Look what wandered into Knockturn Alley. Honestly, what are people thinking these days? Letting little boys with only training wands go near such dangerous creatures. Tisk, 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 teased the golden brown-eyed man with shaggy hair and worn Muggle clothes. His companion that could be mistaken for his twin just sighed and pulled up a chair from to Evan's table. Doesn't matter what kind of wand it is, all wands feel the same when they're being shoved up your ass. Really, Evan, if you're that say. You ally frustrated, a quick shag upstairs would solve both our problems. You seem to forget, my dear Bast, I have taste. Bast just chuckled and patted Harry's shoulder mockingly. Control your twit of a cousin, Sean. Sean and Bast Brungle were cousins, both in their late 20s. Sean had been a Muggle-born wizard while Bast had been his Muggle cousin when both were bitten by a werewolf. Too dangerous to freely live in the Muggle world and too hated to make a life for themselves in the wizarding world, they now worked as movers in the Muggle world while living in the darker parts of the wizarding world. The ideal job really, their unnatural strength helpful in lugging around furniture all day. What brings you here, Evan? It's a bad day to be wandering around, the dark bird's just itching to be a hexing. Said Sean, the more reasonable of the cousins. The dark bird was Voldemort translated into its French counterpart, Flight of Death. After a quiet silencing spell, Harry proceeded to give them a rundown. My guardian was busy, so I was finally able to peek at the inheritance my family left me. The conniving wanker was hiding a couple things from me, nothing much really, just a seat on the Wizengamot my mother's family left me. The complete truth, just with severe gaps, was always the best way to go in Harry's mind. The cousins whistled. What was the wanker hoping to do? Keep you ignorant. Keep you dependent. Keep you indebted. Harry smiled in amusement at the cousins. If only there weren't laws prohibiting werewolf employment in law offices, these two would be wonderful solicitors. Sean had in fact been apprenticed to a firm right before he was bitten. Bast, being Sean sounding bored, knew just as much. How was he able to keep you from something like that? Said Sean when the cousins finally calmed down. I haven't a bloody clue, but the wanker is known to throw his weight around. No doubt he convinced someone in Gringotts to deliver my mail to him. Bast whistled. Uncle Wanker must have given a goblin a very shiny piece of gold to convince them to bend their rules. Either that, or Uncle Wanker now owes them a debt that his grandkids will be working off, continued the other cousin. Harry frowned. Was he traded off to buy the goblins some influence on the most powerful light wizard? If so, he couldn't really blame the goblins, but it left him just a tad colder than a moment before. Were the goblins so desperate that they would break centuries-old rules to buy what little protection they could of a manipulative old coot? I wouldn't put it past them to have sold me out. Uncle Wanker has some pretty friends at the ministry. Tough mate. Bets are all this was under the table. No paper trail. Any inquiries would just give you a couple of obliviates all around. I think my life could have done without that thought in mind, said Harry unhappily. So could anyone, mate. The three left that topic alone and started talking about mutual friends and daily anecdotes. Near the end of their meal, Sean leaned back, eyes trained on anyone too curious, while Bast leaned forward. All quiet on the front. Was the silencing spell on? Reinforcing it with a parcel spell, Harry nodded. My clan met a couple days ago. The Dark Bird has begun sending offers out to the other clans. It's only a matter of time before we get one. So far the clans have danced around the offers. It's between a rock and a hard place. Both sides want us to fight for them and no one is willing to make any great changes for us. It'll be like the last war. They promised us more freedom, but then we were basically denied in the end because our kind joined the other side too. It wouldn't be fair to reward the dark, so it's best to punish those who fought on the light equally. By the time Bast was banished, the gold in his eyes was overpowering the brown. How long do you think you can keep either from nailing you? Bast sighed heavily. Probably to the end of the year. So long as the light doesn't gain any big power, the bird will keep his wand to himself. If we're lucky, we'll make it into spring. Right now they're all looking for allies, and so long as we don't make a terrible blunder, they'll keep sweet talking into our ear. When did the bumblebee send out his offer? And did the cupcake send out another one? They haven't sent out one, but their spies are probably aware about this, so it won't be long. Any offer the cupcake sends out will probably be dictated by the bumblebee before he sends out another one promising to keep the cake in line. Dumbledore and Fudge were a little late in the game courting the werewolves. Any unofficial feelers? Last Christmas, the bee sent out a wolf of his own to establish lines of communication. Around Easter, we started to get visitors singing praise to the bird, pure propaganda. Harry frowned in worry. No doubt Dumbledore was having Remus Lupin scouting the mood. It was dangerous business, especially if the clan he scouted threw in their lot with the Voldemort. The next time someone saw Remus could be in pieces. Werewolves were not gentle creatures when they protected their own. The bird and the bee are scouting into deeper areas. They've sent out feelers into leech territory. So far the master leeches have made themselves unavailable, but they've as much time as you do before they have to give up that game. The stargazers have already been contacted by both. They just sprouted some nonsense about Mars before burrowing deeper into their homes. The big boys are now mostly flocking to the bird. I haven't heard anything official about the others. Bast frowned. He never asked how Evan Mortimer, a human wizard, knew what centaurs, giants and vampires were doing, and frankly it was safer if he didn't know. He suspected Mortimer gleaned it off his controlling great-uncle, but he'd never heard anyone with guardianship over a boy named Mortimer. Then again, that probably wasn't his real name either. Just like Brungle wasn't his. To protect what family he did have from the stigma of a werewolf, he had to leave them behind. And unofficial. No one is really bothering about the Velas. They don't make that great as soldiers. It may distract your enemies, but it will also turn on your allies. The little men are currently playing at neutral, but I suspect they're going to be taking as much as they can from either side before someone corners them. And without a paper trail, it'll be hard to catch them. Probably why I was sold out to the wanker. They played for the light the last time, and in the end it got them nothing. We suspect they won't willingly go dark because the bird would create an unstable economy, but they aren't looking forward to playing with the cake. Harry, with his Muggle upbringing, knew little about the unofficial politics involved in the last war. For that he needed someone with good ears or who had lived through the time. Much as he loved his friends, he was wary of asking uncomfortable questions to people who would see it in his best interest to go to Dumbledore. If he had to find people who answered in odd places, so be it. Harry and Bast leaned back, both contemplating the trade of information. It was useful for both of them. It gave them a heads up to the world around them. Harry knew Bast relayed the information to his clan even if Bast didn't know exactly who Harry reported to. They were as honest as they could be to each other, solely because they knew they were on the same side. Dancing between the powers of light and dark, in the gray area. The longer they could play the game, the better for everyone in their opinion. Things are speeding up. The bird is building up terror right now by harassing the Muggles, but it won't be long before he sets his eyes on the major areas. When he does, he'll want to have backing in place. He'll want answers when that happens. Watch for attacks on important wizards or areas. Bast eyed Mortifer curiously. He suspected Mortifer was of a light or neutral family, but it always confused him how the kid knew so much about dark creatures, and how he seemed to understand Voldemort's mind better than anyone, including his elders. Harry knew the thoughts his friend had. Living in the shadow of Voldemort had taught him much about the man. While he and Voldemort learned how to stay out of torture visions and planning sessions respectively, Harry frequently dreamt about a young boy named Tom as he went through the orphanage and Hogwarts and a deadly man that began his rise to power. Harry suspected that when Voldemort learned to close his recent memories from Harry's prying, he opened up the long-term memories. In such dreams, Harry could see why people followed the handsome strategist who promised glory. Tom cultivated a charisma that dazzled his audience into submission. The lunch hour was ending and the cousins would have to return soon enough. Pulling his book bag from his feet, Harry pulled out a legal text he had skimmed through a couple days ago. He read up on relevant things, but he hadn't the patience or interest to study it. Hey Sean, I bought the book a couple days ago and it's dead boring, but I figure you could use it to put Bast to sleep. The law books in general were not cheap, and this one in particular cost a heavy sum. Evan, you shouldn't be throwing your money away like that, scolded Sean, who was fighting himself between refusing the gift and snatching the book up. As a rule, werewolves hated charity. To accept charity was to admit that something was wrong with them. They had lost so much in life, that pride was one thing they would not give up. Remus had taught that to Harry over the years. I don't trust anyone the wanker might appoint to give me advice, so expect me to come to you for legal matters. After all, I can't have you being ignorant, can I? At the mere mention of the word ignorant, Sean snatched the book eagerly. If Sean was bitter about anything, it was being denied the opportunity to indulge his passion for the law. Bast just rolled his eyes behind Sean's head. If one knew how, it was easy to push Sean's buttons. Thanks to Evan, they were now building a small but quite informative law library in the flat they shared. Sean practically worshipped those books. Thanks to those books, Sean and Bast were becoming more influential in their clan because of their ability to navigate the wizarding law that caged them. Books none of them could hope of affording. Thanks Evan, he'll become like a new mother over that book for weeks. I haven't a hope of seeing either one for a couple of weeks. Pouted Bast. Sean scowled while his companions laughed. You grand idiot, it's near time we headed back. They paid for their meals before the cousins headed out to Muggle London, and Harry entered back into the alley. Stuffing his hands into his pockets, Harry fingered the cold metal rings he'd stuffed there earlier. Ignatz had handed them to him at the end of their meeting. The family rings, the tickets he'd need to use as confirmation at the Wizengamot. He saw them for a moment, but the image was burned into his mind. The gold ring of Potter, with an amber engraved with a lion, the ruby red ring of Black, the onyx thestral caught in the depths of the stone. The golden ring of Morrigan, its faithful raven engraved in a sapphire. The winding platinum snakes of Slytherin, its ancient emerald eyes caught forever. The first 3 rings wear the rings of the family head, as was his right. The Slytherin ring was not as extravagant as the others and was commonly referred to as the heir ring. He was afraid to put that one on, for fear that it be something as awful as a portkey. Harry wouldn't put it past Voldemort. He didn't know what kind of game Voldemort was playing this time. Why was he leaving him alone, naming him his heir? Worst of all, he didn't know who to talk to. Anyone he felt comfortable talking with would probably run to Dumbledore in fear of the Golden Boy going dark. Dumbledore was the last thing he needed in his life. He didn't dare wear the other rings. Nocturne was a wonderful place to proclaim himself not only the Potter Lord but the scion of 3 old families. He dealt with enough death threats without initiating any through his own stupidity. Harry stopped at a couple shops he was familiar with, looking for anything that might interest him and keeping his ears open for gossip. Usually there weren't a lot of people out this early, but on Potter's birthday, the Nocturne crowds came earlier. There were practically no Aurors skulking about and the world's eyes were off them for the moment. Harry bought himself a couple of texts that looked promising, advanced material that would have sent Hermione drooling. Well, it would, if 1 or 2 of the books weren't about the dark arts. The afternoon was ending and he'd have to return to Hogwarts for dinner. While professors would let the sensitive boy brood all day, someone usually checked to make sure he was alive during dinner. Turning into Diagon Alley, Harry couldn't help but be satisfied with the productive day he had. Sneaking back into Hogwarts was ridiculously easy. A yellow rose ensured a silvery blush and silence from Myrtle. His invisibility cloak was where he had left it. Dispelling his illusion, Harry gathered the school books he had set up early this morning and returned to Gryffindor Tower. Taking his potions book with him, he set out the Great Hall. Any other book would give the professors an opportunity to talk to him. With potions, it was a guarantee that Snape, if he was there, would not pester Harry. During holiday, the Great Hall shifted to allow only 1 table. Today there were only a couple of professors that didn't really have family outside of Hogwarts and weren't involved with the Order. Professor Flitwick, Madam Hooch and Professor Sprout were there already. They didn't make any mention of his birthday and Harry didn't remind them. It might have been sad that everyone avoided it, but they probably had bigger worries. Harry hadn't heard about any attacks so far. It was only a matter of time. Harry absent-mindedly poked at a funny-tasting pudding when the owl swooped from above. A regal-looking bird, dark as night. It dropped a letter before disappearing once more into the outside gloom. Muttering 3 scanning charms, one of which was in parcel magic, Harry broke an ornate emerald crest with a poised basilisk shaped like an S. What joy! To my heir. I've granted you a year of peace. I have left you alone and all those you love. What has it gained you? Nothing. I've protected you from vengeance from within my ranks. Has Dumbledore granted you a similar courtesy? Has the Ministry? They seek your end all the while blaming you for living. Do they help you? Train you? Or will they simply send you to face me, hoping for another miracle? They sequester you, confine you, and place you on a pedestal you're falling from. We are more alike than not, and as you grow older you become more like me. Remember, as your life is shrouded in half-truths and lies, I have always told you only truth. Happy birthday, my heir. I lit a candle for you. Street. Olivia burned brightly. Voldemort. From the folded parchment, a simple silver band fell. Decorated with a heart under a crown, it was a symbol of love and friendship. It was nothing more than a girl's ring, but Harry's hands trembled. Long ago, there was a moment when Petunia Dursley felt a sliver of compassion for the orphan under her care. Nearly delirious with fever at the time, he'd nearly been certain she had been a hallucination if not for the ring to serve as proof. When we were small, we exchanged rings. Lily gave me this and I gave her another. To serve a symbol of our love. Thrusting it into Harry's palm, she fled. That ring was never mentioned again between them. For nearly a year he wore it, clinging to the mother he could not remember. That was till the summer when the Dursleys and Harry visited Vernon's sister, Marge Dursley. The fat, hateful woman, she'd spotted the ring immediately and snatched it from his hand, reprimanding him for stealing from honest folk. Harry had lost control, one of the few times he'd been so submerged in rage he could have killed and not cared at the moment. Crying, Flaying, begging, and nothing. All that he gained was a hard slap and boxed ears. His Aunt Petunia had just looked at him sadly before turning away. That summer, one of Aunt Marge's terriers bit him, accidentally. Voldemort had known. Breaking from his stupor, Harry muttered an incendio charm angrily before storming out of the hall. The destruction of the letter could be blamed on his unpredictable temper. If they insisted he had a temper, he'd oblige them. Slamming the doors open, he almost collided with a small group of Order members. They were all unharmed, relatively normal if you ignored the heavy stench of fire that clung to them. Street. Olivia. Marge Dursley. Harry spat at the group before disappearing down a corridor. Those utter fools. Didn't they know? Didn't they see all that was right before their eyes? Once again, Snape was proven correct when he said Dumbledore was blind to his golden boy. They all consoled him after the Dursleys' death, expecting a relapse into his Sirius-induced stupor. Couldn't they see there was more there than the typical disagreements between a growing boy and authority figures? Didn't they know that he had borderline hated the Dursleys and utterly despised Marge Dursley? Didn't they know he'd sooner wish them all to the bottom of the Atlantic before he shed a tear for them? Of course, Voldemort had no right to kill them, but it still didn't excuse the fact that his relatives had no right to begrudge him his life. Voldemort knew. He knew. He knew. He knew. How much did he know? Harry's suspicion that Voldemort saw his long-term memories was pretty much confirmed. The ring, Marge, Street. Olivia. It was all too much. No one knew that, or at least no one should. Their lives were early mirrors of each other. Neglect and abuse to begin with. Ambition and power were growing. He was growing to be more and more like Voldemort. To buy his freedom, Harry delved into dark paths that a young Riddle crossed long ago. And Harry didn't know whether to be terrified or glad. Admittedly, Voldemort committed monstrous crimes, but he had once been a child who the world failed. To survive, Riddle fought for his freedom, killed for his power, and destroyed for his ambition. How far was Harry willing to go for his own freedom? Hogwarts might be entirely different from Azkaban, but it served the same purpose. How far would Harry bend before the world broke him? How far did Riddle bend before he was broken into Voldemort? It was near midnight when the owls came, a small flock with simple knickknacks, candy, and books attached. Short notes accompanied each gift. Ron, Ginny, Hermione, the twins, the collective Weasley family, Remus Lupin, Neville Longbottom, and Luna Lovegood. The Order had felt it safer if Harry not receive gifts till his birthday attack was confirmed and executed for fear of foul play. He paused a moment to study Ron and Hermione's letters, his face wistful. 6th year had been the turning point for the famous Gryffindor Dream Team. Death had changed them. Despite all the danger and adventures of years prior, they'd never actively confronted death. Never had a wand pointed at their hearts and murder in the caster's eyes. It might have been different in 5th year, when Harry constantly burned with emotion and anger. However, during 6th year, Harry quietly brooded. His life was spiraling out of his control. He wanted to trust them. He didn't doubt they each cared for him greatly, but he couldn't make himself confide in them. How many times had he been betrayed, spied upon, lied to, carelessly endangered? And these people were on the bloody light side. He'd retreated into himself more often than not that year, sought other friends that didn't demand his secrets, and delved into the bowels of the Chamber of Secrets. So the Gryffindor trio drifted. Ron fell into the Quidditch crowd after he became captain when Harry turned down the offer. Hermione finally let herself be consumed by her books, her grasp on current events becoming vague. They could still be good friends, but too much had happened to ever be best friends again. How could one hope to explain Slytherin, parcel magic, vampires, and werewolves? Harry carelessly threw the last of his gifts on his bed. Fingering the ring, he carefully put it on his left pinky finger. Slender hands shinned in the moonlight. Harry wondered if these were his mum's hands. Energy built up so rapidly behind his scar that he lost his breath. Knowing that no matter what he'd have a headache when this was over, Harry fell on his knees. And the world cruelly spun away as he was pulled by his navel. He was flying, he was falling, and suddenly he could breathe again. Touching his scar gingerly, his fingers came back wet. No surprise there. One hand fingering his wand, Harry scanned the room he landed in. And leapt to his feet when emerald eyes met crimson orbs. Voldemort calmly sat in what looked like a private study. Raising one eyebrow, Voldemort made a show of placing a wand just slightly out of reach on the table between them. Please sit down, Mr. Potter. I only wish to talk. I should believe that because, drawled Harry. If he was going to die, he'd do it standing. His scar pulsed with Voldemort's close proximity, but Harry ignored the pain. If I wanted you dead, you would be. The moment you became Slytherin's heir, our connection was strong enough to bypass the wards at Hogwarts. I don't wish your death at his moment, I only wish to talk. His voice was calm, charismatic and soothing at once with a serpentine accent. Still Harry did not move. Voldemort sighed and gave him what on anyone else would have been a pleading look. That more than anything else made Harry comply. Fine, but swear a wizard's oath you will not harm me in any manner during this meeting, and I'm keeping my wand. Very well. I swear on my life and magic no harm shall befall Harry Potter because of me. For a moment, both men studied each other. If they were disturbed by the similarities in their facial expressions, posture, and any other nuance, they didn't show it. I'm sure you did not invite me simply to check on my physical state, drawled Harry. Still Voldemort held his silence. Harry gazed into crimson eyes, he studied the table, admired a portrait of a especially repulsive man, straightened his robes, and scratched an irritating scab on his forearm. Still silence. Hey, how'd you get me here? I never picked up a portkey. Voldemort smiled. Harry shuddered. That Mr. Potter was very foolish of you. It is true you never picked up a portkey, but you did combine two elements to form a portkey. Crimson eyes trailed to slender fingers, where his mother ring glowed dully in the light. And the other? Slytherin's ring, Mr. Potter. Harry's hand involuntarily clutched the outside of his pocket where the four family rings silent clicked against each other. You made me your heir to bring me here. Harry stated with carefully controlled panic. If you want an answer, you've merely to ask Mr. Potter. Did you? No, if I truly wanted your presence I need not make you heir. It was simply convenient. The two men were once more effulged in silence. I find it fascinating, Mr. Potter. You will not ask about Slytherin. Should I? So why is it, Mr. Potter, that you would coherently if not calmly talk to the wizard that has always sought your death yet you refuse to ask about Slytherin? Harry tightened his lips, refusing to be goaded into Gryffindor impulses. You fear the answer, perhaps because you already know it. The wizards studied each other, the air around them charged with magical discharge only powerful wizards could accomplish. No matter, you will not ask. Voldemort calmly observed. How far into your dreams have you traveled? The Dark Lord asked suddenly. Harry frowned, tempted to not answer, but in the end he gave in. The First War has begun, and Lucius Malfoy's father has just brought him to be marked. Voldemort nodded knowingly. The mid-70s. How far have you seen? Voldemort smiled the smile his followers have probably learned to fear. Voldemort was amused. The hat has fallen on your head and you deny your rightful house. Harry stiffed. It was one of his greatest secrets, not the best, but it was one he held close, aware of the damage it could do. Harry Potter, the Golden Boy, a Slytherin. Imagine what Severus would say. Harry smirked despite himself. Would he now? Unfortunately, my source would raise uncomfortable questions if the spy was to report to Dumbledore. Harry raised an eyebrow curiously. Voldemort remained silent. Sighing, Harry articulated. How can you be sure Snape is your spy? Ever the Slytherin, Mr. Potter. I did not gain power by being a fool. His information is valuable just as it is to Dumbledore, but neither of us completely trusts what comes from that serpent's tongue. Severus has switched sides so many times I doubt even he knows who he follows anymore. Ever the Slytherin, the winner. Voldemort smiled in approval. Harry resisted the urge to avert his eyes. Very true, Mr. Potter. Is there any particular reason I am here? I have a proposition for you, Mr. Potter. Every year you grow in power and every year you defy those that controlled your life. For a while, your death by my hands ruled you and you defied me. Now Dumbledore and his order keep you, and you defy them. Tell me, does Dumbledore have such faith in me that he would let you wander into Diagon Alley on this of all days? He certainly never had faith in me when I was his student. Harry froze. Did Voldemort know about Evan Mortimer? How do you know Dumbledore didn't take me to Diagon Alley himself? Shot back Harry. To collect your inheritance rings. No, I know he withheld the black inheritance from you. He was Alseth one to suggest your long-term stay at Hogwarts. Tell me, now that you are legally of age, do you truly believe Dumbledore will let you walk away from his grasp? Emerald eyes flashed with unnatural fire. If Dumbledore's twinkle calmed people, Harry's fire would have made them back away very slowly. Your spy certainly keeps a tab on me if that's anything. That is his job. Dumbledore doesn't have faith in what you say, he has too much faith in me. I never asked to be part of this war. I would be happy if I never heard from either of you ever again, but I am and I will live to see the end of this mess by any means necessary. While Harry was speaking, Voldemort's eyes flashed angrily before fading into amusement. Harry clamped down on his nerves. You are very much like me, a survivor. You've learned to survive in a way Dumbledore will never understand, just like he never understood me. 50 years have not made a difference. His blindness is his curse. And his mercy is his salvation. Perhaps. But it will be his undoing. No matter. Time is of the essence. No doubt your minders will check on you soon. I hope you do not waste my mercy. So long as they do not cross me in battle, I can promise the safety of all those you call friend. The eyes and wands of my servants will turn from those you love. In exchange for what? Voldemort smiled and Harry wasn't sure why he found that disconcerting. So long as you visit me. Harry wasn't sure, but he might have gasped. For what purpose? Do I need one? I'm sure we can speak civilly to each other. We have been doing it for a time just now. Harry frowned. He didn't know what the Dark Lord was playing at. He had given his friends the distance they needed to keep them safe from his life. He could give them this too. Damn Dumbledore. Savior instincts had an annoying habit of rearing their righteous head. Give me your wizard's oath and make no mistake that I do not serve you. As you wish. I, Lord Voldemort, Lord of Slytherin, swear on my magic and life that I will hold true to the bargain made to Harry James Potter, Lord of Potter, Lord of Black, heir of Slytherin. Silence effulged them like a warm cloak. I spent the majority of second year denying the claim I was heir of Slytherin. How ironic. Harry smiled at the odd all. He had just made a bargain with Voldemort and begun to question his sanity soon after. He could also swear the portrait of a hag was laughing at him. Sanity was overrated anyway. No one seemed to have much of it left to begin with. Harry didn't wake up till noon the next day. Even then, the only reason he got up was because of suspicious observations that might be born because of his late-night activities. He wasn't stupid enough to believe anyone as brilliant as Dumbledore would not find out about his activities sooner or later. His best option was to hit the headmaster with his news and demands fast enough that the old man could not weasel his way out of this. He did have certain rights Dumbledore didn't. For all his meddling, Dumbledore was still a younger son of the House of Dumbledore. His brother Aberforth was the true lord, even if that old goat had appointed his brother with all the active duties. All his observations had come up with one thing. Dumbledore was a better politician than he would ever be a headmaster. His position made him a trusted and respected figure to children that would one day rule their world, but his manipulations were absolute and damaging when enacted, and children too young to know they were being played the puppet. For all his growing discontent, Harry forced himself to admit Dumbledore was what the light side needed. He was their inspiration, their hope, their leader. He was also an old man that would never rest. His ears would always hear the pleas of his people, and one day he would die with the world mourning him but no one remembering how much he loved socks. Headmaster Dumbledore would be remembered and Albus the man would be forgotten. And he was training Harry to take his place, the next leader of the light, the caretaker of the masses. He still didn't know whether he would ever ascend to that position. At least Dumbledore had the peace of a carefree childhood and the invisibility of being another nameless young man. It wasn't until Grindelwald's defeat that Dumbledore became who he was today. Harry never had that freedom. He was marked since the day the condemning words came from the Batty Seer. He went to the kitchens for a late lunch. A few elves honed in on him, eager to serve. Dobby's pointed face beamed just as brightly as the first time. The elves had long since gotten accustomed to his presence and now freely moved about and did what house elves did. They cooked. They cleaned. They gossiped. Harry was not as foolish as to believe they did it on accident. These were bonded house elves who protected Hogwarts' secrets. If they happened to gossip and Harry happened to overhear, they weren't truly betraying their master's secrets. History books never talked about how devious the tiny creatures were. So long as Harry never asked them directly, they evaded the magic that kept their lips sealed. House elves liked Harry after all. But then, they pretty much like anyone that could remember their names. The Ministry of Magic alienated yet another creature when they failed to protect these beings. They made the best spies after all. It was no coincidence that an elder elf took a role of the duties assigned in Harry's presence. Interestingly enough, the North Tower had been in use last night. Although housed in a remote area, it was perfect for overnight order agents to crash. There were 12 guests since 6 elves had been assigned to that area quite loudly in Harry's general direction. Dumbledore had arrived late last night, probably after checking in and dismissing the order from his birthday patrol. However, he woke up a couple hours earlier than Harry and left to the ministry. Harry could only wonder what the headmaster was doing over there. He'd have to watch any unusual moves Fudge authorized in the next couple days. Dumbledore only met in person when he wanted something. He sent letters when he didn't want to give his reasons as to why he wanted something. Must be important then. As usual, Hogwarts endeavored to hide Harry from all his human minders. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for the pesky paintings. The library was bathed in warm light from the huge windows. Fortunately, the portrait of Lady Bellin the Boorish was off visiting, so no one saw Harry bypass the restricted section alarm and deftly pick up a book he'd been reading a couple days ago. The alarm was easily tricked, but the wards on the books would not allow the books to be taken from the library without the librarian's permission. Not like it had stopped Harry. The spell needed to break that charm simply was too powerful. It wasn't worth it when he could just charm the cover and continue reading in peace. Harry picked up an obscure book on the Hogwarts Charter, for some reason or another having been delegated to the restricted section. It was useless to most people but invaluable to an orphaned lord. Families would no doubt counsel their own lords and heirs on their rights, but no one would tell Harry he would be able to leave Hogwarts ground to attend the full Wizengamot sessions that would begin in the fall. It's not like they could keep it a secret for long. Longbottom was a registered lord in the book The Wizarding Lords and Families, a comprehensive guide to notable names in history. Attendance by heirs was recommended. They would either watch their lords or vote in place of their lord. Malfoy and Longbottom Harry knew were heirs. He'd never had an incentive to check on any of his other year mates. Ron and Hermione were definitely out. Ron's family wasn't even ennobled. Of his dorm mates, Dean was a half-blood born from a witch. Seamus might be. No doubt there would be a couple in Slytherin. Traditionally, Harry would have had Hermione and Ron for this adventure, but Hermione was off touring America and Ron was at headquarters. Harry didn't want to send an owl over the pond and headquarters was under Fidelius. Since Ron couldn't send out regular correspondence from headquarters, Harry didn't really worry overly much about him. No one else was close enough to Harry to warrant updates on his life. Remus Lupin, his honorary uncle, would be, but Dumbledore had sent him out on another round with the werewolves. So no one was aware when Harry made appointments with his family solicitors. If there was one thing he could trust solicitors with was their loyalty to money. He was uneasy about what connections they might have. The last thing he needed was a Death Eater or a Dumbledore fanatic. He wasn't overly worried about anyone except Morgan. Morgan was his wild card, the vote no one knew about except one rich goblin. A meeting was scheduled in early August, just a week and a half from now. Everything was planned so that no one would find out till it was too late. He also needed his apparition license. Apparently everyone had forgotten about it. The professors weren't in the custom of thinking about it, usually delegating that duty to family. The Weasleys probably thought the matter would be taken care of by Hogwarts staff. Times like this when Harry felt the missing presence of a parent. His dad, his mum and Sirius. All gone now. The start of the term was fast approaching, and the crowd swelled with wide-eyed children. Down Gaza Alley, the Potter solicitor waited for his 10 a.m. appointment. Ferdinand Wimble's family had always looked after the Potter investments. For nearly 2 decades, the family private properties had lain untouched, and since he received the summons from Lord Potter, he'd been scrambling, retrieving the documents. Plus, he had to straighten out Wentworth family inheritance, which had belonged to an old bat before falling amongst endless paperwork. No one had taken a look at that inheritance in more than 2 decades. Harry kept a calm face, smiling pleasantly and letting proper expressions of awe surface whenever appropriate. The client relationship prevented Wimble from disclosing any of the Potter information to anyone else, but he could relate Harry's demeanor to curious parties. The information provided was less detailed than the deed books, but Wimble had the appropriate paperwork to transfer the assets to his name. 2 hours later, and a cramped hand, Harry was off to finally get his apparition license under his true name. While Evan Mortimer was licensed, it was illegal for Harry to do it at any time previously. Ignoring the gasps and babbling of his instructor, Harry apparated to the checkpoint at St. Mungo's lobby before returning. His final stop of the day was outside the Wizarding Alleys, down Muggle London. Exiting though the leaky cauldron, Harry followed the directions owled to him earlier. While apparition was possible, Harry wanted to see the outside of the building in case he was ever lost in London and needed help. Howard H. Alexter was a middle-aged man, gray-eyed and steel-haired. He had an aura of intimidation, but Harry shoved all his feelings aside and sneered disdainfully. He couldn't trust Potter's solicitor not to send an owl to Dumbledore, since he wasn't aware of any precautions the headmaster might have taken. On the other hand, Alexter had to be played a different way. He didn't need a dark supporter tattling to his master. "Mr. Alexter, I'm Harold Potter, here to discuss the Black Estate," Harry said in a cold voice that would have made Malfoy proud. The disdainful sneer building on Alexter's face was quickly wiped away. He was a smart man, and the boy in front of him was proving to be anything but the wide-eyed pawn of Dumbledore. To begin with, he was alone, something he would have never expected, since all reports indicated that the boy was tied to Dumbledore on a very short leash. "I want a summary of the Black Estate. Why exactly was I never contacted with a financial statement on my holdings, Mr. Alexter? The will was signed over to Mr. Albus Dumbledore on your behalf. Arrangements were made as not to inconvenience you while your schooling was in process. Yes, I suppose that is to be expected. Tell me, do I look like a white-haired, barmy old coot to you? Then why should the wishes of said coot overrule my own?" If Alexter was surprised, he kept it well hidden. He simply pulled out his copy of the Black Deed book. "Is there anything in particular that you wanted done today, Mr. Potter?" "Yes. I understand Albus Dumbledore acted as my magical guardian when my godfather's will was enacted. I wanted to know exactly what he authorized. At least this was something Alexter could handle with ease. Mr. Dumbledore basically froze the Black Estate. That means that the Black Vaults were frozen, preventing the transfer of money. Investments were held as they were, with 40% of the final proceeds to be reinvested. Hereditary items were collected from all the private properties save the 3 homes under Fidelius and placed in Vault 168. The homes were closed. All house elves belonging to the Black family were temporarily relocated to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and placed under a temporary bond till their master claimed them." Harry's eyes opened wide. No wonder the little elves were so helpful. He was their master even if it was never acknowledged. How was the estate directed when the Lord Black was in Azkaban? "Our firm had the ability to invest in promising ventures with the proceeds gained. Several of the Black properties were utilized by members of the Black family. They were evicted on Dumbledore's orders and all hereditary items were confiscated." "Who was part of the Black family? And who was evicted? And why did I inherit if there were others of Black blood?" To begin with, I must explain a bit about wizarding custom you might not be aware of. When Mr. Black was made your guardian, he was made your guardian, magical or otherwise, should your parents fall. The position involves a dormant bond that can be activated should the parents wish it. The bond would in fact make you the magical son of Mr. Black in the event of your parents' death. A magical guardian is only truly necessary in the first couple of years of a child's life. It absorbs excess magic that would otherwise leak out in dangerously uncontrollable accidental. The parents of Muggle-born children also unknowingly participate in this essential bond with magical. Though Mr. Black was in Azkaban, the bond was still active, and since the bond was never contested by anyone, it remained intact. The longer and earlier a bond is in effect, the more of the magical excess that is shared between guardian and child. Since you were orphaned at such an early age, the bond was active long enough that you inherited Black family traits. While there are others with Black blood, for all purposes you were his son and were named as such in his will. The Blacks are an old family that intermarried many of the purebloods, however it is only those in the last couple of generations that are named part of the Black family. Such as the Malfoys, the Snape, the Cashin, the Vidali, and the mixed Tonks. Malfoy and Snape are relations, but they have their own lordships. Cashin and Vidali are both families that have intermarried with the Black family enough to always be considered cousins, of a sort. The Tonks family was disowned by the previous Blacks. Cashin live in their own estates except for a Black house in France. Vidali are similar, but they did make use of two of your summer homes, one in Portugal, the other in Italy. Draft formal apologies to the Cashin and Vidali families explaining that the Lord of Black has been reinstated. Invite the Tonks family into the Black legacy. I will send my own letters to them at a later date. Open those properties once more to the Cashin and Vidali. Instructed Harry. He had to keep the conversation cold and informal, or else his parting words would hold little effect. That is all I wish done at this time. Mr. Alexter, I want to make something very clear. You are to talk to no one about me. I understand you cannot talk about my dealings, but I also want it understood you cannot talk about me to anyone who asks, whether Fan, Death Eater, or Dumbledore himself. The wizarding world is building itself up for a war. I will not have leaks about my doings. Is that understood? Harry's face remained emotionless, his steel emerald eyes dancing with dangerous fire. To his credit, Alexter only paled a bit before nodding. I understand, he said for good measure. Thank you. I'll me if the families relay any responses, or if you need my approval for any transactions, but be careful with correspondence. There's more than just Voldemort that would love to poke at my mail. Better yet, just tell me that you have something for me and I'll come. Remember, I trust you to keep your professional courtesy at all times. If you ever betray me, you'll learn exactly why Voldemort has failed to kill me every time. Alexter wasn't a man for pleasantries, so Harry left as soon as his business was done. In the restroom, Harry faced his reflection before exhaling explosively. Even he craped himself out. Alexter must be muttering something awful about him right about now. Stretching his facial muscles out, he finished off by sticking his tongue out. For Merlin's sake, he was just a kid, barely 17, but here he was terrorizing lawyers and building a platform from which to protect himself from the Ministry, Fudge, Voldemort, and Dumbledore. He didn't even want to think about who else had it in for him. Thankfully, his last solicitor was located in the same building, 4 floors up. The Morrigan solicitor was an old woman named Eleanor Gibbons, who had inherited the account from her predecessor, her father Elmer Gibbons, who in turn inherited the account from his father. For all that time, the account had only been activated during the early part of the century when a young half-blood inherited the account from his supposedly Muggle mother. He changed his name to suit his legacy and invested in numerous firms after it became clear he'd have no wizarding heir. Some of the ventures were disasters, but there were quite a few both in the Muggle world and wizarding that turned out very successful. Mr. Potter, it's a pleasure to meet you. Gibbons & Gibbons Law Firm has maintained a firm policy with regards to keeping all accounts up to date. The woman was about the same age as his last solicitor, Alexter, but she had a much more pleasant attitude. I'm sure I'll find everything satisfactory. I have seen an overview of my estate at Gringotts, but I was told I would have to come to obtain the necessary paperwork to confirm myself as Morrigan's heir. Of course. I trust you have the Morrigan's ring. This was the first time the woman's pleasant demeanor fell and revealed a sharp-eyed woman that missed nothing as she studied Harry's bare hands. Harry thought he might just like her. Of course. You must understand that my position within the wizarding world is very delicate. I can't exactly be parading the fact that I'm Morrigan's heir, now can I? Ms. Gibbons offering him a sympathetic smile. The sharp-witted woman understanding immediately the kind of political weight Harry Potter would carry once he made it public knowledge. If Fudge found enough support, he'd somehow use this against him. She was smart enough to read between the lines and see the personal vendetta Minister Fudge had picked up. She studied the ring carefully, shooting an identification charm but never touching the ring. Family rings were tricky business. They sometimes took a mind of their own when handled by someone other than their master, and even then they were still temperamental. Ms. Gibbons had already assembled all the necessary paperwork Harry had to sign. He didn't spend nearly as much time as going over compared to his first time, or his second time. Are you sure you wouldn't find it helpful to read over the statements you are signing? Gibbons commented doubtfully after watching the young man sign his name carelessly in quick succession. Pausing, Harry gave her an amused glance. I took the day to arrange my legal matters. My father's estate required me to go over much of the same paperwork. It was a headache going over it the first time. Ms. Gibbons just shook her head. The boy would be lord twice over. She had little love for the minister after her husband had been imprisoned in Azkaban for 3 months during the First War because of suspected dark activity. She learned to appreciate things that would rile the pompous fool. If only the public was allowed to Wizengamot sessions. It would make my day to see the minister's face when he found out about your inheritance. Harry gave her a surprised glance but smiled anyway. I plan on making his life interesting. Couldn't happen to a nicer man, dear. I've an idea of what kind of trouble you'll stir, but I should warn you not to take on anything big for a while. I've learned to read between the lines, but not many bother. I see what kind of agenda the ministry has when dealing with you. Too many people are still wondering about your sanity to handle anything major coming from you. Harry continued to sign but kept his attention on her. This was the kind of advice he needed. Too many of his honest friends were from the outskirts of society. He sometimes forgot what the majority was like since his mainstream friends didn't like to burden him with bad news. That means I have to put my plans to oust Fudge on hold? Harry asked, only half serious. I'll drink for the day to come, but you should first find your power base. The lords are weary of jumping on things that come out of nowhere. As long as they see things building up, they can prepare for it and offer support if they are so willing. Fudge might be an incompetent minister, but he is a deadly politician. He has ruined people for so much as speaking against him. Harry bowed his head self-mockingly before giving her a bitter smile. Too bad he can't snuff out the legend of the boy who lived. Despite the regular appearance of your name in the papers, there's precious few times when you've talked publicly. You've still got credibility. Problem is there's enough rumors floating around that can destroy you very fast if you make the wrong moves. Harry signed the last paper, laying down the quill with a sigh. Ms. Gibbons, you've been tremendous help so far. I have a couple of other matters I'd like to go over. To begin with, I absolutely need my relationship to Morgan to remain secret for the meantime. I've already the name Potter to get me into the circles where it would be useful. I understand my great-grandfather authorized a number of deals when he knew he'd not live to see a magical heir to Morgan. Since then, there have been no changes. I would like to authorize you to invest in promising ventures under the name of Lord Morgan without revealing the connection to Harry Potter. For the time being, those two are going to remain separate. Have you been trained in occlumency? Of course, it is standard procedure for all solicitors dealing with high-level accounts to receive such training, was the prompt reply. Interesting, Harry mused. Harry would not let his anger born of Dumbledore's choice of instructor back in 5th year rear its ugly head. There would plenty of time later. Anyway, I'm too well known of a person to do certain things right now, too watched you might say. I need the anonymity of Lord Morgan, for the time being. I need some paperwork floating around for the name Morgan to have some legality. Hence the investments. She smiled shrewdly. Exactly. You might be hearing rumors about the Lord Morgan, depending on where you have ears, but I need my privacy for the time. Thankfully, the ministry only keeps track of the reigning lord's name. Since my great-grandfather died in the Muggle world under his birth name, there should be no obvious connections. Or at least that's what I understand from the family history and ministry regulations. That is correct, Mr. Potter. Please call me Harry. I'm trusting you with this, and your silence means a lot to me. As you wish, Harry. Officially my position as director of Gibbons and Gibbons prevents me from siding in this war, but unofficially I hold little love for the ministry and no sympathy for the Dark Lord. He who must not be named fell because of you once already, he'll never gain complete power till he defeats you. So long as you live there will always be someone to oppose him, if only because they know there is someone out there who he has not overcome. I'll keep what secrets you so desire. Wow, Harry said. It made him uneasy that people looked up to him like that. But he was Slytherin enough to accept her help, even if he wasn't completely comfortable with her reasons. Thank you. Back at Hogwarts, Harry retreated to the Chamber of Secrets. It was time to put his plan into motion. With Amos and the Brungle werewolves' help, Harry had compiled an extensive list of clans belonging to wolves and vampires. He'd investigated Vila society courtesy of Gabrielle Delacour but found it not very useful. They kept to themselves and were generally not interested in war. They were creatures of emotion. He didn't have the manpower to send a representative to ask for an alliance, but he could show them his power though another way. Since the beginning of summer he'd been creating his messengers using the Nuntius charm. It was a very powerful spell that created a bird of the caster's choice made up of an element. Incredibly useful since it was a bird of power with defensive capabilities that only allowed the recipient to intercept the message, but a very draining charm to perform in the first place. Generally there was never a good reason to perform this type of message, but for Harry's purpose it was God sent. Most wizards couldn't even hope to create a Nuntius bird, so of course Harry, being Harry, meant he generally was able to create 2 or 3 a day and store them in crystals. And that was limited only because Harry didn't want to appear exhausted in front of his minders. By sending the charmed bird, not only would he guarantee his message wouldn't be tampered with, but he'd show his potential allies there was a third party out there powerful enough to create said bird. It would also rile them up when they heard about all the other birds being sent to fellow clans. His letter was polite and straightforward. An offer of alliance or an option of neutrality. A promise of retribution should they think to cross his path. He proposed the building of information network at the least. He in turn offered his support and backing in mutually approved ventures within the Wizengamot. All signed under the name Lord Morrigan. It was a tempting offer. Lord Voldemort didn't have the legality to promise that, and Dumbledore didn't have the foresight. He most likely would use an argument of the lesser of two evils, a gathering against evil. The clans had their governments, but they still answered to the Ministry of Magic. An organization in which they had precious few representatives. For them, the name Morrigan would cause a stir. Not only was it an old name, it also carried great power, both financial and political. He admitted to himself that his plan had only been half-baked in the beginning of the summer. He knew he needed contact with the magical clans, a network of information, but he knew he couldn't it under his name. He'd be stopped before he could draw out his plans. At first he was going to use a made-up name, but now it was even better having a name that was legal in every way. He was finally going to send his birds. His first bird, an experiment more than anything, was an ice phoenix, not all that solid but more of a creature of magic. He had used the charm not even knowing if anything would come of it. It was truly a beautiful creature. Unfortunately he couldn't use a phoenix without being associated with the order. Instead he created a myriad of hawks, falcons, ravens, and owls. Despite their normal base they were everything but. From their beaks they spewed the element from which they were born of. Harry had chosen fire, wind, and ice simply because of their destructive capabilities. They seemed to shine with the magic of their creation, flickering very much like a Patronus. Besides, vampires hated fire. All the more reason for them to pay attention to his offer. It wasn't till the next day that Harry was able to venture into the Forbidden Forest, his satchel loaded with crystals that glowed red, orange, blue, and white. There was a considerable amount, and if it wasn't for a featherlight charm, Harry would be feeling the long walk through the tunnels out of Hogwarts. If anyone was looking from the towers of Hogwarts, they would have seen the sky light up as dozens of winged creatures took to the sky, a parchment in their claws marked with the Raven of Morrigan. Toward the clan leaders of the vampires, the alphas of the werewolves, and the Goblin Council his Nuntius birds flew. Unfortunately for them, they had long since laid to rest any suspicion of mischief born of one Harold James Potter, named on his birthday Lord Potter, Lord Black, Lord Morrigan, and heir of Slytherin. It was near the middle of August before Dumbledore remembered his golden boy. Harry had been bent over a book about the dark arts in the library when Fawkes appeared in front of him in a swirl of flame. Harry had jumped wand ready in one fluid motion. Fawkes had merely crooned once and dropped a letter before nesting on Harry's head. Harry shot it an annoyed look and then quit when it made him cross-eyed. The parchment was sealed with the Order's mark, a phoenix in flight. It was really a short letter, but it served to ruin his whole day. Harry, this is a portkey that will take you to headquarters tomorrow at 10 o'clock. It is time to collect your school supplies. Albus Dumbledore. Harry scowled down at the letter. What a marvelous idea. Cage the Wonder Boy all summer, then throw him a bone right before it's time to meet him. He could only wonder at what the headmaster wanted from him or what shocking news he'd break this time. With any luck, Dumbledore might finally explain his inheritance in his own mind-baffling way. Not bloody likely. Sighing, Harry crumpled the letter into his pocket before trying to return to his reading, aware of the flying turkey that had decided to nest in his hair. Honestly, he had thought people were joking when they said his hair resembled a bird's nest. He flipped a page in his dark arts book. He supposed he was lucky phoenixes couldn't read English. Harry prepared himself for the stomach-twisting disorientation he always got when he took a portkey. When next he opened his eyes, instead of the red and gold dorm, he was in a clean if antique parlor. It was empty with numerous soot marks around the fireplaces. Figuring this place to be where the flow was connected, Harry wandered outside. Voices echoed from the kitchen. But Mum, whined a familiar male voice. Ronald Billis Weasley. I said no, and no it will remain. Merlin, help us. This isn't the time to indulge in such a fancy. Harry entered the kitchen without making a sound. Mrs. Weasley buzzed around, clearing the table and setting it at the same time. With the constant flow of people, it seemed someone was always eating. Ron sat pouting but still stuffing his face. Next to him, Ginny sat with a bored look on her face. Harry, shrieked Ginny, blushing lightly. Hey mate. Then the world went dark as Mrs. Weasley buried him in a hug. Harry scowled into her shoulder. He was 17 years old, yet he could barely see over Mrs. Weasley's shoulder. Even Ginny would beat him soon. Oh dear. Sit right down and have breakfast. Merlin knows if you're eating properly with no one to watch over you. Harry was literally pushed down, and in a second he was faced with full plate. Yeah, thanks. What was all the ruckus about? Ron regained his pout and Ginny sighed. This prat swears we won't be able to win the Quidditch Cup unless he gets a new broom. Mum won't buy it for him. Oh, Ron. Ron would never change. His childhood had been protected, and in protection's name Harry's had not. Harry ate silently, listening to the siblings bicker. He sometimes didn't like being around them because they reminded him how old he was. So when are we going to Diagon Alley? Harry finally asked. After lunch. We're waiting for our guards to assemble. Dumbledore said they'd be 2 of them. In other words, there would be another 2 or 3 skulking about pretending they weren't tailing him. Harry just rolled his eyes. Harry, how have you been? Asked Remus softly. His skin was still a little pale from the last full moon and the constant air of weariness a little more pronounced. Harry was beginning to see the difference between his werewolf friends and Remus. Remus had never accepted the wolf. He spent too much of his life hiding and striving to be something he was not. The wolf did not like being ignored. As fine as can be expected. I didn't know you were back from your mission. Actually, I'm still in the middle of it. I came back for the full moon. Harry nodded. His other guard was surprisingly enough Tonks. Watch our Harry. Hey Tonks, you're my other guard. Of course, I even volunteered. Merlin forbid, but I think Snape was going to get the duty. I think he even smiled when I volunteered, but I didn't dare ask him. Are we going to Gringotts first? I don't have any money with me. Dumbledore already took care of that. He said he got enough galleons for your school supplies and some pocket money for the year. Harry gave them a humorless smile. Figures Dumbledore would keep him away from his vault. If he couldn't see it, he wouldn't question it. The longer he was kept away from the goblins, the more secure Dumbledore's power base would be. Plus, it theoretically restricted his spending. Remus continued on talking without noticing Harry's twisted expression, but Tonks was watching him carefully. More closely than she'd ever had before. Harry gave her an odd look before remembering that her parents must have contacted her by now. The first open communication with the Black family since Andromeda Black Tonks' expulsion. Remus headed back upstairs while the two stayed in the now empty kitchen. Something on your mind, Nymphadora? Tonks scowled. Hey kid, don't call me that. And you can't distract me that easily. She moved about the kitchen serving both of them tea, all the while carrying an air of contemplation. You know what, kiddo? Sometimes I forget you're not really a kid anymore. I come to the order meetings and I see some of your classmates. I hear them talk about girls or boys, Quidditch, classes, and the gits of the world. I forget that you don't do that. We lock you up all alone save for a couple of old witches. Even so, your world is full of dark lords, curses, death threats and all that lot. And we still think you are a kid. That's life. But it isn't. We're fighting for our way of life every day and we're destroying yours. It's so easy to think you're a kid with no worries save the occasional Death Eater attack. My dear Nymphadora, what brought this about? Don't call me that. And you know exactly what brought this about. My parents owled me 2 days ago. You're lucky it was 2 days ago. I was so mad when I heard and realized you must have left the grounds I was ready to flow Dumbledore. I came here looking for him and walked into Molly screaming like a banshee at Ron and Ginny. They had sneaked out to a club with one of Ron's mates. She sent them up to their room, grounded of course. And I remembered when I was their age. I gave my mum all sorts of headaches with the mischief I got into. Even though most of it wasn't my fault to begin with. And I realized we're pushing you into a box, and I think you're pushing out the only way you can. Harry studied her silently. His face emotionless, his eyes alight with unnatural fire. Tonks shivered under his scrutiny. She wasn't sure which was more uncomfortable, Harry or Dumbledore's complete attention. Have you told anyone? I was going to. But I started to think. You're my family, aren't you? My lord and all that lot. And I think we've all failed you, the order that is. We've tried keeping you a kid and that only forced you to grow up faster when you couldn't find guidance from us. We've made you stand alone when all we were trying to do was protect you. I've failed you twice, once as an order member and another as a Black. Harry just gave her an ironic smile. S'all right, Tonks. I think that's what I was looking for. For people to start seeing how messed up things really were. And now, what will you do? What I've always been doing. I'm living my life and I can't very well let everybody interfere in that. Kid, I got the feeling there's a lot going around you. Harry gave her a grin. What do you want me to do? It's the least I can do. My family might have been disowned but my mum never forgot she was a Black. I owe my lord loyalty. The first thing you can do is never call me lord. You're no idea how odd that sounds. The next thing is keep family matters within the family. I think you truly are beginning to see who I have become in the Order's shadow. But people are difficult that way. They will not believe what is in front of them till they are ready. Tonks shook her head in disbelief. I can't believe none of us noticed. Mark my words, this is going to blow up in the Order's face. I'd hate to think how you felt when you found out you wear serious air. Harry gave her another mirthless smile. Disappointed that no one would confess to what they all knew. I've always known. I haven't survived this long by being stupid. Tonks flushed light pink, an odd contrast to neon green hair. Figures. You prove time and time again that you'll find every mess we keep away from you. Really, we've only ourselves to blame. After the freedom of being Evan Mortimer, Harry found this experience incredibly restricting. If he had never found his alias, he never would have realized how coddled he was. Remus and Tonks were constantly around him. At least Tonks had the grace to look apologetic whenever she met his eyes. He had spotted his other two minders, incredibly nondescript, so much that they stood out. He didn't think he knew them by name, probably newer recruits. It was incredibly boring. A quick trip to get his school books and some new robes. He had dropped potions back in the summer of 5th year when he was sure that he'd kill Snape if they were in the same company for more than 5 seconds. Thankfully, at least for Snape, Harry was improving. Ron and Ginny were with them but after they went to get ice cream, they met up with Stance Alanmere, one of Gryffindor's beaters. Harry had given up Quidditch back in 5th year, though he might just try again this year. Last year had been a mess, more mentally than anything else. His head had been so twisted and confused he had done a couple rash things if only to preserve his sanity. Ron and Ginny, the seeker that replaced him, build up a row about Quidditch with Stance, whose parents just rolled their eyes at him and wandered off. Remus. Tonks. I think I want to head back home. One of you can stay with Ginny and Ron. We will meet back up at the old pile of wood. Okay, kiddo. Remus can go ahead, you look kind of tired. I'll stay with the Munchkins. Harry followed Remus back to the Lakey Cauldron. It just wasn't fun being out here where everyone stared at his bloody scar. Plus he wanted to be at headquarters before Dumbledore got there. No doubt there would be a nice interrogation in front of a couple of Order members. They'd berate him for leaving Hogwarts but would completely forget to apologize for keeping Sirius Wool from him. The glass cage he'd been placed in was cracking and there wasn't a spell strong enough to fix it. The house was mostly empty. It was still early in the afternoon and most of the Order was at their day job. Remus headed upstairs for a nap and Harry wandered into the Black Library. The Blacks were no strangers to dark magic. Because of the house charms, no books could be removed from the library if the person in question intended to destroy it. It was safeguard the house had activated when the Order first tried. Nowadays the library was mostly left alone by the adults and forbidden to the younger ones. There was actually a ward in the library door, but because Harry was the Lord, there was no room in the house that would be locked to him. A fact he took delight in exploiting as he wandered from shelf to shelf. There were truly some nasty books in here. He hoped the house wouldn't mind if he borrowed a couple for some light reading. He'd shrunk a couple that looked promising, 3 of which weren't even dark arts books. Someone should be proud of him. He hadn't realized he had spent so much time in there. When next he took care, he found dinner had already been underway for 10 minutes. Cringing, Harry packed everything and cleaned his work area. He always wanted to make an entrance. The table was full, proof that an Order meeting would take place later. Harry walked in smoothly, refusing to mumble an apology or looking at the ground. This was his house and he would not apologize for anything. A tingling from the black ring made him wonder if the house or ring agreed with him. He had been told family rings were strange, only surpassed by old magic houses. Good evening everyone, Harry said calmly, taking a seat next to Tonks in a which he didn't know but recognized as one of his minders today. Harry dear, where were you? I sent the twins and Ron up to find you and they didn't see a thing. You almost missed dinner, scolded the Weasley matriarch even as she put a plate in front of Harry. I'm sorry for making you worry, I merely lost track of time reading. You're starting the 7th year books already, mate. Don't let Hermione hear, Ron said around a full mouth. Harry smiled but didn't contradict anything he said. He figured he'd best eat. Dumbledore would be here soon and they'd finally face off. He needed to be prepared mentally. This was not the time to lash out like a child, he needed to attack like Dumbledore. He figured his Potter solicitor happened to mention the young man that came to collect his inheritance to the old coot. It would only make sense he'd be informed at Gringotts about his black inheritance as well. Let the show begin. Dumbledore arrived, neon robes and all. He greeted everyone and only took a cup of tea as dinner ended. Harry, if you could stay a moment. Harry just nodded his acceptance, ignoring Ron and Ginny's curious eyes as they were ushered outside but accepting Tonks' hand from under the table. She knew what was coming as well. What Harry didn't know was if she would publicly support him. It was one thing to realize what a mockery of a life they had given him, it was another to go against the most powerful light wizard, a man they'd respected since childhood. My boy, it has come to my attention that you left the wards of Hogwarts on your birthday. I understand you need your freedom, but Voldemort remains a very real threat to your safety, a threat you seem to be taking entirely too lightly. Admonished Dumbledore, his eyes shining with disappointment. Any other time Harry would have looked down, ashamed of being reprimanded by a man he admired but pitied for his lot in life as the unofficial leader of the light. But there was only one option he was willing to take right now, he needed to wake them up. And what happens in less than a year when the wards of Hogwarts no longer protect me? What will you then? Commented Harry lazily to the obvious shock of anyone that was listening. After he spoke, pretty much everyone was. What happens in a couple months? What will you do? I don't intend to become a hermit in this house, watching for the day Voldemort finally strikes too close to home. Harry James Potter, screeched the Weasley Banshee. Harry loved Mrs. Weasley enough that he felt bad about continuing. He shot her an apologetic look before continuing while Dumbledore seemed to be struck speechless. It might have not occurred to him yet that Harry would rebel. Harry, just because Voldemort left you alone last year does not mean he has left you alone completely. If you continue to make a target of yourself, he will act. He will attack where you are most vulnerable and those you associate with will fall prey to his rage. Harry flinched slightly. He always felt guilty when people died by merely standing in between him and his attackers. And Dumbledore knew it. So what will you do next year? Next year I will have finished my schooling if I should so desire. I will leave Hogwarts, though it will always feel like my first home. And I will live my life. Sirius taught me one thing when he died. Better a day under the sky, than a lifetime in a corner. Voldemort is the wizarding world's bane. He was created in our negligence, and just as every life that touched his molded him, so must every life that he touches correct his errors. I will not be held responsible for his actions. If Voldemort's power continues to spread, it is only through everyone's blind eyes that he grows. Let the eyes that looked away pay the consequences. Harry could feel the order's shock. Even Dumbledore seemed to lose his voice. He had never actually vocalized his ideals to anyone. Instead, he had followed others, agreed to their philosophy, whether Dumbledore's idealism or Ron Slytherin bashing. It was an awful thing to say, a hateful truth. Surely you don't think like that, was Dumbledore's mournful comment. What will you have me to? Protect those that have never given me reason to offer such protections. Let them slander my name and hold my hand out to them as they slap it just so they might take it when they fear. I am not one to live off dreams. Harry was half concentrating on Dumbledore and half wondering when he became such a good speaker. He hadn't lost his temper yet, and his words actually made sense. Of course he couldn't hope to keep his temper forever, but the longer the better. What have we to fight for if not for dreams? Your parents fought and died for a dream that was your future. Sirius fought for the dream to live free as your guardian. We all fight for a dream that is tomorrow. Don't use my parents' and godfather's memory to twist logic with me. You cannot so easily hope to change the world I see. It is not that which we are discussing here anyway. My philosophy is my own. My activities on my birthday are my own. Tell me, how long did it take your little spies to inform you I'd made an appearance? By the way, thanks for proving me correct. Now I know who my informant was. Harry, this is no time to be rebellious. I had hoped you were mature enough to realize the dangers of playing such games during a time of war. And I had hoped your mind was not as touched for you to realize my life was given to me to live. Not to anyone else. Mrs. Weasley was practically purple by now. Everyone else had yet to pick up their jaw after witnessing their leader being reprimanded by a 17-year-old boy. We are only trying to protect you, my boy. And failing miserably. You don't know what you should protect. I need protection from being the boy who lived. I need training if I want to continue being the bloody boy who still lives. Language, screeched the Banshee. I don't need protection from grief. I don't need protection from freedom. And I don't want protection that has made me who I am. Tell me, Dumbledore, why was I sent to Privet Drive after the only parent I could remember died when all I wanted was someone to hold me after a nightmare? Was your bloody useless wards worth night after night when I'd see veils, red eyes, and green lights? I am truly sorry for how things turned out. At the time it was the only way to keep you safe from Voldemort. And who would keep me safe from myself? I wanted to die because I could not hold onto this world. My dreams pulled me into another and my nightmares pushed me all the same. I still don't know how I didn't just off myself that summer. It took me the whole year to work through my issues. None of my friends could help me, they'd never felt what I was going through. The order that might have offered some support was too busy chasing shadows and dark marks. Harry rose from his seat, finally releasing Tonk's trembling hand. It was time they realized what their negligence had cost him. In the background the Banshee wailed, this time in sorrow. I have done what I needed to do. Raising his left hand, the two family rings flashed with the magic that sang in their very core. I have accepted my legacy. I have learned to stand on my own. And I can no longer accept the protection you offer as it is now. I am Lord twice over because of my father and godfather, and in their memory I will fight the evil that plagued this earth in what form they take. But I will not hide in the light's idealism because it is what is wished of me. I have made my decisions and it is no one's right to stand between me and them. And his glass cage shattered. Amos Caliga never made a sound as he walked to the lakeside. The water glowed with the silver moonlight. On the banks a young man reclined leisurely on a large boulder. Raven hair melted into the night and pale skin seemed even paler in the shadowy light. Two emerald eyes looked out into the expanse from an aristocratic face. Harry made no sign he sensed the presence of the elder vampire and did not even flinch as the elder gracefully knelt by him, deadly fingers stroking his cheek in greeting till they slid to his chin and twisted his face so he met glowing yellow eyes head on. Greetings, Elder Amos Caliga. His voice was a soft whisper, smooth and refined. The voice of the Lord he was becoming. So formal, child. How unlike you. Harry scowled. You ruined the moment. Harry could practically hear the whine in his voice. He refused to pout though. Lest you become a high and mighty before your time. I'm working on it. You'll succeed eventually, but in the meantime you might want to look into the immortal life. You certainly are a supportive friend. Never told you I would be. Harry pouted. How goes your clan? Curious child, the clans are astir this night. Any more vague and I'd say you've been consorting with centaurs. What's got the pretty leeches in a twist? Impudent child. There is a new lord vying for ground among the darker creatures. Morrigan, a name of old. He any good? It had been several weeks since his missive went out to the clans. He'd give them till the start of school before he sent another charmed messenger to retrieve his answers. Too bad the birds were really only good for the task that they were created for. The major benefit for such an exploit of power was the message's safety. Who knows, the clans are all gossiping like mortal housewives. Harry paused for a moment. Amos, are you sulking? I am Amos Ferox Caliga, rector of the clan Caliga. I do not sulk. So you are sulking. No one paying attention to your almighty presence. As I was saying, it is certainly interesting. In my younger days I roamed with many a Morrigan blood though I never met the famous Ravenclaw. Her uncle, Thor the Twit, was certainly reincarnated into the child Nymphadora Tonks you rattle on about. Although he had no tact, it was miracle he lived as long as he did. I think he finally died after winning a brawl and tripping over a balcony. I do not rattle. And you're babbling. Amos sighed heavily. Very well. After all, I only spent the last couple of weeks repeating the same thing to every fanged creature that asked me. I might as well repeat it for my little mortal child. Harry scowled. He would grow one day. They came in the beginning of the month. I was talking to the rector of Herrick, Amrys Yeen, when two creatures of magic, birds of power, came to us. You live as long as I do, you see most spells at least once. This was the Nuntius charm, the messenger. Useful but draining bit of spell work. They delivered the message, certainly a startling offer Lord Morrigan was sending. We were all so busy with the news very few noticed when the birds didn't fade. Harry jerked slightly. That was not a property of the Nuntius charm. They faded once their job was done. It can't possibly still be around. In response, Amos let out sharp whistle. The air in front of him shimmered. A raven seemed suspended in the air. Like a silvery Patronus frozen in the sky. Then the creature sent out a pulse of magic and light. Translucent wings beat once. A ripple of magic originated from its beak, flowing down its body. With a cry it was free. It fluttered around for a bit before settling on Amos' shoulder. It was as beautiful as the first time he had seen it. To his utter amusement the bird began displaying some very Hedwig-like behavior. It started preening Amos's dark hair. Amos cast the child a dark look, just daring him to laugh. They have stayed since first I laid eyes on it. I know of no spell that could conjure such a specimen as Ravenlight here. Ravenlight? Harry asked, hiding a grin. You try being shadowed by a creature constantly. At least I haven't started talking to it yet. One of my children tells of the elder Varian. He was ambushed by troublesome wizards. Normally it wouldn't have been a problem except he was already injured resolving a challenge to his position. Alone he would have perished. But he had a Nuntius fire-born owl that attacked as if it were defending her own nestling. Now Elder Varian keeps it by his side talking to it all day. At least his young have peace from his incessant chatter. You'd think that immortal would eventually run out of things to say. Harry chucked in amusement. He definitely concentrated too much on Hedwig when he did the charm. A pleasure then, Ravenlight, wind-born raven. The owl hooted with obvious affection. Harry gave it a strange glance. What exactly did he end up doing to the charm? This wasn't normal, even by his standards. So my child, care to explain why exactly you have taken the name Morgan? Harry scowled. Figures Amos would connect all the little clues. Only Harry could warp such an old and established charm. Because it is my name. Amos' yellow eyes stared at him unblinkingly, his face impassive. Anyone else would have given him no mind, but Harry could tell by now Amos, centuries-old vampire, was confused. Harry sighed. My father's blood named me Potter, my godfather's love christens me Black, and my mother's ancestors have always named their sons Morgan. And my enemy willed me Slytherin. Amos gave him an amused glance, a twinkle in his eyes all too reminiscent of some familiar mischievous twins. If only the elders knew what I know. They were all so very impressed with the spell work, intrigued by its resilience, attracted by the show of power. All the Nuntius that came to the clans at once was a very strong show of power. But if they should learn that their Lord Morgan is none other than the boy who lived, Lord of Potter and Black. My. Harry gave him a glare he'd spent considerable time gleaning from Snape back in their potion days. And they will not learn of it from our favorite leech. Me. Why, this is too much fun. No hint will come from me so long as I'm invited to your grand entrance. He just sighed. Elder vampires were so jaded. And apparently silly with age. What kind of response should I expect? Amos was silent for a moment, proving exactly why he had outlived so many of his brethren. In a world where the battlefronts are closing in on us, Lord Morgan might just be our rallying point. The only thing needed now is some widespread recognition of said name. You have to prove you can fight and win. Harry couldn't afford anything else. Professors, headmaster. Harry nodded his greeting to McGonagall, Snape and Dumbledore never pausing for a moment. Snape sneered and the other two called out their own greeting. The order meeting had been 2 nights ago and they were all still raw from the backlash of Harry's anger. Since then they had all kept their distance, probably hoping Harry would calm down before they approached him. Fools. All of them. They were committing the same mistakes as they had last year. Letting him brood so his wounds would merely scab. Harry was almost around the corner when he swung around. He wouldn't let history repeat itself. Headmaster, if you would be so kind as to arrange a meeting between us sometime this week. Harry only waited for Dumbledore's nod before he spun away. Even as he walked, Snape's indignant voice echoed in the corridor. School would commence in little more than a week. He might have failed divination, but he had a feeling this year would be unlike any other. He hated being right sometimes. It figured Dumbledore would bring in the reinforcement. Sometimes Harry wondered if Dumbledore would do nothing but repeat history. As much as Harry hated to admit it, Harry and the child Tom Riddle were eerily alike, orphans, neglected, abused, with a thirst to prove to the world that they were worth something, whether in the guise of Dark Lord or Savior. Harry couldn't let himself be dragged down that path. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley as well as Professor McGonagall sat in a half-circle around the headmaster. Snape hovered in the shadows like the overgrown bat everyone called him. Harry, we were just finishing some order business. If you could give us a moment. Harry nodded, his face carefully bland as he tried to analyze everyone's motive. The Weasleys were there to rein him in, his affection for them a tool in Dumbledore's hand. Especially since they were so used to following him, they practically bred him an army. McGonagall the Fair, the impartial voice of reason, his head of house that was Dumbledore's closest ally among the year-round staff. And Snape, the antagonist. Angry lips let words loose more easily than a calm mind. He cringed at the number of times he'd been called before the 3 members of staff and been played so easily. That was perhaps the only reason he understood everyone's part there. Without that familiarity he'd probably miss the subtleties that would play out. He had to keep his temper and be wary of the concessions he'd most likely unwittingly make. Harry, I'm terribly sorry for not offering you a limo. Drop. Perhaps you'd care for some tea. Exasperation flickered across Harry's face before it faded back into his unreadable mask. No, thanks, headmaster. I requested this meeting because I feel it is time we clear the air between us. It would do for a very unpleasant year otherwise. Dumbledore beamed at him. Harry eyed him wearily. The lavender moon and sun robes did not help the image of sanity. Let's be methodical about this. I ask questions and I hear explanations. Typical Potter, sneered the potions master. Your arrogance is only on par with your father's. The headmaster is not here for your pleasure. But then again, Potters have never been known to consider anyone else. The others gave muffled protests and Dumbledore chided him gently. This meeting will also continue with his little Snape. Professor Snape. Harry. Interference if he wishes to be here. I've no need to talk to him and no reason to include him, but I will humor you and allow him to stay. Snape, pale skin flushed, and the angry words that burned behind his eyes were only silenced by the look Dumbledore sent him. Tell me, headmaster, why was my inheritance kept from me? You were the wizard in charge of my parents' estate when Sirius was incarcerated. Dumbledore sighed heavily, age apparent in his face. Harry remained impassive. Harry, every year you come into these halls and every year it pains me to see more burdens added to your shoulders. I could not bear to place even more demands that no child should have to hold on you. Harry merely frowned. Times like this he was glad he'd done occlumency privately last year. It helped detach himself. You do not become possessed by the Dark Lord and expect childhood to welcome you back. You do not expect to live as long as I have by clinging to fancies. Behind him Mrs. Weasley muffled a wail, but Harry would not say anything less than the truth just to appease her sensibilities. Since the day I heard how my parents once came here I have been eager for any remnant of their past. Did you think knowing about their vault would have been a burden? Did you think it would have hurt me to know that one day I would wear the ring that my father and his father wore? I know you tried to protect me from money-hungry politicians, but you denied me the links to my past. The precious few mementos that I have of the people who gave birth to me and who died serving your precious order. Dumbledore's eyes were clouding with guilt. I am terribly sorry. You were so young I could not help but try to protect you in any way I could, as your parents would have wanted. Harry's lips tightened at the mention of his parents, but he let it pass. Better to pick his battles. Behind him Mr. Weasley reached out a hand and squeezed his shoulder, his other arm busy comforting Mrs. Weasley's watery form. Did you ever think to tell me about Sirius' inheritance? The only thing I had of my godfather was a broken mirror and broom I dared not use for fear of damaging it. I know and appreciate you trying to protect me from more grief, but grief is not something you or I can control. We all suffer from it and we all must let it pass if we want to move on. He was my godfather and I loved him every second I had him and miss him every second I don't, but he was not my life or the end of it. I can only beg forgiveness for any transgression you feel I have committed. The years have not been kind to you, we merely wished to spare you some unnecessary grief. I understand your reasons, but every time you try to protect me you push me away, you hurt me without explaining, and everyone lets you because you are the leader of the light. There are many things I can rage against right now, but no doubt they'll become clearer with time. I can say all I want, but no one will truly believe me till they see it for themselves. I've only one last thing to say. Harry breathed in deeply, reaching for his meditation techniques when all he wanted to do was smash all his babbles and claw out the twinkling eyes that seemed to say how proud he was of Harry for talking calmly. Like his transgressions didn't matter. I don't think I will ever forgive you for the Dursleys. McGonagall threw in a sharp breath as Harry met Dumbledore's mournful eyes. I am sorry they died. I truly did believe the wards would have kept them safe. Harry blinked slowly. He blinked again. Oh, there went his temper. By Circe. That not what I meant. Are you naturally this blind, or does this only apply to me? Have you lived so long that your wits have failed you? When you placed me there 16 years ago, did you have even a faint idea of what kind of people they were? Did you believe once the demon was vanquished we'd live a fairy tale ending? By now Harry's eyes were shining with power born of anger, flames lashing cruelly within the irises. His voice had steadily risen till he was all but screaming. Snape would have shut him up right about now if not for the fact his hair was standing on end because of the magical discharge from the teenage boy. Slytherins did have preservation instincts after all. I blame you for every year under their roof and every summer you made me return. It would have been kinder to have given me to Snape to raise. At least then I would have known why I was hated. Harry finished in a deadly whisper that was brittle and sharp, a mask that hid the pain of a strangled childhood. At least then I would have never had to wonder why my family didn't like touching me save to remind me of my place. Harry sat down, never realizing he had gotten up in the first place. From behind he was enfolded in the only arms that he had ever felt give him the affection of a mother. He felt hot tears against his neck and a soft murmur of comfort near his ear. He blinked over bright eyes as he studied the headmaster. Dumbledore looked sad and shocked, regretful with guilt in his eyes. Behind him McGonagall's eyes were bright, a knowing glint not hidden by the pity that shone clearly. McGonagall had at least suspected. He didn't bother looking at Snape. The man had seen his memories for Merlin's sake. But Harry understood his blindness. Decades-old grudge blinded him from seeing the whole picture that the scraps of torment added up to. Sharp emerald eyes studied the headmaster relentlessly. He saw emotions swirling in those blue depths. But never the one that mattered. There were plenty of sorries for having to suffer the consequences for matters of trust. There was no sorry for committing the crimes in the first place. Sorries for the damage they caused, but no sorry for stepping into his life and tweaking it like it was his own personal violin. Still Harry searched. And still he could not find what he wanted. He closed his eyes wearily, wishing he was back in his dorm room. And he had to wonder if Dumbledore had managed to hurt him even more than those whose hands were stained with the blood of his loved ones. So he kept his eyes closed, not wanting to be disappointed again. His sleep-fogged mind fell deeper into the abyss that was a point and an eternity all in 1 second. 7-year-old Tom Marvolo Riddle didn't dare make a sound. The hands on his upper arms were painfully tight and the laughter of the other boys held no mercy. He clamped his mouth shut as he stumbled, earning a gash on his knee that would later scar. Tom was pulled up so fast that for a moment his feet dangled in the air. There were lessons you learned early in life. No one would hear you. No one would help you. There were plenty of people that could, of course, powerful people that could take his nightmares away. Too bad there weren't any that cared to. He didn't make a sound as he was dragged by the older boys from the dormitory, the rows of beds silent with sleeping orphans. If any were awake, they knew better than to speak out. You learned quickly the only way to survive was to keep your head down. Down the empty hallway and into the open crisp air. He almost wished the overseer would wake from his nightly drunken stupor. At least then he knew what would happen to him. These boys were a different matter. In terms of orphans, they were old. They would live the rest of their childhood within these walls before being thrust out into the world with only a few pounds to their name. Of course they were bitter. And they made sure everyone was aware of it. Tom didn't give them the satisfaction of crying out. He wouldn't plead with them. He wouldn't ask for mercy. They could humiliate him, could hurt him, but they wouldn't take his pride. He recognized the area he was being led to as being behind the orphanage. Summer had already killed any type of greenery that dared grow in such a dreary earth. Broken toys were discarded randomly, showing years of use and misuse. One of the older boys moved on ahead and Tom paled as he opened the rusted doors that led into the seldom used cellar. Silent tears fell from his eyes. Not the dark. Not the dark. Help me. Not the dark. Please, not the dark. It was only then that he began struggling in earnest. His limbs flaying wildly, elbowing one of his handlers sharply. It didn't save him. A few blows later his body was dumped into the cellar. Stumbling down the stairs, Tom sprang from his position on the ground only to watch as the cellar doors were slammed shut, a heavy scraping of metal against metal indicating he was now locked inside. Pale moonlight filtered in through a crack and Tom wrapped skinny arms around himself as he glanced at the darkness around him uneasily. It would be 2 days before he was reported missing, 3 before he was found. In Gryffindor Tower, Harry stirred uneasily in his sleep, twisting to escape some unpleasant vision conjured in his dreams. In Riddle Manor, Voldemort frowned in discomfort, his rest plagued by memories he'd tried to bury every day anew. 6-year-old Harry James Potter froze. Emerald eyes wide and watchful. They were the eyes of a trapped creature who watched for the next blow to fall. Small hands stilled at his side and his breathing slowed. Everything faded save the red face of his uncle in front of him and the beefy hand clamped around his neck. The hand was tight but not restricting. Terrifying but not harmful. Like it had always been and hopefully always would be. His uncle dare not harm him permanently for fear of discovery, and for that Harry was grateful. Even when he was terrified out of his mind that his uncle's small mercy would end. Harry's body answered the tugs his uncle exerted on him. Never resisting and never crying. Harry knew how to deal with his uncle. His uncle held no mercy if the freak resisted against anything Vernon felt was his due. His body stumbled to the ground as he was shoved into his cupboard. His back colliding with the side of his cot. Bright emerald eyes watched as the door was closed. A second later the little bolt was drawn, locking Harry in his dark corner. His body crouched on the ground, his eye level with the little sliver of light that shone under the cupboard door. He couldn't see them but he could hear them. Vernon and Petunia praising their little Duddums, promising marvelous gifts Santa was sure to bring. And in the darkness tears marked dirty cheeks. His face pressed against the floor, thin fingers wiggling under the door almost as if trying to reach an impossible dream. Was it so difficult to love him, he often wondered in those moments. He wouldn't ask for much, wouldn't even care if he had no presents to open tomorrow. So long as they let him sit in the warmth, let him hear their voices free of disdain. Don't hate me. Don't hate me. Please don't hate me. In his darkened corner tears continued to fall, his throat tight with his suppressed pain. Emerald eyes bright in the gloom, screaming all the pain and rage his mouth would never utter. They forgot him that Christmas Eve as would they tomorrow when they shared in the holidays' festivities. It wouldn't be till breakfast needed to be made in 2 days that they retrieved their wayward charge. Memories and dreams tore at the ill-fated connection born 16 years ago. Barriers and shields created by both parties were torn asunder as two men woke simultaneously, eyes wide, searching for long-gone tormentors. Voldemort's ruby eyes burned into his mind. You begin to see what you wished not true. Emerald eyes gazed back in defiance. What is it? That night I cursed you only to be broken. I marked you in more ways than a magical bond and a silly scar. I made you my heir. Just because you gave me some of your powers is no reason to name me thus. There are truer ways to mark one. Harry sensed Voldemort's amusement. You haven't the luxury to lie to yourself, my heir. When I took the life of your parents I gave you mine. I gave you the childhood that made me. I marked you in the magical world, drawing attention to you just as Dumbledore had been drawn to me 50 years prior. Voldemort's voice took on an air of remembrance, slightly detached. He knew that which flowed in my veins since before I was born. It was he that orchestrated the meeting of my mother's bloodline to my Muggle father. He foolishly thought that the Muggle blood would dilute the power of Slytherin. Slytherin blood cannot be swayed in such a manner. Even you who claim the name, willingly or not, through a magical bond carry the gifts of Slytherin strongly. Each time we meet I mark you more mine than before, and you prove the very traits Slytherin prized above all. In your first year you would not bow to a master. In your second you walked with the serpents, speaking their tongue. In your fourth we were bound even more tightly when I took your blood. In your fifth year you shrugged off the mantle of subservience that the holy leader of the light kept you under. You have an ambition as strong as mine, though yours is nobler than mine, I suppose. What ambition is that? Was his wary question. Your desire to stay alive has proven greater than any I had met before. Harry let a contemplative silence envelope him. It was simpler when I was younger. I only had to worry about a half-dead Dark Lord. I knew my enemy back then. Who is your enemy now? Asked Voldemort with true curiosity. I sometimes have to wonder who isn't. The wind carried the first chill of the autumn months. High on a tower's turret Harry gazed down upon the long line of carriages that would bring the returning Hogwarts students. Far off to the side, the lake glowed under the half-moon. A small swarm of lights bobbing up and down upon the surface. The little first years were coming to Hogwarts. It all seemed so far away at that moment. A light breeze danced through messy locks and emerald eyes glowed like a faded killing curse. His Gryffindor robes was stiff, the new material still starch with the common cloth preservation charms. He never wore the student robes during the holiday. It was only so long before one started to grimace at the thought of black robes. Idly, Harry wondered if he managed to live as long as Dumbledore if he would end up wearing yellow polka dot robes as well. His mind returned to the present. For now, his isolation would end and he would once again be their boy who lived. He would be who he had to be for the moment. He would just have to be careful not to harbor his anxieties within himself as was his habit. Nothing good ever came of that. Amos' rule of thumb. If they annoyed you, hex them. Amos did always say it was a great way to work off tension. Of course he recommended say. And bloodletting as well. Vampires. Harry snorted in amusement. It would be fate's joke that the first student Harry saw was none other than the Slytherin prince himself, Draco Malfoy. And it never occurred to Malfoy to keep his mouth shut when faced with Harry Potter, the Gryffindor Lion. Gryffindor Lion, yet another name to add to his collection. Named for the fierce temper that was his trademark in 5th year. His house had taken it upon themselves to learn how volatile Harry was on any particular day. They might be Gryffindors, but even they had preservation instincts. He wondered how red Snape's face turned when he heard that particular pet name. It was fortune indeed the two rarely met. Mayhap Dumbledore had some common sense in that batty head of his. Potter, still alive. I could have sworn someone would have rectified this little problem by now. Now, Malfoy. Just because your father can't seem to catch me and just because your master doesn't seem able to kill me is no reason to bring up their failings. I'm sure it's not for lack of desire. Tell me, Malfoy, did Daddy come home all crucioed lately? Harry spat back with a decidedly irritating grin on his face. Malfoys were trained to react to body language above all else. As a result, their political success was often viewed as a product of their quick wits. Unfortunately, it was also their most obvious failing if one knew how to use it. For a second, Malfoy stood there stunned and confused. Harry's body language was cheerfully sickening, but his words held uncommon spite. Come now, Malfoy, where's your silver tongue? Or have you gotten your uniform and adopted a forked tongue? The grin never left his face. Mark my words, Potter, you'll be dead before the year is over. The Dark Lord will deal with you soon enough and then you'll wish you'd never lived past your first birthday. Malfoy hissed. Harry made a show of looking around. They were off to the side of the Great Hall entrance. A few curious students looked their way, but no one was willing to get in between Malfoy and Potter. What a public place to declare your allegiance, Draco. How unwise of you. What use are all the lessons your father stuffed into your head now? How disappointing. Harry purposely adopted a mild reprimanding tone. A tone much like Dobby had said the younger Malfoy was chastised in by his father. If there was one thing Harry had learned last year after the incarceration of Malfoy Sr. was the utter devotion Malfoy had for his sire. A word of approval would levitate the blonde boy to the havens while a reprimand would crush his heart. Such background information resulted in one thing apparently. A heavy flush that seemed to grow from the B.O.'s neck upward. Don't you dare say a word about my father. Especially since you've so little experience dealing with fathers. Watch yourself, little serpent. Harry hissed at him for his own curiosity in Parseltongue. If they'd met their master by now, they would have learned nothing good ever came out of a Parseltongue's mouth. To his amusement, Draco paled dramatically, as did his two silent goons. Been kneeling at your master's feet, Malfoy. You shouldn't be so startled. Voldemort's not one to ignore Slytherin's gift. Be a good boy. Harry hissed at Malfoy's retreating back. If anything, Malfoy walked even faster. Even Malfoy's parting glare did not seem to penetrate Harry's bemusement. Perhaps he would spend the year hissing at those that annoyed him. So long as no one turned up petrified, he should be able to stay out of Azkaban. Harry smirked cruelly in his direction. The watching students stared at him nervously, although most were more concerned about Malfoy's predicted retaliation. The pure-blooded inbreed did not take it well when he lost, whether a verbal spar or quidditch game. Someone would pay tonight. Oi, Harry, mate, over here. Harry was startled at the loud exclamations. The influx of students didn't allow him to search for the speaker. Which is why it came as a surprise when a warm body barreled into Harry, propelling him to the ground. Instinctively, Harry twisted his body so he landed on top of his attacker. And he promptly met the startled eyes of Seamus Finnegan. Seamus, Harry sighed. A wicked smile bloomed on his face after a moment. From his position on Seamus' stomach, Harry leaned in closer to the Irishman. Are you going to make it a habit of yours to jump unsuspecting students? Seamus blushed but did nothing to stop the answering grin on his face. That is plan B. In effect only if they say no, teased the Irishman. Lovely spectacle you've made of yourself, Mr. Finnegan, Mr. Potter. Startled, the boys looked up and met the laughing face of Dean Thomas. Harry did nothing to rectify the situation. Conversationally he asked Seamus. You reckon we should get up? Seamus adopted a look of deep thought. I figure we could have dinner out here, nice and private. Be first in line to the dorms later. The students around smiled. Then they laughed as Harry let out a yelp when a pair of hands wove under his arms and hauled him up like some wayward child. Dean shared an amused glance with Harry before he rolled his eyes and let him go. Neville bent down and hauled Seamus up. Honestly, overgrown prats. I've a warm dinner waiting for me. With that, Dean spun around and stalked into the great hall. The trio of boys trailed him obediently. Hey Dean, you do remember there's a considerable amount of runts in need of sorting. Don't remind me, was Ron's passing comment as he walked with his Quidditch friends. There was only one thing Ron treasured above Quidditch, and that was food. Harry just rolled his eyes. There were definitely a lot more first years than Harry had seen before. Sadly, Harry realized his year was made of the survivors, the children of parents who dared conceive during the height of Voldemort's power. They were born under a bright Mars, as the centaurs would say. So many little runts. Ned Seamus with a morose look at his empty plate. Pass the time wisely. Harry reprimanded lightly, his eyes traveling over the first years. Bet you a sickle that blonde girl with the pigtails is a Ravenclaw. Seamus grinned. Bet you that little runt with his nose in the air is a Slytherin. Dean glanced at the kid in question. That kid practically has "Made in Malfoy" stamped on him. Not much of a gamble for an Irishman. The three boys snickered while Seamus pretended to look affronted. Glancing at them, Harry couldn't help but marvel at their easy friendship. He had always been so isolated with Hermione and Ron, he had failed to really get to know his housemates. It didn't help that Hermione's know-it-all forcefulness made her little friends among the students. It wasn't that he didn't treasure their friendship, he knew without them his life would have been a bigger mess than it already was, but Harry had long since realized the trio had begun to stifle each other. They were really too young to be as involved as they were in Harry's yearly trysts with death. He knew they really tried to be there for him. They tried so hard after Sirius' death that they eventually began to push him away unknowingly. It was too stressful for him to confide in either, and their frustration at Harry's continual distance led to the deterioration of their close friendship. Harry wasn't in any state to deal with Ron's jealousy over the fears that had infected his mind over Sirius' hushed-up will. He also didn't think he would be able to take any Hermione-like interrogations only to be assigned some self-help book to deal with his grief. It had been then that Harry began spending time with Neville. He allowed Harry to retreat into silence and disappear when need be, but was always ready to listen when Harry had finally begun to sort the mess in his head. Neville was such an unassuming character, it was easy to forget he had at one time or another had gone through much of what he himself dealt with. And as the only two would-be lords in Gryffindor, they would both face much the same tasks. Their lives could have so easily been switched, Harry sometimes reminded himself with awe and envy. Neville's calm presence was soon offsetted when the new duo began hanging out with Seamus and Dean. Harry quickly learned to appreciate the newly formed group last year when Death Eater's attacks grew in number and people began looking once more at the so-called Hope of the Light. The trio never asked about Voldemort in detail, knowing that Harry needed some reprieve from all the people that hounded him. They protected him when prats crouched upon his space and covered for him when he needed to disappear. Funny that three underage wizards should figure out what the Order of the Phoenix even now failed to grasp. Something that Hermione and Ron failed to grasp at times during their long friendship. These were the demons Harry needed protection from. 14 new Gryffindors, and 3 deserts later the small group of boys hauled themselves up for the endless trek upstairs to Gryffindor Tower. They took the time to loudly BMO, and the appointment of Draco Malfoy as head boy. Stifled laughs erupted around them as they gathered the attention of the crowd. Ignoring Hermione's frowning face, the group began to sing a little ditty in honor of the Slytherin prince. "There was a Slytherin boy," bellowed Seamus, "who had Daddy buy all the toys," hollered Harry, a smile never leaving his face, "and shoved money around to become head boy," added Dean, more than a little silly after trying to beat Seamus in a pie-eating contest. But we'll teach him he hasn't a choice," yelled Neville in a rare moment of boisterous. "But to bow down when the Gryffindors make noise," finished off Seamus to the applause of their audience. The boys took up the chant all the way to Gryffindor Tower, each time yelling the last line a little bit louder. By the time they arrived, most of the accompanying Gryffindors were bellowing it out in their own sweet dulcet tones. The first years no exception, and Hermione now wore a permanent frown. Harry smiled, pleased with himself. The first years had been thoughtfully corrupted against Draco Malfoy. Strictly educational. "Nev, did you buy the robes?" Harry asked as he pulled his robe off and struck his head into his pajama top. "Yes, my gran took me to buy my hereditary robes 2 weeks ago. It wasn't easy convincing the seamstress to give me a clean set, but Gran can be quite forceful when she wants to be. Gran said it was a shame none of the professors had the decency to escort you personally. I'm not sure if I was supposed to keep the whole thing a secret, but I couldn't have gotten them without her help." "I hope that's all right, Harry." "No worries, Nev. With my luck I'd probably have been sent with Snape. Thanks for getting them for me, and don't forget to thank your gran as well. The first Wizengamot session begins in a couple of weeks, and I'd never have lived it down if I showed up in my school uniform. I have the robes in my trunk if you want them now." Harry glanced at the empty beds, glad that the rest of the boys were still in the common room enjoying their last day of freedom. "It probably would be best. Who knows when we'll be alone again." Neville stumbled slightly as he opened the trunk at the foot of his bed. Under books and standard school robes was a light package wrapped carefully in paper. Harry unwrapped the package and was met with 2 silvery lengths of cloth. On further inspection, one was the inner robe, a tight-fitting robe with a high collar and no sleeves, and the other was the loose formal outer robe that would eventually display his family's crest. Currently all that Harry saw was a finely made silvery robe with no identification mark. The seamstress said in order to bring out the family crest you had to put the robes on and place your family or heir ring on at the same time. The hereditary robes. Magic activates when it connects to the ring and the crest is then projected. "You do have your ring, don't you, Harry?" Neville said nervously. He barely remembered that Harry might not have known how the robes, magic would work and would not have taken possession of the Potter ring. "Interesting. I have wondered how they made the individual crests appear." Harry mused aloud. "No worries, Nev, I already have my family ring. And a couple others," Harry added silently. He folded the silvery material once more, not bothering to fish out his rings for fear that Neville might accidentally see 2 rings Harry didn't want to reveal anytime soon. He didn't feel like dealing with that mess even when it came out according to his plans. Meddlesome founder bloodlines. 1,000 years later, and their names were about to make the forefront of wizarding news once more. Dumbledore beamed at Harry from his seat in the head table. No one had overlooked the change in Harry Potter at the beginning of term. To all watching, Harry seemed happier. This was not the angry 5th year or the brooding 6th. This Harry seemed more like the sweet child that first came as an 11-year-old, except not as shy. Some of the older teachers could swear James Potter was walking amongst them once more when they saw the messy-haired teen in the hallways. The Order was careful not to break the peace that had descended after Harry's rage. They were aware he had come into his inheritance but had decidedly not questioned him about it. Harry figured that as long as they didn't bring him up for an interrogation, Harry couldn't question them on Order activities. Besides, their scrutiny had been directed elsewhere ever since rumors of the rise of a new lord had begun to surface. Few of the clans had allied with him as of yet, but Harry was aware that a larger number than should be expected had yet to declare an allegiance. They were waiting for the Lord Morrigan to make his move. Harry lived to create mischief in the plans of those that thought him a piece in their chessboard. According to Amos, the Nuntius charm birds had not dissipated. Amos had been quick to declare his allegiance. After all, he alone knew who exactly he was offering support to. He had told Harry directly but done the formality of sending back the Nuntius bird, his Ravenlight. Much to their surprise, the bird had delivered the letter silently one night in the dorm room and flown back to Amos. Both mortal and vampire had spent some time experimenting with his malfunctioning charm birds. Harry was apparently able to call a specific bird to him, but otherwise the messenger bird took on the added task of protecting the recipients of the letters. Amos theorized that because of the amount of power Harry wielded, he had created a deeper impression than normal when he released the magic. Because he had created the messengers with his faithful Hedwig in mind, the magic had then been shaped in such a way that the messenger birds became echoes of Hedwig and were compelled to serve Harry and the master Harry chose. Both were unsure on how long the magic would retain this shape before deteriorating into wild magic, but since the birds still had the same power level as they did at the time of their creation, Harry and Amos concluded that it would be a while before the birds faded. Thus the phenomenon known as Harry's luck reared its head once more, and the basis for his information network was created. A safe means to communicate that could not betray them voluntarily and would actively fight if intercepted. He wasn't fool enough to believe there wasn't a magical being out there that could overcome his charm, but at least they would have to fight for it. A few days after the first meeting with Amos, since the Nuntius birds had been sent out, Harry found himself in the Chamber of Secrets with a couple dozen crystals with an inactive charm and no purpose. After some thought, he sprouted a decidedly wicked grin and unholy light in his eyes. Harry wrote a similar message to people and wizarding families that operated in the fringes of the dark or light power bases as well as neutral parties. Remembering his solicitor Eleanor Gibbons, Harry also sent messages to outspoken critics of Dumbledore, Voldemort, Fudge, or all three that held powerful positions within the wizarding world. After that was done, Harry wrote a couple more messages to magical creatures that, though not essential to his plans, would definitely hinder him if they chose to support someone in this war. Unfortunately, Harry could only write to species that had some form of structure group. The hardest part, he decided later on, was translating his message into the appropriate language. If he meant to contact the Banshees of France, he figured they would be more inclined to pay attention if the message was in French. It was only after he translated his message into the Giant's tongue that Harry remembered why the Death Eaters and Order of the Phoenix were such large support groups. Thankfully, the Giant's note was simple, written in as few long words as possible. The most troublesome one was to the Centaurs, where Harry had to resort to his astronomy book as he sprouted baffling passages about Mars and Jupiter. Even if they didn't choose to support him, he implored them to take a stance of neutrality. This war would not end lightly, and it would cost all parties involved. When it was over, those that choose their allies wisely would reap the most obvious benefits. Harry offered most of the magical beings an option of passively supporting him. This was mostly a trade of information. He also requested the aid of select individuals for offensive and defensive purposes to be determined carefully. This was war, and if Harry wanted to win, he had to choose his battles carefully. The Order ran themselves ragged trying to protect every Muggle, and witch as the Ministry Orders ran themselves into a hole trying to protect the most influential personnel under Fudge. The Death Eaters had the advantage of choosing who to attack, but even they were occupied with protecting the physical seat of Voldemort's power. Harry wasn't in the mind of surrounding himself with such obvious flunkies. This was war, and Harry knew people would die. He couldn't be out protecting every person that met their end unjustly. He had to go for the head of the serpent, so to speak. Voldemort and Dumbledore both held worthwhile ideals, even if said parties were more than a little insane. But Harry wasn't either of them, no matter what they believed. Like Voldemort, Harry understood the dark aspects of society Dumbledore just would not see, but he also knew the destruction of life was not the means to achieve the end. Society would never truly change unless there was a spark somewhere to incite the change, a spark that would incite people to change of their own free will. He could see the future that lay before them. Dumbledore fought for the status quo, the preservation of the bigoted wizards. Voldemort fought for the preservation of blood and of a pure world. If either one as they were now, the world would still be segregated, the matter of blood still an issue, the magical beings still pushed to the fringes of the governing body that was supposed to offer some protection if not reasonable counsel. Perhaps because Harry was Muggle-born and indoctrinated in the ways of the light for such a long time, he was able to choose to fight for an idealistic world that was greater than just the wizards who hounded him. If he truly had no choice but to fight, he chose to fight for all the mythical creatures he had once upon a time dreamt about in a dreary cupboard. The messenger birds were released collectively farther into the forbidden forest to avoid detection. Watching them fly off, Harry smiled. Mischief managed. The morning meal brought news of an attack on Beauxbatons, the French wizarding school. Because the wizarding world was, for lack of a better word, inbreed, there wasn't a pure-blooded there that didn't have some connection to the French sector of magic and consequently to students there. On the wings of owls, the Daily Prophet came depicting the ruined fields of Beauxbatons. The paper went on to give preliminary estimates. The attack had come just after the evening meal. The attackers had decimated the outside grounds, consequently killing a group of students that had gathered for an impromptu Quidditch game. They fought their way into the school's main hall where they killed or injured another number of students as well as 2 teachers. The suspected Death Eaters then left, but not before shooting a dark mark over the school. His heart clenched uncomfortably and his throat tightened. The sweet face of Gabrielle Delacour floated in his mind, a young 3rd year by now. Harry frowned pensively over the paper. As sad as it was, the loss of life at the French school wasn't important. This was a message to the wizarding world. Voldemort could attack where he pleased when he pleased. And there wasn't a strong enough safeguard that would stop him once he marked a target. Beauxbatons was a prominent enough school that it could have easily been Hogwarts in people's mind. The only difference was Hogwarts housed the Light's Albus Dumbledore, the only one he ever feared. Voldemort was playing a smarter game than before. Let the light wear down Dumbledore with their pleas and hopes, and when they finally met, the old man would be too burdened with fears of failure to effectively fight him. He was so lost in thought he didn't even realize the Great Hall had begun to fill till Neville, Seamus, and Dean sat around him, effectively shielding him from curious eyes. Their faces were openly curious, and Harry couldn't help but smile at them with appreciation. He knew if he so much as lifted his head from his meal, he would meet the gazes of other students. Normally that wasn't a problem, but today their eyes would hold accusations. You're the boy who lived. Why couldn't you save them? Dumbledore didn't have the luxury of looking away. His friends might not know what happened, but they had read the general mood and shifted into protect Harry from everyone else mode. Their faces were pale as they read the paper. Quietly the boys finished their meal. They understood Harry didn't want to talk about the attack, openly mulling over it like it was something he could have stopped. It wasn't his responsibility or his desire to save them from their monsters. Those were witches and wizards that died. They could have used magic to fight back. If they didn't have the knowledge, it was their mistake to be caught off guard during a time of war. And still the innocent face of Gabrielle drifted into his thoughts, her face a little older than when last he saw her 3 years ago. Too young. Much too young. Thoughtfully Harry glanced at the discarded paper to Neville's side. Voldemort had made his first move against a magical institution. The time of waiting was over. The magical war had begun in earnest. September was almost over when Quidditch tryouts began. There were 3 new positions open, a large number but certainly not a record. Gryffindor captains would shudder whenever mention was made of the season of 1996, when only 1 veteran player returned. Many players had graduated the year prior. The Weasley twins had been expelled and Harry Potter had been banned. Any hope gained when Harry was reinstated as Seeker was quickly extinguished when he quit the team, loudly. After much pleading by the house, Harry reminded them once more that he would not rejoin the team, violently. It took some of the students at the receiving end of his tirade weeks to find the counter to the hexes Harry threw at them. After that, pretty much everyone accepted his decision. Which is why everyone was dumbstruck when Harry showed up at the Quidditch field for tryouts, a Comet 520 in his hand and a smirk on his face. Comet 520 was a relatively new broom, fast and agile but nowhere near the Firebolts series. It wasn't that Harry couldn't afford a Firebolt, he saw no reason to purchase one. Even with a Comet 520, he still had the best broom in Gryffindor. Besides, there wasn't a soul alive that would convince him to risk his Firebolt, not when it was the first gift Sirius ever gave him. One of the precious few he was ever given, as a matter of fact. "Mate, you're trying out?" asked Ron nervously. As one of the most vocal protesters of last year, he was hit with a particularly nasty hex that gave him Medusa snakes on his head. The fact that Harry later talked to the snakes and was seen laughing as he walked away further traumatized Ron. "I took Hermione a week and a half to find the counter curse." Harry just gave him a lopsided grin. I figure I should test out any skill I might still have after nearly 2 years of inactivity. Are you sure you want to try out? Ron asked once more. He vividly remembered those snake-filled days with barely a wink of sleep. Harry's grin didn't change, but a glint of annoyance entered the brilliant emerald eyes. I'm sure, Ron. You shouldn't hold up everyone because me. There's a tryout that needs to take place, no. Ron wisely decided to retreat. Listen here. Tryouts are about to begin. We're looking for 2 chasers and a beater. Ron. If Harry's trying out, I want to try out for chaser, Ginny yelled over her brother. No offense, Harry. I'm sure you're a decent chaser, but you're a brilliant seeker. Besides, I prefer chaser myself. Harry smiled at the redhead, tilting his head in her direction. Fine then. To be fair then, we're looking for 2 chasers, a beater, and a seeker. Beaters are up first. To the air mates. To be fair, they did have some unrefined talent. Last year had been a disaster for the team in general. They did make an effort and eventually came out in 3rd place. If the Gryffindors were disappointed, they made sure not to mention it in Harry's hearing. Stance Alanmere, the returning beater, was a fair enough player who worked easily with all the others paired with him for the tryouts. Unfortunately, none matched the Weasley twins' glory. Their legacy was secure for many years to come. As a chaser, Ginny was marvelous. It helped that she was also familiar with the returning chaser, a 4th-year girl he vaguely recognized and could therefore easily read her body language. His tryout as a seeker was more a farce than anything else. Ginny gave him the courtesy of going up against him, but even he knew she was already slated in as the next Gryffindor chaser. 10 minutes later and the snitch-in-hand tryouts ended. Tomorrow, when his housemates patted him on the back during breakfast, Quidditch players everywhere would swallow nervously and Snape's scowl would deepen just a little more. The full Wizengamot Council traditionally was called into session on the day of the autumnal equinox that fell on September 21st. The particular date symbolized balance within the council, emphasizing the 12 hours of night and 12 hours of light to remind everyone that things were rarely one-sided. Ironically, it had been many a year since the council actually opened on that particular date. It was 2 weeks into October before the 20th of October was confirmed as the first session. Neville had been a walking bundle of nerves since the news came out. As the last male Longbottom and the incapacitation of his father, Neville was officially Lord Longbottom. When Neville walked into the Wizengamot, he would do so without the counsel of his father or anyone else. For all purposes, he was a walking target to the power-hungry politicians. And Neville was smart enough to know it. Harry would be operating under a different standard. Most lobbyists would leave him alone, believing him to be the prodigy or pawn of Dumbledore depending on who they were. It would be with the headmaster that they would deal with, incorrectly thinking that Harry would follow where Dumbledore should point. However, his main objective would be to prove one thing: his sanity. Politicians were wise never to fall under the complete sway of printed words, but even they knew every fable usually had a kernel of truth. The stories that no doubt floated among them would depict Harry as an attention-seeking, rash, immature child. Harry grumbled to himself. It was all right for Dumbledore and Voldemort to be considered insane. One was far too respected and the other two feared to overly worry anyone about little things like their sanity. Unfortunately, most wizards didn't know enough about him to do either. It rained the Saturday the Wizengamot met. Neville had been up since dawn, his robes neatly spread out on his bed and he himself pacing back and forth in front of them. His eyes flickering between the robes and his family ring that lay on his left middle finger. Harry woke some time after and amusedly watched Neville. He even offered the nervous 7th year to stun him till it was time to change. Neville only refused because he feared the enervate would fail. Both boys just quit their torture and changed, careful to not wake their sleeping doormats. Neville's inner robe was a beautiful shade of burgundy while his outer robe was soft brown, his house colors. On his east and back the shield of Longbottom was displayed. A dove proudly flared its wings, at its feet Devil's Snare shot vines all around, forever caught in a strangely serpentine dance. Harry was stumped with all the possible symbolism. The dove, a bird of peace and sacrifice. Devil's Snare, used to guard against intruders, a fierce opponent but easily combated if you knew how. It was gentle and fierce, much like Neville Longbottom, Harry supposed. His hands shook as he buttoned his inner robe, the first visible sign that he was nervous about today. Under the inner robe, Harry wore a light t-shirt and some black trousers. The inner robe was designed with mobility in mind, the idea probably stemming from impromptu duels born when lords disagreed. The inner robe was long, 2 slits borne at mid-thigh on both sides and extending to the ground. It had no sleeves and it clipped snugly at the side of the neck under a silver Celtic knot to signify full membership of the Wizengamot. Heirs and appointees were distinguished from lords by bearing a silver button in place. The outer robe was made of the same soft material, but it was made to impress. The border was outlined deeply, deep sleeves could hide the wearer's hands easily. The robe was full enough that Harry supposed with enough practice one could create the billowing effect Snape had perfected. A deep breath later, Harry slipped 2 rings on his left hand. They glowed faintly as they interacted with the charmed robes. Harry closed his eyes tightly. A moment later he opened them and studied his robes. The inner robe was black with a border of purple while the outer robe was ruby red, like Voldemort's eyes. Harry thought uneasily. On his east was a shield that was clearly divided in half. On the left the golden lion of Potter reared in defiance. Inlaid over that image was a crossed sword and distaff. The background was a deep purple, befitting the red and purple house colors of Potter. On the right side a thestral reared in the opposite direction of the lion, its body a soft gray that contrasted nicely to the black in the background. A wand was on the right while a sword was on the left. Harry sighed in relief. While Potter was represented with purple and red, black used black and red. Harry had feared he'd end up looking like a blood-covered figure. He could only shudder at the rainbow he would make when he publicly acknowledged his full inheritance. Morgan, like a true parent of Ravenclaw, used blue and silver while Slytherin favored green and silver. The final image of his robes was surprisingly tasteful, the colors emphasizing each other nicely. Neville eyed Harry curiously. Even he knew most wizarding families tended to steer away from a consolidation of power. It was therefore rare to see an heir to more than one bloodline. Harry just shrugged, not all that intent on explaining. They walked the almost deserted halls. It was early enough that only a Ravenclaw would think to get up. The occasional student they passes just gaped at the 2 lords. Harry smiled wryly. Must everything he do be such a spectacle? The other heirs had prearranged to meet at the entrance hall where Dumbledore would later escort them of the grounds. Arriving, Harry was surprised by the gathering. Naturally Draco Malfoy was there, as were 2 other Slytherins, Blaise Zabini and Theodore Nott. From Ravenclaw came Anthony Goldstein and a boy he vaguely recognized as Hermes Hornfield. The lone Hufflepuff turned out to be the only girl as well, Hannah Abbott. Perhaps there was some truth in pureblood elitist congregating in Slytherin House. This everyone? Harry asked in wonder. 8 students out of more than 57th years. It was peculiar that the largest house in Hogwarts also had the least heirs. Unfortunately Malfoy heard Harry's comment and promptly reacted in a predicted manner. It's not every decent wizard that can become an heir. Unfortunately time has introduced bad blood into the lines. Malfoy sneered with a pointed look in Harry's direction. Harry hadn't missed the fact that he was the only half-blood there either. Pity, I know. Thankfully for you, marrying your own cousin doesn't always lead to defective children, but I must wonder if your father ever bothered to wonder how closely he was related to your mother before you were born, or was it only after that he had the incentive to investigate? Drawled Harry, his face calm even if his voice was mocking and disdainful. Malfoy turned light pink and Harry had to really wonder how closely the 2 elder blondes were related. Any further discussion was interrupted as Dumbledore in his own manner appeared silently next to them. Good morning, gentlemen and lady. Any of you care for a lemo? Drop? Dumbledore asked with a far too jolly tone. Ah, Mr. Potter. I didn't expect you to be here. The headmaster's tone was courteous, but twinkling eyes spoke of many things neither could voice in public. Really? Harry blandly answered. How odd. But the day is far from ending and we have much to do. I'm very excited about seeing the first gathering of the Wizengamot that isn't putting me on trial. Dumbledore chuckled. Yes, my dear boy, a most unfortunate occurrence. I hope there isn't any task you children are neglecting in favor of attending. Dumbledore spoke to the group, but his eyes pointedly shifted to Harry. Harry gave the old coot a lazy grin that was more than a little predatory. Theodore Not, who could have very well been a Ravenclaw, had not stopped studying Harry under disturbing pale eyes. Potter, whose crest do you wear? That not just one family. Harry's eyes flickered to the pale-eyed boy, his grin never fading. I'm surprised Malfoy didn't recognize it immediately. The lion marks me as Potter and the Thestral as a black. Harry didn't know that the already pale boy could pale anymore. Malfoy's eyes were wide. The implications that Lord Black was none other than Harry Potter were slowly sinking into his very veins. Harry hadn't missed the fact Malfoy wore the Celtic knot on his collar either. His father was a fugitive for the last 2 years. I think Malfoy's going into shock. He commented to Not, who only gave him a Slytherin grin. Poor chap, murmured Neville near his ear. He finds that the boy who lived as a brother lord. Harry frowned lightly. He really hated being muggle-raised at times like this. Honestly, Potter, there's a reason the Wizengamot is composed of old pure-blooded families. Muttered Zabini. Harry gave the 7th year a predatory grin that promised nothing good. Then my success is all the more impressive when I go head-to-head with old pure-blooded families, although he pointed out to himself he didn't have as much muggle blood as everyone would like to think. Hannah Abbott in true Hufflepuff fashion tried to regain the peace. As you were saying, a brother lords or in my case lady have close ties of blood that in times of great need can be called upon within the Wizengamot. However, this power is carefully used because a boon is later owed between the parties, one that when called upon must be fulfilled. There are a few restrictions, but I'm unfamiliar with the specifications. Traditionally, blood-bound nobles are great allies within the council. Harry and Neville shared an incredulous look before laughing freely. How unfair was that? The Black Brother Lords were none other than Malfoy and Snape. How wonderful. One should always learn to explore and appreciate the intrigues that make up our marvelous world. Dumbledore really was too jolly this early in the morning. With one last baffled glance at the headmaster, the group started down the grounds toward the edge of the wards toward the apparition point. He hadn't missed the fact that had Dumbledore wore a silver button on his collar either, identifying him as an appointee in his brother's stead. Thankfully, apparition was one mode of travel Harry could deal with. It was also coincidentally the last wizarding method that hadn't tried to kill him as of yet. What joy that he was now at least licensed if it did. The Wizengamot was composed of 2 bodies, the governing body and the full council. The governing body was compiled of select council members charged with overseeing judicial matters year-round. Officially, they were meant to balance the power the minister wielded. They were traditionally the closest advisors to the minister and had the power to circumvent ministry edicts. Unofficially, members, no matter how honest and good-willed initially, eventually found their coffers lined with ministry gold. These were the closest people to the minister, and Fudge, in all his tenure, had consistently proven what little love he held for people not his own. The Wizengamot Council was the oldest governing institution, even older than the Ministry of Magic. Formed in the days when the wizards freely ruled over mortal men, the council was composed of the great families, the ruling class of the time. When the wizarding kind retreated into secrecy, the families lost their fiefdoms, but they stubbornly clung to their title and power. Centuries later, the modern Wizengamot Council oversaw legislature matters in yearly sessions that began each autumn. This was the body of power even Fudge feared, for it wielded the power to suspend the governing council and the right to impeach the reigning minister. The Wizengamot ranks had long since been closed. The great families forever immortalized within the council. Impermeable to outside change, the great families had always been careful to preserve the separation of power, always careful to prevent the accumulation of power on any one heir. Some families eventually died off as the last of their blood left this plane, while others fell dormant till an appropriate heir would rise once more, such as Morgan had done. Sirius Black, as the last scion to the House of Black, must have known he would not live long enough to sire an heir. Perhaps he hoped his godson would live to redeem the cursed name. 17 years passed when first he held his godson and named him heir. Years later, they say Sirius Black must have surely felt the darkness that shrouded his future. They say blacks once mingled their blood with a powerful seer, and it was her gift that forever flowed in the veins of her children. Whether or not that is true is not known, but what is certain is an undeniable knowing that black generations have proven to posses. Sirius knew his family would kill him. Perhaps that is why he spent his life fighting so fiercely against them, and why it wasn't so much as a surprise as it was acceptance that he felt those final moments when he teetered at the edge of the veil, eyes locked on his cousin Bellatrix Black Lestrange. His blood had fulfilled their prophecy. These are only some of the reasons named when people speculate on what drove Sirius Black to create a double heir, initiating a magical bond that would deny any children he might bear inheritance. Why would a man barely out of school already know he would never father a child? No one alive knows. The facts are the only thing concrete from that time. Sirius Black made the Potter child heir to the legacy of the Black family. Since their legacy only recognized an heir from a direct male line, with the death of the last Black, their name should have faded into obscurity. A blessing some people might have called the end of the cursed line. Perhaps that is why few recognized the crest upon his beast for what it was. Malfoy, whose own mother was a Black, certainly never expected for the family shield to ever be worn again. Besides, most everyone was too busy gawking at his scared forehead to think over much about his clothes. The one or two reporters stationed at the ministry entrance, the Wizengamot as a rule wasn't front-page material, never even blinked at his attire as they tried to get a shot from among the people Harry stubbornly ducked under. The council chambers were located on the same floor as the courthouses, a trip that brought unpleasant memories to mind for the young lord. The entrance hall spilled into a gallery separated by glass from the main chamber. The main chamber was a large circular stadium that was centered around a podium where the mugwump of the council sat, as did the speaker of the governing council and the minister, in a rather odd triad. The gallery was crowded. These men and occasional women were educators, politicians, healers, businessmen, all depending on how strongly the gold of their ancient lines held. But in these halls they were all lords, remnants of the ruling class. There were so many people entering the chamber alongside the small Hogwarts group Harry easily slipped off on his own, one hand snaked around Neville's sweaty palm. The boy's pallor had steadily increased with every step. Idly Harry wondered when he wasn't likewise paralyzed. Perhaps it was because he had already faced greater challenges. Harry, shouldn't we find seats? Harry sighed slightly and dragged the other boy into a private alcove overlooking the main chamber. Nev, I need you to calm down, or at the very least pretend that you are. You're so high-strung right now you're ready to jump at the slightest noise. Now, you and me are in the same boat, we're playing everything by ear. What? Muggle expression. We're figuring out everything by ourselves. Now look out the window and tell me what you see. Everyone's finding a seat. People are talking. Right. You have to see a bit beyond that. Look at who they are talking to. You see Fudge right there. His seat is at the podium, but he looks awfully comfortable there surrounded by those people. You'll notice most there either hold some position in the governing council or work directly for the ministry. You see that other group by Dumbledore. They all look at him like he's the second coming of Merlin. You might recognize a couple there from the Order of the Phoenix if your grands ever showed you pictures of the people your parents fought alongside. They are all sectioned off into factions, but who does everyone belong to? Neville frowned thoughtfully, his mind beginning to grasp the politics that ruled the Wizengamot as the factions began to be more noticeable even as more people found their seats. Harry smiled sadly for a second. In another world, James Potter and Frank Longbottom would be guiding their sons carefully through what Harry was giving Neville a crash course in. Unfortunately, one was dead and the other insane. That's the hard part. I'm not really sure about that, but I can give you a guess. I know a couple stories behind some of these blokes and the family legacies of others. Look at our year mates if it will help. You see Malfoy sitting with that bloke that looks like Snape. 2 rows down there's Zeus Lestrange, all notorious families that have dabbled in the dark arts. While not all Voldemort supporters, you might find a larger number in that area. Is there a faction here for v Voldemort? No, the Gits aren't as stupid as to congregate in such public displays of loyalty. They prefer to wear pretty white masks when they have parties. Harry added sarcastically. You see Hannah Abbott. Abbotts are famous for turning out reporters. I think they own the Warlock Times. She's sitting a row above Henry Stockhold, the director of St. Mungo. Down the same row you see Zabini and that man that looks like his father. They are all strong neutral families. Remember the shy Ravenclaw, Hermes Hornfield? That's his grandfather next to Constantine Mulligan. He writes a weekly rant about Dumbledore to the Daily Prophet. All those fellows have one thing in common, they all want Dumbledore's head on a pike. Over there, that old lady is Camille Cox, the last of the Cox family. Her and her mates dream about crucifying Fudge. Those are the most obvious factions, but no doubt countless other alliances are being formed and broken as we speak. Hey, Nev, no need to look so pale. You ever notice how Malfoy still looks like a prat even from here? His mate Notch should be sitting next to him, but I guess he found us vastly more interesting, isn't that true, Theodore? Harry calmly finished as he turned around to face his year mate. Neville, startled, jumped to face the intruder as Harry rolled his eyes. Potter, I'm just curious on what conspiracies Gryffindors are capable of brewing. Nott said. The quiet Slytherin was speaking more words to Harry today than he had all 6 years previously. Rather than run off in a Gryffindor rage at the injustice, Harry smirked at the boy. Gryffindors have the best plots, no one ever sees them coming. But why should you think we would be involved in such business? The Slytherin gave an answering smirk. When is Harry Potter not involved? Your curiosity is almost Slytherin-worthy, if only you weren't such a Gryffindor. Pity, said Harry dryly. Slytherins don't like surprises, and you seem to spring them far too often for my comfort. Something is going on between you and the headmaster among whatever hair-brained plots you're involved in. It normally wouldn't be a concern of mine, but the Wizengamot is about to enter a period of instability as a new lord rises, and Potter, however much you've denied it, your name carries weight among our kind. Whoever you choose to support will benefit greatly. Harry chuckled lazily. So what is it that you're looking for? You come here and throw accusations in the air in a strangely Gryffindor manner, and you expect me to act accordingly. Nott's eyes revealed respect where before contempt had shown, however carefully hidden. I'm just curious. You might not confirm any of my suspicions, but the more you talk, the more I am certain something is going on. This is the Wizengamot, Theodore Nott. Harry gestured behind him to the gathering. Something is always going on. Harry and Neville escaped the 7th year minutes before the Wizengamot was called in session. Pausing at the entrance, Harry pulled Neville to the side. Nev, Nott was right when he said something was going on. I'm involved with certain people you might not want to be associated with. I can't explain any more than that. This is neither the time nor the place. I understand if you want to go find your own seat. No doubt Dumbledore kept an empty seat for me in his party if you want it. I'm going to go sit by Zabini and their lot. I can't make my allegiances public right now, but know that I would never betray what my parents stood for. Harry fell silent, studying the other boy as he gathered his thoughts. Harry, I admit I would have been hopelessly lost today without your help. I'm still scared stiff of everything going on, but Harry, you've proven every year that I've known you that my faith in you has never been misplaced. You've helped me find confidence in myself back in 5th year, and you've helped me find friends that I can trust with my life last year. You've given me so much, trust is the least I can give you. I don't mean to make a speech, Neville said, blushing. But what I want you to know is that I have an idea of who you will be facing against, and I want you to know I'll support you. Harry looked as his friend once more in appreciation. Shy, quiet Neville. It was easy to forget about him sometimes. Then the boy goes out and proves exactly why he is a Gryffindor and why Hufflepuff should envy him. Thanks, Neville. It's nice knowing there's someone there that you can count on. I'll explain as much as I can later, but it's not the right time for me to come clean. Do me a favor and pay attention to what everyone else talks about. You'll learn many things like that, especially when people don't pay mind to who overhears. Clasping hands, both boys walked down the steps to the open stadium seats. They found 2 seats 3 rows above Zabini. Sliding in seconds before the mugwump stood to call the session into order, they held their senses alert for what news they might overhear. If Harry learned something at Hogwarts, it was that someone was always looking. Eyes saw everything he did. The only thing he was able to modify later was exactly what curious eyes saw. His choice of seats had been studied the moment he sat down. The crest on his robes had been commented upon and referenced the moment he was identified as the boy who lived. He wouldn't be surprised if the sum of the gathered knew Sirius Black was his godfather by the end of the session. The meeting was mostly a long-winded explanation on such odd subjects as standardized cauldron sizes. Even he knew the first session wouldn't be anything but something as remotely interesting as a dictionary. Fudge was a dangerous man if only because he had been foolishly entrusted with so much power. Perhaps that proved how foolish Wizarding Society really was. Harry wasn't about to argue the point. However dangerous he was strangely predictable. Fudge liked working with a lot of spectators looking. Predictably, as soon as Fudge knew Harry was present, the minister would seek him out. Fudge was addicted to the emotions that ran freely when a crowd of any size was behind him. In that manner he differed from Dumbledore, who preferred to control the settings. When Harry stopped to think about how abnormal his life was, he always seemed to cite the fact that he understood how the mind of the three most dangerous if not powerful wizards operated. He really should not have been as surprised as he was when Fudge and his cronies loitered in the entrance hall. Dumbledore was nowhere in sight, a move most likely orchestrated by the minister. Harry breathed in deeply. He had a part to play. More than just the minister would be looking at this confrontation. From the corner of his eye, Harry saw the pale eyes of Nott. Minister. Harry greeted politely. For all looking, he never stopped or showed the slightest disrespect. Harry Potter. How nice to see you again. I had forgotten you would be joining our ranks. My, you have grown. Clucked Fudge like a proud parent. Harry restrained himself from hexing the idiot. If you say so. Oh, and this must be the Longbottom boy. Nasty business your parents fell into. Neville flushed and Harry's wand arm twitched. So it seems. It's been many years since either of your family crests were worn, but I must say, Harry, I don't recall your father's crest looking like yours. How curious. I suppose. My godfather made me his heir shortly after my birth. I became Lord twice over on my birthday, once in the name of Potter, another under Black. Black. As in Sirius Black, the mass murderer. Gasped Fudge like he hadn't already known. Sirius Black. Yes. Mass murderer. That depends on how mislead the person in question is. Most would name him thus. Of course, those that have faced Peter Pettigrew in the years since Sirius' unlawful incarceration can attest otherwise. Nothing but justice was served when that criminal was sent to Azkaban. And in justice's name a trial was denied him. But of course confirmed Death Eaters such as Lucius Malfoy had the privilege to deny involvement. We all know how that turned out. Tell me, Minister, have the Aurors caught Malfoy Sr. yet? Harry ignored the flush growing on Fudge's neck. The man in question glanced uneasily at the gathered crowd that didn't look at all properly horrified about the fact the boy who lived was heir to a murderer. Makes one wonder what sort of people have the Ministry's ear. It really isn't much of a surprise then that the Ministry spent a year denying the return of Voldemort. Collective flinch. Harry rolled his eyes. One can only wonder about what else is being sealed behind closed doors. I suppose it isn't much of a surprise that lords keep rising during your tenure. First the Dark Lord Voldemort. Flinch. And now the Lord Morrigan, both of who don't like you at all. Lord Morrigan in particular disagrees with your policies. I've heard he is mobilizing support to challenge your method of administration. About time, I figure. Morrigan is nothing but a rumor derived from someone's fancy. The family's been dead for as long as anyone can remember. Then you've neglected what purebloods seemingly prize so dearly, their history. Morrigan historically goes dormant whenever there is no male heir to carry on tradition. The last Morrigan was nearly a century ago, a man rumored to have only sired squib daughters. Really, Minister Fudge, whoever advises you is proving to be less adequate than appropriate. How disheartening. It was wonderful to talk with you once more, but no doubt the headmaster is looking for us and I'm sure you have more important matters than following the boy who lived around like a common fan. Good day, Minister. Harry spun away, walking quickly toward the last spot he had seen Dumbledore in. He needed to leave before Fudge collected his wits again. Harry, was there anyone you didn't insult just then? They traded grins. I was just returning the favor. Dumbledore and Madame Bones were still talking near the podium where Harry had spotted them earlier. Harry was aware Madame Bones wasn't part of Dumbledore's faction, but that didn't stop the old coot from courting her favor. As a department head, Madame Bones was careful to keep a neutral face on, but as Fudge had proven over the years, anyone could be swayed. You just had to find the right price. Unfortunately for them all, Madame Bones took her duties very seriously. The two boys leaned against the wall, placing a respectable distance between them and Dumbledore. Harry wasn't about to be seen hanging off the headmaster's coattail. Harry savored the first moment of peace he'd been able to snatch. In his world there were three kind of people: those that were in too much awe of him to approach him, those that felt it their right to mob the boy who lived, and those that simply didn't care. There weren't too many of the last, sometimes too many of the second, and always plenty of the first. These rules always came into effect whenever Harry Potter was spotted, something that he avoided at all costs. No one would name him thus if they saw him as he was in that moment. Instead of the attention-seeking celebrity most would assume him to be, they saw a young man, his face thrown into shadow as wild black hair hung every which way, strategically obscuring the damning scar. "Harry, it's time to depart. I must say Hogwarts must be missing our small group by now," called out the headmaster's cheerful voice. "Harry, as in Harry Potter. Harry Potter is here. Where? Always wanted to meet the boy. Never believed a word the prophet said. That boy has always been such a sweet child. You think he would sign something for my daughter? Don't be daft. They'd never let him out. Shouldn't keep him locked up. My son says he's always finding things people are so keen on keeping secret. Did you see how he went after Fudge? That was truly beautiful. Knew Sirius Black was innocent. My cousin went to school with him. The man would prank you 3 different ways before you could blink." Harry grimaced. He frowned. He scowled. He pouted. He finally sighed in resignation. Carefully schooling his face till it was nothing more than a polite mask, he walked up to Dumbledore. "Figured he was taller. Of course, Headmaster. Whenever you are ready." "Excellent, my dear boy. Is everyone else gathered? I'm sure if they mean to return to Hogwarts they will be." Harry shrugged noncommittally. He also couldn't afford to be perceived as Dumbledore's secretary. Sometimes even he gave himself a headache. He really was too young to be tangled so intricately in the minds of so many powerful people. "School rules forbid unscheduled overnight trips." Dumbledore chided lightly. "Then I guess they best hurry." Now Dumbledore was openly frowning at Harry's insolence. Harry smiled lightly at the old man, his face always calmly polite. They might be headmaster and student, but here they were lords. Well, Harry was at least. Wizarding etiquette called for appointed lords to show more respect to true-born lords. Those traditions were never really discussed openly, but it was something most lords kept in mind. Dumbledore gave Harry one more searching look before turning back to exchange farewells. Harry's smile turned into a smirk. Emerald eyes flashed with dangerous fire as they met the pale eyes of Theodore Nott, who had been among those watching the exchange avidly. Not for a moment met the eyes that he had always thought retained the last wisps of the long-ago failed killing curse in their shadowy depths. Slowly he bowed his head toward the boy who lived. Avrada Kedavra eyes glowed more fiercely. Society was fueled by gossip. It thrived on it and in turn made gossip grow. So it wasn't much of a surprise that after the first Saturday of the Wizengamot, the following Sunday everyone knew who the heirs were. More precisely, they knew Harry to be heir of Potter and Black. If Harry wasn't already so accustomed to the attention garnished as the boy who lived, he would have surely been upset at the rumors that grew in the days following. What he had not foreseen but should have expected was the new fear in his classmates' eyes. As a general rule, Harry was careful to never outperform his classmates. Having no wish to be seen as the lights poster boy, Harry was cautious when he performed feats of magic. He projected the image of an average student if possessing a somewhat vicious temper when roused. By the time his 7th year was in full swing, most people had already grown to see Harry's adventures as products of luck. Even then, subconsciously they felt Harry to be powerful. Realistically, why else would the Dark Lord be so interested in a mere student? And they feared Harry's power, for with power he possessed the ability to hurt them however irrational that fear might prove. Even they knew people had generally failed Harry, and it was only expected he fail them. They had certainly turned on him often enough to warrant such outcomes. Ironically, the pattern never seemed to change. Hogwarts students had not fallen into outright hostility as they had done in previous years. This year their betrayal was their suspicion and weariness. Most believing Sirius Black to be Voldemort's right-hand man, rumors had immediately sprung up about some alliance between the Harry and the Dark Order. Having once been under Dementor guard because of the escaped convict, few were willing to believe the man to be more than a murderer. So once again he became Hogwarts' main attraction. It was especially lovely when the Daily Prophet dug up records of signed adoption papers that were never processed. James and Lily Potter had entrusted their child to a Black. Dumbledore watched him and Harry watched him back. Sirius' innocence was known to them, but it must have made the headmaster wonder why Harry never spoke a word in his godfather's defense. Ron and Hermione certainly told their tale initially to as many as would listen. They gave up in confusion when Harry never spoke for or against the rumors floating. Luna Lovegood in her strange manner just gave vapid smiles when she heard about Sirius. Ginny turned a famous Weasley red but otherwise kept her silence more out of fear of dark repercussions than because of Harry. Neville, the last of the students to know of Sirius' innocence, kept silent because Harry kept silent. Harry loved his godfather dearly and wasn't about to let his memory be dragged out and ridiculed. Everyone else could do as they pleased. They didn't know Sirius at all. They only knew whatever version of events the Ministry fed the public. Harry knew the dog Animagus as he had been in the years after Azkaban. Their time was short, too short for him to flaunt precious memories before a public that would only desecrate such a gift. Perhaps one day, preferably with Pettigrew in custody, people would be willing to listen. Till then, Harry kept his silence. Winter's chill hung over the Great Hall. Sitting beside Seamus, Dean, and Neville, Harry quietly ate his meal. The second session had been the last week and Harry had managed to avoid Fudge for the meeting. Even now he smiled at the memory of the growing rumors of Lord Morrigan. Most wizard lords had avoided mention of the Lord for fear of being the center of the Ministry's enquiry. Once Harry publicly acknowledged the Lord, it seemed everyone had an opinion. Many were unsure of what to make of the unknown man. His messages promised great things and he certainly was a wizard of great strength, or at least had the means to employ one in his service. His year-mates were engaged in a rousing argument over some Quidditch team or other when the lower half of his table, conveniently located next to Harry, erupted into shouts. Black's the reason the Dementor's key should be used every time a Death Eater is caught. He escaped and Merlin knows where he is, yelled a fifth-year boy Harry didn't recognize. I heard he was innocent. Don't you remember the paper? He was Harry Potter's godfather. This from a girl who spoke in a quieter tone after a scorching glance from the deputy headmistress. That certainly is reassuring. The boy's a Parseltongue, so I've heard. Like you say, Black was Potter's godfather, drawled the first boy's companion. The first boy, not to be forgotten, eagerly chimed into his companion. You think if they doused him with Veritaserum he'd tell where Black is hiding? The group snickered into their meal. Exactly why that was funny they would never be able to explain when they asked themselves. Harry's frown deepened. Mayhap he had been a bit too lax when he chose to stay out of these sort of confrontations. In front of him, Neville still nodded to whatever Seamus was saying, but his fist was tightened so much it was almost white and his soft blue eyes shone with worry. Harry stared into his eyes for a moment absent-mindedly, very obviously making a decision. His eyes refocused and a dangerous smirk grew in his lips. There goes the lion's temper, muttered Seamus to Dean. None the less both rose when Harry did. Though Harry could kindly be called of average height, he was still taller than these younger years. And he wasn't about to waste any of his advantages. I should hope I am never under Veritaserum. There's a reason why it's a controlled substance, said Harry laconically as he startled the group of about 5 students. At the very least they would remember to guard their mouth where people might overhear. Now, I was having a very nice meal when all the ruckus you created caught my attention. And I think I've let all these rumors float about long enough. Perhaps I shall give you some new ones to talk about. Harry asked them innocently as they paled collectively, his eyes shining either with amusement or rage, no one could quite tell. Now it seems your sort of creatures has nothing better than to talk about me. You seem very curious in my opinion. The fifth years glanced helplessly at the head table, but his mates had created a human shield surprisingly, joined by Ginny and Andrew Kirk, who had a brief stint as a Gryffindor chaser. Ginny really wasn't all that surprising, but Kirk Harry would have to pay attention to later on. So let me sat your curiosity. Despite themselves, his targets leaned in as did others who had caught the confrontation. First of all, Sirius Black was my godfather who I loved very much, who was sent to Azkaban without a trial and without your precious Veritaserum, and who has been dead for more than a year. I am not going to waste my time defending his innocence because it was fools like you who hunger for his death like starving animals that condemned him in the first place. Now I've kept quiet for weeks because frankly if you can't figure out the truth yourself it isn't worth anything to me to explain it. But I think I have allowed all that I am going to. And you my dear Gryffindors will learn that you spoke too freely of matters that do not concern you. Harry all but hissed at his petrified audience. This was the first time Harry had seriously threatened anyone that wasn't named Malfoy at Hogwarts. Malfoy was a proud boy groomed to be a prouder man. He had arrogance enough to go against Harry, but these students had never been at the receiving end of his anger. They all but wilted under his intensity. Casually Harry threw out his wand. Those not directly involved sprung away from the unfortunate teenagers. Wide-eyed his prey beseeched the audience for help only to find none forthcoming. The older years were surprisingly his strongest allies. Because of their familiarity they perhaps had begun to realize faith in Harry was well placed. Those that would oppose him were no match for the 7th year. And of course there was the occasional ruthless Gryffindor that figured if 5 5th years could not overwhelm one 7th year it wasn't worth it to save them. By now the 5th year's panic had grown so that one terrified girl, Emily Higgs, opened her mouth to shriek for the professor's help, only to find nothing emitting from her mouth. Helplessly she clasped her neck and silently wailed. "Tut tut, my dear. I'm not done," he calmly reprimanded her. Had he been yelling his prey would have been more at ease. Instead he continued on calmly, the rage that had grown ever since Sirius' name had been dragged before all finally shone brightly in emerald eyes. The audience glanced suspiciously at Harry's friends. No one had heard the silencing spell being cast. They were only further confused when his friends looked equally surprised. Harry merely smirked at them before refocusing his attention. Quietly he muttered one spell at each trembling student. When the last boy tried to lunge at Harry before the spell could be cast, he found his knife and fork deeply embedded into the bench he sat on, carelessly pierced into his school robes. Everyone was curious as to what spells Harry had used. There seemed to be no sign of the more common ones involved in student duels. Perhaps this way they would remember not to open their mouths when Harry was concerned. The effects of one spell became obvious as a chubby boy someone in the crowd called Landlewig sprang up, tearing Lovely gashed in his clothes as his own utensils speared the material. The boy in question seemed to furiously rub his head and body every few seconds. This, young man, is called Gelus Semita, useless charm really but quite distracting as you see. Roughly translated it is, ice-cold path. It makes you feel as if someone with fingers like the dead trailed their hands over your body. Really, it isn't a harmful spell at all. Harry took a step back, observing them all under intense eyes. I find students have entirely too much time to gossip. Maybe now you'll be inspired to spend more time on other matters as you search for the counter curse. It seems with everything going on they seem to have slipped my mind. Be good children and scram. Harry hissed the last word, his face never changing. The students didn't need any more incentive. They practically bolted from the hall. Calmly, Harry met the eyes of anyone that sought his from his audience, daring anyone else to follow the 5th year's example. Gracefully Harry turned back to his friends, clasping Ginny's shoulder in thanks and nodding once to Kirk. The 4 boys made their way out of the great hall. By dinner everyone had heard of the 5 cursed teenagers. His arms burned, sweat trickled down his forehead, and wild black hair flopped into his eyes. Annoyed, he spun, sending wild raven strands into the air. Ragged trainers flew in an ancient dance, his body spinning with shadowy opponents only he saw. The Chamber of Secrets echoed with his harsh breathing. Arms and legs were on fire with exhaustion. Still he pushed himself. Exhaustion overrode his mind till his thoughts were sufficiently scattered, his emotions extinguished in the wave of such weariness. Finally he collapsed, twin daggers shining in the torchlight. The daggers were cruelly sharp, a present from Amos. Dumbledore would surely disapprove of his toys, but Harry had long ago learned his lesson. If Death Eaters ever managed to penetrate his defenses enough to come into dagger range, they would learn exactly why he was still alive when many would have died long ago. The daggers were beautiful works of art. With steel that shone icy blue in its purity and an intricately forged silver unicorn as its handle, it was almost a shame to use such tools against mere humans. Amos had initially taught him their more formal use. Later he delved into more underhand methods with the help of countless teachers he procured among the dark corners of society. Most people would gladly pass on their craft in exchange for a warm meal. Such was his instruction that eventually his style was composed of a dozen different ones, forming a deadly dance few could predict. The daggers were decidedly non-magical in their creation. They were something he could still openly use in the Muggle world without repercussions of the fudge kind. More importantly, they were his escape when the magical world grew too harsh for him to weather unflinching. Another attack had struck last night. Per their agreement, Harry lowered one of his occlumency shields on a bi-monthly basis. Enough to open a link of communication between Dark Lord and student, certainly not enough even for the mildest form of possession. Last night the two had met in the plane of their mind and engaged in a game of whose life is the worse. This morning Harry woke to news of half a dozen simultaneous attacks in the depth of the night. Never before had an attack occurred on a night of their meeting. Harry knew Voldemort was a Dark Lord first and foremost. So why did he feel so betrayed? At night Hogwarts seemed a completely different castle. Torchlight flickered every so often. The school certainly felt its age at night, and one could almost believe the ancient castle was merely a dream of another time. By the time Harry was 17 he had developed a healthy case of insomnia. Many knew of his trouble sleeping, but it was doubtful anyone was aware of the nighttime forays Harry engaged in. Tonight he neither had the patience to read or practice magic in the chamber. Ron's snoring had finally made him flee his warm bed. In the end, he gave himself to some traditional marauding. Map in hand, Harry wandered in search of new passages. Even now he was still able to find new Hogwarts secrets that not even his father had dreamt about. As he walked he let his magic loose from his tight rein. It felt like something sagged within himself when he did that. He found it interesting that the magic aura he created could be used almost like eyes to feel the physical and magical properties of his surroundings. Avoiding patrolling prefects, Harry took refuge in the dungeons. A well-kept secret few knew about was how the dungeons were clear of any annoying patrols. Slytherin prefects were notorious for never patrolling their domain, and everyone else usually avoided the trip to the cold hallways. After years with the Dursleys, Harry easily tolerated the bite in the air. There wasn't any real need to keep the map in hand. Slytherins were strangely enough the most well-behaved students. Except for the occasional snogging couple in the astronomy tower, Harry rarely ever spotted the snakes. He figured it must be a well-bred fear of Snape that kept them in line. Which was why it came as complete surprise. Even with his magical senses extended, he ran directly into the Prince of Slytherin himself, Draco Malfoy. Out of bed, Malfoy. Harry chided even as he himself was quite liberally breaking school rules. Snape would give you detention till you graduate if he caught you, no. Spat the other boy in a strangely natural reflex. Worried about my safety. I'm touched. Idiotic Gryffindor. They should mark your breed endangered because you certainly aren't encouraging a long life expectancy. What can I say? I live for the moment. Harry frowned. Something tugged at his mind. Examining his magic closer, he found the problem coming from Malfoy. Having scarcely met the other seventh year since their initial confrontation, Harry hadn't a chance to observe him this closely. Years of familiarity allowed Harry to detect the change in Malfoy. His magic was tainted with something malicious. Funnily enough, Harry was not able to sense the difference between dark and light. What he was able to sense was how harmful something was. And Malfoy reeked of it on his left forearm. So you've chosen. He said so softly Malfoy almost didn't hear. I can think of many reasons why you would and plenty of why you wouldn't. What are you babbling about now? Harry smiled thinly, his emerald eyes darkening. I had hoped you would grow in the absence of your father, but I forget Malfoys can hide what they want hidden. I suppose it is in fate's hands now. What has been set in motion cannot be stopped. Had things been differently, I would have hoped you the best. Harry finished with a significant look at the hidden left arm. You know nothing, hissed Malfoy, rage and fear growing in his eyes. Harry just gave him another sad look. Something in Malfoy seemed to break. You think it's so easy? He said furiously. So easy to just turn from the path laid out before you from the moment you first drew breath. But then again, everyone else has always bent over backwards to please you. Why should you want to turn from your life? Harry laughed hollowly, an eerie sound that echoed in the corridor. Someone once told me it was comical how everyone in this war was blind. But I suppose if we weren't, we wouldn't be fighting in the first place. I said I wasn't at the time and he laughed at me. Harry remembered one of his late-night conversations with Amos. But I was wrong. Voldemort is my blindness, even he told me so. Just as I am Dumbledore's blindness, just as my father was Snape's and by default me. Just as I am yours apparently. You spent every year since we were 11 fighting me and still you do not see me clearly. I see plainly what kind of life you have and I despise you for it. The boy spat. You hate me, Malfoy. Hate me because I beat you at Quidditch. Hate me because your father became a fugitive when he went up against me. Hate me because I am a damn Gryffindor. But do not hate me because you think I like this farce of a life. I won't rant about my life anymore because I doubt you'd even care for the air I waste doing so. But I want you to understand something. I was a bloody 1 year old the day my path was sealed. I was expected to save the freaking world and I've even done so since. I understand neither of us can change our paths. I can no more stop fighting against Voldemort than you can not become a Death Eater. That doesn't mean either of us is trapped. There are always choices denied us simply because we can't see them. Harry paused, looking at his palms as if he saw something no one else did. I am part of this war, but I won't let myself be used by it, consumed till I am nothing more. Will you? Harry figured he had better retreat from Slytherin territory before Malfoy woke from his stupor. Pausing once before he disappeared down a corridor, Harry turned back to Malfoy. Say hello to your Aunt Bellatrix. Her fate isn't as uncertain as yours. His farewell was a promise Harry had every intention of fulfilling. Only one person would ever stand between the woman and Harry, and Neville wanted her death just as much as he did. Malfoy would expect Harry to return to bed. Which is why he felt perfectly comfortable slipping out into the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hogwarts had never had a student that spent so much time such dangerous areas. Someone somewhere should be appalled. In the Shrieking Shack, Harry called for the ice phoenix he had created long ago. This Nuntius charm he had kept to himself. It looked at him once and flew off to track a disgruntled vampire. It made him laugh even now because of all the trouble Aurors had gotten into after one of Harry's more unwise candidates as allies informed the Ministry of the letter's content. The minister had immediately ordered the capture of the dangerous magical entity. Rather than disappear, the bird flew the Aurors in a merry chase before returning to the original letter, and very proudly, it being a fire owl, scorched the letter in the hands of an Auror till it was nothing more than ash. Supposedly it hooted once in anger and simply disappeared. As far as Harry could tell, the charm could only exist so long as his will was being followed. As soon as his potential ally had snitched on him, the Nuntius bird had felt its duty done. Quite a few wizards had replied after that episode. Outside, the lake served to calm the troubling thoughts talking to Malfoy had stirred. It was his fate to fight Voldemort. His destiny. His power. Harry gave Voldemort plenty of time to campaign his side of the war. Yet he had not. Not once had he mentioned turning from the light side. Of course they spoke of individuals they both knew, both light and dark. But never was any offers of joining him ever made. It worried Simple because he had not expected it. Besides the parting message so long ago, there had been no auspicious comments. But still those words spoken so long ago rang in his mind. You will die by the light or submit to the dark. You have no salvation. There was something he wasn't seeing. Something Voldemort was saying but he couldn't see. Voldemort had proven true and never lied to Harry. He had refused to answer some questions, of course, but he had never lied. There was something Voldemort knew that no one else had yet to figure out. Figures. God's favored children, idiots, and the insane. They must really love Voldemort. Dumbledore too. Slowly the moon rose and Harry eventually came to one conclusion. The only man more insane than Dumbledore was Voldemort. Fudge was only psychotic now that he thought about it. Joining the night, my child, was the whisper of the wind, the voice of the elder. Amos Callaghan had come to him. Is it odd that things seem so much clearer at night? Harry asked absent-mindedly, absorbed in tracing numerous constellations. The silence of the night is unmatched by any other. It is the very breath of earth that is lost amid the chaos of daylight. Life just seems so scrambled. I'm pulled in so many ways it's difficult to see where I should be going. What has happened at your school? Amos finished with an almost disdainful sniff as he sat beside the young boy. I finally lost my temper over the rumors about my godfather and me. I realized something. Back in first year, in second year, even in fifth year, I didn't have either the power or confidence to tell everyone to go to hell. I guess I was still afraid that if I stepped out of line I'd somehow find myself back with my blood relatives. Amos ran a soothing hand through messy raven hair even as the teen continued to talk. I guess it helped that they're dead now and I'm an adult in the eyes of the law. Silence effulged the pair. Amos patiently waited as Harry gathered his thoughts. I met Malfoy tonight. It's funny how both of us have been forged to be people we'd rather forget. He will become a Death Eater and he will serve his master as he is willed. And there is nothing anyone could have done to stop it. I told him as much. You hope to turn him from his path. It sounds wrong to say, but no. Plenty of people can still walk away from the war, but it is too late for him and me. We have so little left to fight for. Malfoy's name has been dragged into the mud, the thing they valued so highly. He loves his father dearly, so let him fight besides him at least till Lucius is no more. Betrayers are curses unto themselves. Pettigrew damned me and himself when he betrayed those he swore brotherhood with. What did he gain? 12 years as a rat and a silver hand. Snape thought to repent in the name of the light and has been doomed to be nothing more than a lonely man who grows more bitter every year. Let Malfoy find what joy he can. When there is nothing else to live for, there is no reason to fight anymore. And what do you live for? Amos quietly asked. Vulnerable emerald eyes met golden ones. Sometimes. I don't know. It seems so easy to tell everyone to bugger off and become nothing more than a hermit on some island. I've lost so much in this war and will still lose more. But, what of my friends? I pushed some and shut some out, but I still can't forget these were the people that first reached out in friendship. Then, my child, you still have something to live for. And maybe Harry really did. The note was short, altogether cryptic and definitely worrying. Tonks had kept in touch since summer as both learned more about the legacy that had been denied them. As the daughter of the disowned Andromeda Black Tonks, she had lived most of her life with the knowledge she was part of the traditions that were so plentiful and symbolic in the wizarding world. But in the eyes of magic she was nothing more than a half-blood at best. As a child she had been inducted into the rites of the Black family secretly by her mother, who patiently waited for the day that Sirius overthrew the pureblood fanatics of their family. When Sirius fell under suspicion, Andromeda must have surely mourned the end of her family. The formidable woman herself had written to Harry and thanked him for reviving the Black name. Since then she had been incredibly helpful as she opened lines of communication to their European cousins, Cassian and Vitali, both of which had maintained a distant relationship with the Blacks after they became public supporters of Voldemort. As a member of the Order, Tonks had conflicting loyalties. For years it had been an unspoken policy to not involve Harry in the war effort. At least it had been Dumbledore's policy in any case. But now Tonks owned fealty to her lord as she had been instructed since she was little more than a toddler. It became difficult when Harry and her lord were the same person. As a rule, Harry didn't ask about Order business and Tonks in return passed on only news that involved him. The fact that the Order had discussed Harry's chances at being accepted into Order training was slightly disturbing. Especially since he had made it clear he did not want to be an Order when first he spurned potions. The knowledge that Dumbledore was looking into his financial empire perturbed him. It wasn't so much the fact that Dumbledore knew what he controlled, it was the channels the man would seek to know such information. There was a price to gain such private information. It worried Harry that Dumbledore would risk paying it. It wasn't only the betrayal of his privacy and trust. How far would Dumbledore go to learn such secrets? What would he barter just so he might keep a reign over his golden boy? Freckles stood out like drops of blood on the pale face of Ronald Weasley. He wasn't yelling. He wasn't swearing vengeance or concocting wild rescue plans. Instead, the boy sat limply, his gangly limbs gathered near his body. There was something stricken and fragile about the boy, something that had never been there. When he was 11, he understood sacrifice. When he was 12, he felt true fear for others. When he was 15, he discovered the meaning of mortality. And an hour ago, he relearned all those over again. It started out as Hogsmeade weekend. The younger years twitched in excitement and the older ones pretended indifference. Harry had taken the day to reread some of Salazar Slytherin's journal. If the founder was anything, it was brilliant. His research into parcel magic was fascinating while his core magic theories were revolutionizing even today. It was a pity the man had apparently suffered from heavy paranoia. The world would have remembered Slytherin distinctly different if his work had ever been released. Harry had returned to his common room only to find overexcited and hysterical students. Eventually he managed to piece the story together. Around noon, Death Eaters had appeared intent on kidnapping 2 students. Harry had heard rumors of other kidnappings, but either their own fear or the Ministry had kept the events hidden. He doubted even Dumbledore would have heard about Voldemort's new campaign. The target students had so far only been identified as younger years, a Gryffindor and a Ravenclaw. Members of the former DA had been on hand and had risen to defend their schoolmates. They had not counted on superior numbers. In the confusion that followed and what appeared to be the partial destruction of Hogsmeade Market area, 4 students were taken. Ginny Weasley had been among the missing. Even in a crisis, McGonagall strictly upheld her duty. Hogwarts had fallen into high alert as the castle was put on watch for any more Death Eater attacks. Unfortunately for students, this meant quarantine. Yet McGonagall didn't forget her Gryffindors, and though she wasn't the type to offer comfort, she shared what news she could. The missing had all been identified. Ethan Thatcher of Ravenclaw, 3rd year. Maeve McNevin of Gryffindor, 4th year. Ginny Weasley of Gryffindor, 6th year. Brunus Montague of Slytherin, 3rd year. Harry sat silently next to Ron while glaring at anyone that even thought to approach the distract 7th year. Normally Ron would have been removed from his house and given over to his parents or professors. However, there was no one that could watch him as everyone scrambled to locate the missing. In the meantime, Ron sat in the middle of a full room completely alone. Dimly he felt Harry's presence, but other than that he had retreated into himself. All they could do was pray. And even that irked Harry. They prayed for Ginny, McNevin, and Thatcher. Brunus Montague was a Slytherin 3rd year whose friends were mostly Ravenclaws, Thatcher among them. Normally Harry wouldn't have known nearly as much about a younger year except that Montague was son of his ally, Lord Axtros Montague. The Montague family had been supporters of Voldemort in the First War, however his temporary defeat had made them cautious. They had been skittish about their support since the beginning of the Second War. Finally, around last Christmas, they broke ties with the Dark Lord. They weren't foolish enough to believe there would be no repercussions. Harry heard the tale from a Death Eater who had the misfortune of drinking too much in questionable places such as the Dark Caris Bar. Especially when 2 werewolves and a wizard recognized you for what you were and weren't opposed to causing bodily harm. Death Eaters had been ordered to apprehend the eldest son of Montague, a Slytherin graduate who had been chaser when Harry was a 1st year. The plan was to mark the boy into the service of the Dark Lord and kill the father. With the boy marked, the Montague resources would be open to the Dark Order once more. What they hadn't counted on was the boy's resistance. He protected his family from the Dark Order the only way he knew how, and in doing so lost his life. A little-known fact Voldemort had freely admitted to and Dumbledore must have surely buried in his skeleton closet was the knowledge that as a magical contract closely associated with soul magic, the mark could only be taken willingly. Young Montague had been tortured with the hopes he would submit to the magic. Now they had taken Brunus Montague. Harry sighed. And typical Gryffindors could not see that Thatcher had only been an accident and Montague would need more than prayers to save him now. McNevin, on the other hand, was the daughter of a pureblood neutral family. More importantly, she was the doted granddaughter of Lord Elias McNevin and his most recent ally. Neutral families were rather hesitant to throw their lot with anyone, but in this war neutrality was becoming an endangered commodity. He hoped it was only coincidence that his allies had been target. It was still too early to move freely among the wizards. Every minute that passed counted against Thatcher and Ginny. Both came from influential enough families that the Death Eaters would pause at killing them but that wouldn't protect them for long. In the game of war, the pair had been mere accidents. Harry tensed suddenly. It was time. Seamus, help me take Ron up to his room. I've enough of Gits pestering him. Seamus nodded silently, and a nearby sixth year huffed indignantly. Harry hadn't bothered to be quiet about his opinions. Together they hauled the unresponsive boy to his bed. Neville and Dean trailed behind them, conveniently slowing down anyone that misguidedly hoped to keep vigil with the boy. Mates, I need you to keep the Pratts out of this room. It isn't helping Ron to be around them. I'll leave it up to you to decide which of his friends can come in. Where are? Began Dean before Neville elbowed him. Harry smiled gratefully and slipped out the door. What they didn't know they couldn't tell. The Gryffindor showers were amusingly enough the only empty room in the whole of the tower. Not for the first time he wished the dorms had been elsewhere where more space could be found. Scanning the showers for any monitoring spells, Harry took a deep breath, and faded into thin air. Opening them, he was ironically relieved to stare into the towering statue of Salazar Slytherin. Teleporting required more power and was infinitely more difficult than apparating, the only reason why the Ministry did not bother to monitor this form of transportation. He'd been lucky to perform the feat of magic perfectly the first time. Of course he'd gleaned the knowledge from dreams of a younger Voldemort, but never before had he actually tried it. Too bad for Voldemort. The Founders' wards guarded against teleporting. Of course that didn't prevent anyone from teleporting within the wards. Which was why Harry now found himself slipping out through the tunnel system of the Chamber of Secrets in a school otherwise under lockdown. It was time for Lord Morrigan to come. His hair was the color of chocolate that spilled down his back to be simply bound at his nape. His eyes were icy green, like the heart of glacier or the first sign of green life. He wore a dark blue cloak that served to hide a gray battle robe that split at his sides to reveal comfortable blue trousers. Specially made basilisk boots gleamed softly in the night. Lord Morrigan stood in the Forbidden Forest. Around him floated small spheres of white-colored magic. Standing still and listening to something only he could, anyone passing by would have mistaken the scene for something out of a dream. One sphere flashed red, the color of freshly spilled blood. It bobbed gently as it neared its master. Glacier eyes watched with interest. Lead me. A moment later, dozens of little spheres lit bright red and shot toward the sky. High in the atmosphere they blazed like a fallen comet. The Forbidden Forest was once more empty. Near the northmost tip of Scotland lay the Orkney Islands. They were once famed as the home of witches and wild creatures that bowed to ancient gods in Muggle fairy tales. In the modern day, the Isles were still alive with the magic of ages. If Muggles cared to look close enough, they would see the signs even today. Owen Sigismund was a man of no significant wealth. His family had always maintained just enough capital to possess the lifestyle and arrogance of the upper class and little else. However, as a youth, even that disappeared. By the time he inherited his ancestral castle, his family was still rich, if only in debt. Disillusioned, Sigismund was a perfect candidate for the ideology Voldemort forefronted. Nowadays, the remote Sigismund Castle in the Orkney Islands served as a prison for people of interest to Voldemort. Not that the 4 Hogwarts students knew any of this, as they were tagged to damp cells within the castle. A little over 200 meters away, Lord Morrigan paused in the shadows. The spheres had disappeared, their duty done. That particular bit of magic was a charm known as Vinculum Cruentus, highly illegal blood magic. In order to cast it properly, the blood of the subject or a close relation had to be used in the spell work. It had been outlawed since the days of Slytherin. Not that it stopped the founder from recording it. Harry felt a bit guilty for involving Ron in such illegal working. But if it helped find his sister, Harry figured Ron would forgive him. Sigismund Castle must have once been the jewel of the countryside with its proud towers and impressive outer wall. Nowadays it was just above being classified as a ruin. Lord Morrigan stood completely still. His eyes were trained on the ground in front of him as he saw something only he could. Sigismund Castle had once held fierce and deadly wards. Over time the wards had fallen into disappear as every year a little bit of magic escaped the runic patterns and dissipated into wild magic. It was a testament to the previous inhabitants that the wards prevented intruders even today. Death Eaters must have merely felt inclined to cast standard protection wards over the castle. Such a large structure required multiple casters of significant power, or things could end very badly for everyone involved. Oftentimes such precautions were only enacted in the most desperate of times. Hogwarts herself had always held strongly, mainly because of the yearly reinforcement the professors cast. He neither had the time or energy to destroy the wards in a wild outburst of power, nor felt like inciting a battle while the hostages were anywhere other than in his keeping. Instead, he opted to help deteriorate the patter runes of protection in its already weakened west wall. A half an hour later he finally felt the magic shifting, the runes struggling weakly to bind, while runes of Harry's making spun wildly in the pattern, eroding any sense of order. And just as if there was nothing there, Harry ran swiftly across the clearing that surrounded the castle. Every second clung sluggishly. This was the most dangerous part. If the castle had guards posted, there was no way Harry would not be spotted. It was a risk he had to take. Having disabled all the active wards on the west wall, he had opted to ignore the more passive ones, like the ones that prevented invisibility and animagus transformation. They might have been old, but they were quite strong because they were inactive most of the time. Amusingly enough, most of these wards were dead useful and illegal nowadays for one inane reason or another. The castle was cloaked in the original runic version of the Notice Me Not charm. It was powerful enough that even most wizards would walk past the castle without giving it any mind. However, it certainly wasn't up to par with the Fidelis charm. His back was pressed against the cold stonework. From his spot, Harry willed his magic to call on his creations. Harry cringed. The burst of light in front of him was noticeable enough. Thankfully, any passerby couldn't see the light unless they were looking directly down the castle wall. In front of him, 3 creatures of magic manifested. Slytherin wrote many theories about magic, explaining its complexity and subtleties. Harry had summed it up quite nicely after a particularly nasty headache. Magic could do everything and nothing. Following that theory, Harry called the Montague Nuntius bird, a little fire owl that reminded him of Ron's pig. He had expected his ice phoenix bird to hear the magical call and come merely because it was the most in tune with the taste of his magic, simply because it had spent the most time with him. The water-based flying penguin was another matter. He recognized it as one of his last experiments, and for the life of him couldn't remember which wizarding family he had sent it to. The penguin landed abruptly. It waddled to him and looked around curiously. Quaking once indignantly, it disappeared. During the whole spectacle, Harry didn't dare blink. Sometimes magic baffled even its own rules. The Montague Nuntius bird fluttered softly before landing on Harry's shoulder. If it disturbed him to be able to look through the creature, no one could tell. Originally, Harry had sent the bird to the Montague family and its lord. Magic oftentimes followed things annoying to the fine print. Harry was counting on that. If the bird had marked its host, then theoretically it could lead Harry to the boy. Find one hostage, he surely would find them all. Years ago, an oak sapling had been allowed to flourish besides the northwest wall. The lady of the time had thought it gave the stone monstrosity a more welcoming aura. No gardener had dared face the task with any clippers since then. Having grown so near the magical wards of the wall itself, it was impossible to use magic on the tree without engaging the defensive wards. As it saw it, there was little difference between a trimming charm and a reductor curse. His body swung and twisted through knotted branches, and leaves touched by the dew clung to him. At the top of the turret he grumbled. There went the illusion of the knight in shining armor. Now he was merely a parcel-glamored walking bush. The moon had climbed higher on the sky. He'd never learned to tell time by looking at the sky, but he was pretty sure it was past midnight. Most likely 2 a.m. approached. Voldemort would be mortified. Either that or the most wizards were incompetent. Most pure-blooded ones anyway. They depended on their magic so much when that failed they were often caught unprepared. Caught sleeping. The wall was empty. Harry had the sudden obscene urge to whistle. But even he wasn't that much of a fool to tempt fate. A simple levitation charm later, he was on the ground and running. Sending a vibration through his magic, the Montague bird flew besides him a second later. The previous calm bird disappeared, and in its wake it looked more like Hedwig after she had lost Harry. It hooted once angrily as it went off in search of its chick. Proper wizarding dueling etiquette rarely involves physical contact. Wizards are trained how to combat magically from a prescribed distance away unless both parties agree to use traditional weapons. However, anyone still alive at this point in the war had taken a crash course in running. Harry ran. He couldn't go as fast as he wanted, or the Nuntius bird seemed to think he could go. What the annoying piece of flying light forgot was that Harry had to remember how to get out after he found the children. He did not volunteer as a prisoner. They had entered though the oldest part of the castle, and even Harry knew better than to waste time checking this area. The prisoners would be held in a place with more resent magical wards to hinder if not prevent escape. Most likely somewhere in the more upkept part of the castle. Sigismund Castle was apparently not a key strategic point by any means. Harry had read of another place utilized in the same manner. As a transitional holding place. Back in the First War, Voldemort had also resorted to kidnapping the loved ones of his more wavering followers. As a precaution, many took to inducing tracking potions that would last up to a week, with the faint effects lingering for up to 2. In retaliation, Voldemort took to shuffling his prisoners nightly. By the time the hostages' location was found by the few suicidal people that attempted rescue, the hostages were moved to another location. By the end of the first week, the potion's effects would be hidden behind most wards permanently. There were various tracking potions, and it was almost impossible to tell which ones had been applied. His werewolf friends said most people had a trusted friend or family member acquire the potions, so they themselves would not be able to reveal anything under Veritaserum. It was amazing the level of paranoia that festered. Of course, Harry felt inclined to believe a little paranoia never did anyone any harm. The bolt on the outside of the door was the first sign. The startled Death Eater standing guard was the second. Neither was much of a hindrance. His ice phoenix flew in front of Harry in a brilliant aura of light. Behind the creature, a sharp blow with the pommel of his dagger met the Death Eater's head with a dull sound. Ripping the black robes, he bound the man tightly. Most prisons, including this one, were warded against wand magic unless you were keyed in. Using the Death Eater's own wand, he shot 8 different scanning spells before he dared open the door. The wand felt wrong in his grasp, his magic being forced out sluggishly though a tight fit. Several times the wand strained under Harry's power, almost shorting out. Twice. They crouched huddled against the far wall as if trying to claw their way out. The cell was dirty and it must have been unused for some time. Soot-covered children stared wide-eyed at the door, trembling with hunger and fear. McNevin and Montague were relatively unharmed. Thatcher had a long gash across his face and another clearly on his arm. The true piece of work was Ginny Weasley. As the daughter of known Order members, she'd received little of the mercy age had granted the others. She lay unresponsive, her body still in the position they must have dumped her in. Her breathing was erratic, indicating more than one broken rib. Her arm hung awkwardly, as did her left leg. Already most of the visible skin was turning a collage of blue and purple smeared with ruby red that spilled from the many small knife wounds on her body. Ginny truly had little luck. First Riddle's diary and now this. Harry sighed wearily. What do you want now? Asked the girl. Brave Gryffindors. Ms. McNevin, Mr. Montague, and Mr. Thatcher, I presume. The children gave trembling nods. They feared the worst. Even they had heard of the hushed-up kidnappings. It wasn't difficult to figure out why they were targeted. Which was why Montague gaped stupidly when the midget-sized fire owl manifested in the room with them. A fee, cried the boy. What was it with the Nuntius charm birds and naming them? A fee, he sighed. I don't want to know. I honestly don't. Come along, Mr. Montague. I didn't spend half an hour strolling over centuries-old dust so we might chat here. Go where? How did you get a fee? Cried Montague. Already kidnapped by strangers, he wasn't sure it was a wise policy to follow another one. We're escaping, of course. At least Miss Weasley is not awake for this. Before they could say a word, Harry swooped down and picked up the unconscious sixth year. Even in sleep, a flicker of pain crossed the pale face. I don't know how long before the guard shifts or how much time we have. We'll know soon enough. You are old enough to find some common sense. I can't be watching over you, as it is my hands are occupied. Hurry along now, Harry called out as cheerfully as he could. Somewhere Dumbledore paused and shivered for no reason. A Phoebe as kind as to lead us the way we came. Together Harry and the bird meandered through the hallways. The fire owl pointed them in the general direction while Harry tried to explain to it why they could not walk those walls. He didn't have much success. It was foolish returning to the path of his passing, but Harry didn't want to try his luck navigating to another exit within this maze. At least this way they still stood a chance. Thatcher limped heavily, but after a sharp glance from Harry as the boy started to fall behind, McNevin and Montague practically dragged the Ravenclaw. Teamwork between houses. Such a wonderful thing to see these days. Ginny Ned disgruntledly in her sleep, and Harry prayed she'd stay that way. He'd have to carry her anyway, and at least this way the girl who lived to identify all of Harry Potter's quirks wouldn't get too curious. They had been walking as fast they could for 20 minutes when they heard it. It sounded like a mix between the merfolk's language and a troll's wail. That, children, is how you announce a prison break. Harry informed the students as if it was nothing more than a triviality. Somewhere Dumbledore rubbed his arms as goosebumps crawled on his skin. That is till he got distracted when he noticed if you connected the bumps the face of Uric the oddball appeared. The moon hid behind clouds that had steadily been growing all night. In the shadows the group paused. Together they stared at the courtyard that suddenly seemed much longer than Harry remembered. "Can you make us invisible?" asked Thatcher as he rested wearily against the wall. "Perhaps another time. Invisibility wards and all." Harry studied the situation. "Two at a time it will be. Montague and Thatcher, you're up first. Run to the far outer wall. Stay as low as you can without slowing and never turn back. Hide in the shadows. I know you're tired, but everything is almost over." The boys sprinted across the grounds. Thatcher ran with an odd gait as he clearly favored one leg. "Ready, Ms. McNevin." The Gryffindor paled at the thought. Harry ran as fast as he could, wincing as every step jostled his burden. There. Shit. He glanced behind him. Pale torchlight illuminated two wizards. Already their wands were in the air and an incantation on their lips. "Don't stop," Harry yelled at the terrified child at his side. It was time to call out the heavy magic. Sickly yellow light streaked in a wide arc toward him. Shit. McNevin was far enough that she only stumbled when the curse hit ground. Harry wasn't as lucky. He was in the air before he could stop. Twisting, he brought Ginny's body on top of him. The poor girl did not need him landing on her to top the evening. He rolled her off him and was on his feet in one graceful motion. It was terribly unfair he couldn't use his wand without splattering his magical signature all over, and the Death Eater wand was extremely ineffective in his hand. He'd almost blown it up performing a scanning charm. Of course he wasn't sure who it was unfair to. He was powerful enough to channel magic without a wand, but not skilled enough to temper the torrent that would escape if he called it thus. Oh well. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Hissing a simple parcel reductor curse equivalent, he watched brilliant icy blue light stream from his palms. It raced across the distance like a floodgate opened. The Death Eaters knew they couldn't outrun it. A bronze shield started to build in front of them. It wasn't enough. The shield faded as if it were no more than silk. Death Eaters spun in icy fire as they crashed into the castle wall with a sickening crack. The blue fire, uncontrolled, didn't even pause as it crashed against the very castle itself and tore it a new entryway, a 13-foot one at that. Without a wand he couldn't control the amount of magic flowing from him. He had taken the risk that he didn't accidentally release enough magic to join Atlantis at the bottom of the ocean. So much for secrecy. Take cover. Another light erupted from his palms. This time the outer wall faced a redecoration. It exploded outwards like a soda under too much pressure. They were all close enough that gravel fell on their dusty heads. All four stared in silence. "Wicked cool," said Montague, breaking the moment. "We have to get far enough to get out of the wards. Run till I tell you." Already they scrambled over the scattered boulders in their path. He felt a sharp pain travel from his right leg, but he didn't dare stop to see the damage. He just hoped the yellow curse was not anything awful. Harry bent to pick up Ginny only to meet the foggy pain-filled eyes of the girl. "Wah, she croaked weakly. "Shush, this is going to hurt." With that Harry was sprinting after the students. Ginny whimpered, but other than that she made no other motion. 50 meters, 100,150, 175, .200 meters. Gather round. We're going to take a trip. Thinking Harry had a portkey, they grasped his cloak, only to become disoriented as their bodies seemed to expand for a moment before contracting once more. In the middle of Maeve, cried a woman. Street. Mungo had seen many strange things over the years. In 1989, a BPD man walked in and insisted he was a transfigured goat. He was later proven correct when it was confirmed a tipsy wizard wandered into a farm. In 1992, 3 people came in with broken bones caused by a bowling alley pile-up. It was never understood how the accident was caused. In 1965, a woman disappeared from the 3rd floor restroom only to be found entombed in an Aztec grave 23 years later. So they only jumped a few centimeters instead of meters when 5 bloody, dusty, and previously missing people appeared in the lobby, having completely bypassed the apparition wards. Everyone else erupted in a panic as someone yelled "Death Eaters." They couldn't quite understand why they were all frozen a second later. Silence. Harry murmured in appreciating. Unfreezing Street. Mungo personnel and what appeared to be Maeve's family. He was instantly swarmed. Ginny was spirited away as healers descended on them. They clucked in disapproval as they tried to extract Maeve from her mother's arms, while the woman sobbed almost hysterically as she named a long list of saints in appreciation. Sir. Called out Thatcher. That's my dad and mum there. A second later, they too descended on their child. Both couples had spent the early part of the day hovering over officials as they waited for news. Frustrated, they realized if their children were recovered, they would most likely be taken to St. Mungo first. Having spent a nerve-wracking afternoon imagining scenario after scenario, their hearts nearly stopped as a strange man calmly appeared in the lobby with their very children at his side. Where is he? Where's my son? Brunus, yelled a stately man that was anything but as he burst into the building. News traveled fast. Father. Harry waited patiently as the lobby exploded in a cacophony of voices, and that was even with the other patients frozen. Smiling sheepishly at them, he wandlessly unfroze them. This time they cautiously began speaking, all the meantime keeping a wary eye on Harry. Lord Axtros Montague and Lord Elias McNevin couldn't have been any more different. Montague was tall, dark, and in his prime. McNevin, on the other hand, was a short, heavy-set man with lively brown eyes and a full head of white hair. I would like to know your name so my family might thank you appropriately. My son is much beloved, and I fear I could not have survived to lose another child in the same manner. Began Montague. I only did what your families have right to ask of me as my allies. My name is Donovan Morrigan, Lord of Morrigan. To their credit, they did not gape. They merely looked at Harry wide-eyed for several moments. Donovan Morrigan. The name was quietly spoken to the 2 lords, yet in only minutes everyone present heard the whispered rumors. Lord Morrigan, heir of Ravenclaw. The patriarchic law of the family had once confined the only blood heir of the Morrigans nearly 1,000 years ago. The lady in question, Rowena Morrigan, had only been expected to marry and produce a male heir to bear the name of the family. Instead, the woman went on to be one of 4 founders of one of the most renowned magical schools. But the fierce woman was proud. Hated by her father for being his daughter, she would not have her legacy tainted by his memory. History remembers Rowena Morrigan as Lady Ravenclaw. Eventually the woman married, and in the great scheme of things her line lived on when she bore a son to take up the name of Morrigan. However, she forever changed her family by marking them as the children of one of the greatest witches to walk this earth, the heirs of Ravenclaw. The line had held erratic existence in recent history. The family had disappeared in the late 1700s only to reappear again in the mid-1800s. It again disappeared at the turn of the century when no male heir was born to officially hold the Morrigan family. Nearly a century later, in a slightly overcrowded waiting room with nary a reporter in sight, the Morrigan family returned to Wizarding Society. The fact that the wizard in question just rescued 4 Hogwarts students from the Dark Order made them pause. The fact that he did so single-handedly stumped them. The fact that he succeeded where Dumbledore and the Ministry had failed left them properly awed. Axtros Montague had served for many years as lord of his bloodline and had dedicated even longer than that to train for the position. A former Slytherin, he'd been trained early on to recognize power. A devout pureblood, he acknowledged the death of his son would end his family name. When news first came of his missing son, he had felt the same terrible fear he'd first encountered when his eldest son went missing. Neither he nor his wife would bear to hear the dreaded news that his son had died in the same manner as his brother. Frankly, Axtros doubted his wife would continue in this world if both her children left for the next. Their marriage had been arranged, but both had quickly become fond of each other, and by the time their eldest was toddler, they'd admitted their love. It would tear his world apart if his family was destroyed, something he didn't think he could survive. The remaining Montague family had waited at Hogwarts as professors and Aurors cast one after another tracking charm. With each failure, the next spell was upped in its complexity, and even more time was wasted as another was cast. Aurors huddled discussing known Death Eater locations and where they would most likely be held. Fudge had spared no expense in tracking down the missing. Harry himself had learned firsthand how vicious the wizarding public could be. If it came out that children had been taken from their school, Dumbledore would suffer a blow of confidence. Any other time, Fudge would have gladly stood back and watched the downfall of the headmaster, if not for the fact that the children of two great families had been taken. There were so many possibilities the future might turn that Fudge could not help but fear for his career if the children were not found. He had spent years courting neutral families as it became clear that they would become involved in the war as time dragged on. If given a choice, Fudge believed McNevin might choose to support Dumbledore. McNevin was influential enough that his decision would sway many other families. If swayed to the proper path, his faith would go a long way in rebuilding his personal reputation. Montague, on the other hand, was admittedly dark and not much of a bother to sway, but failure in this case would bring the famed wrath of Lord Montague on anyone who failed to retrieve his son. With the death of his heir, Montague would spare no expense in destroying as many as he could. It was, after all, a well-known fact he'd promised so over the grave that held the few recovered body parts of his eldest son. The sun had dragged across the sky with agonizing slowness. Every minute tore apart the peaceful world of yesterday a bit more. And Axtros did not want to believe any of it. The last wisp of light had faded when Afi, the fire-born owl, came to him. Axtros had avoided calling her in public for fear his alliances would hurt the search for his son. He could trust Dumbledore to continue faithfully, but Fudge was too much of a moron sometimes. The bird hooted softly, startling more than one person in the Great Hall. Aurors leapt to their feet, recognizing the bird to be similar in nature to one they had been trying to apprehend a couple weeks past. Behind it, the icy blue specter of a phoenix trailed it, its song, though not the same as a real phoenix, still sang with magic, being a creature of magic itself. Together they cried once before disappearing. There was much he knew and much he didn't. But he suspected Lord Morrigan had sided with him and now offered his aid. Meeting the red eyes of his wife, he knew he was not alone in his assumptions. Weeks previous, the Lord Morrigan's first inquiry had arrived. Politically alone after having cut his ties with the not per se dark factions but certainly more evil inclined, Morrigan's offer had seemed too good to be true. Their alliance was more of a tentative truce. Montague would conduct itself above reproach and Morrigan would not look their way hostility. If Montague wished for a deeper accord, then their support would be accepted in exchange for Morrigan's alliance. Axtros Montague was not a man to be spontaneous or easily swayed, yet even he had been awed at his ally's display of magic. His wife, an expert in charms, had to look up the Nuntius charm from the archives. The fact that few wizards alive could cast them was impressive. The fact that numerous Nuntius birds, if rumors were to be believed, were currently dwelling with other wizarding families was simply surprising. He'd thrown in his lot with the mysterious wizard. Having followed one heir of a founder, it was ironic he'd abandon him only to take the banner of another. For if the heir of Ravenclaw was in fact the man calmly standing in St. Mungo, simply radiating power as only Voldemort and Dumbledore could, then the tide of the war would turn. The Dark Lord and the headmaster were evenly matched, both hindered and helped by the Ministry at times. Donovan Morrigan could change all that. Harry wasn't sure if he should be amused or annoyed. No matter his guise, he had always managed to reap the same effects. Fate must have marked him cruelly. For Harry Potter was none other than he who shall inspire gawking. Lord McNevin, Lord Montague, a pleasure to finally meet you. Harry said smoothly. No reason not to make the best impression possible. Montague came to his senses first. You honor me, Lord Morrigan. This day has been trying, and when the Nuntius left, I had hoped it might mean your aid. Montague paused. The mask on his face seemed to slip off for a second. I can never express my gratitude for the safe return of my son. My eldest child suffered the same fate with a far worse outcome. I have offered you the support of the Montague family before, but I would swear it now to you in person. Harry couldn't hide all his surprise. Montague was making a bold move by swearing his support in front of such an audience. The fact that he wanted it publicly known was both a slap in the face to Fudge and Dumbledore, reminding them they had failed in their promises, as well as serving as a vote of confidence toward Morgan. It also served to tell everyone Montague was under the protection of a man who not only bypassed the Dark Order's defenses but succeeded where the leader of the Light Dumbledore could not. Stealing a glance at McNevin, Harry resisted the urge to snicker. It also forced McNevin to declare his alliances finally, or else appear less than honorable than Montague. McNevin was a harder man to read than Montague. The man had been neutral for much of his life and had no wish to participate even when forced. Morgan had offered him the best alliance and his demands were easiest to deal with. But Harry would not put it past some lords to accept his alliance in hopes of spying for another faction. Pettigrew made sure he would never forget that lesson. I, Axtros Jarvis Montague, Lord of the Montague line, swear my allegiance and vow my support to Donovan Morgan, Lord of the Morgan line, heir of Ravenclaw. I, Donovan Morgan, Lord of Morgan, swear my allegiance and vow my support to Axtros Montague, Lord of Montague. The two clasped hands, traditionally sealing a pact between families. McNevin stepped forward. I must thank you in the name of the McNevin family as its lord for retrieving my granddaughter. Both her parents and I cannot begin to express our gratitude. My little Maeve is but yet a child, and as such the life debt she has incurred cannot be repaid as of yet. I offer the aid of the McNevin family till such a time. Harry's first instinct, strangely enough, was to blush. Life debts were serious things in the wizarding world. While he wanted to say it was no trouble, he knew purebloods generally held life debts in high regard. It would be an insult to their pride to shrug the debt off as if it was nothing. You honor my family, Harry responded while bowing his head. Truth be told, that was more than Harry was expecting from a neutral family. They weren't the type to offer anything that could be viewed as support to factions during war, much less promise aid. But like he knew, life debts were serious business. Glancing at the other lord, Harry remembered the senior Montague was the type to delegate that bond to be dealt personally by his son when he was well enough. I know you both must be anxious to see your family, and I will hold you no longer. The Nuntius charms have proven more long-lasting than indented and will hold for much of the foreseeable future. Should you need me, sent the charm birds, they alone can find me. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend the Wizengamot meeting next weekend. In my stead, a representative will stand. Another ally of mine can answer concerns you should find. You will know him when he introduced himself. He is a much sought-after pawn in many chessboards, and his loyalties should be expected but never are. Till then, I thank you for your support and hope for the recovery of your family members. But I must excuse myself, the headmaster seems most anxious to interrogate me. Harry finished off with a delicate sneer as he eyed the headmaster's sudden entry, closely followed by Snape and Mad-Eye Moody as representatives of Hogwarts and the Auror ranks, while he himself stood in for the Wizengamot. Bowing his head to both men, Harry calmly walked to the headmaster. He had to admit he was more than a little nervous. This was the real test. Could he fool the wily headmaster as well as pass the magical inspection of Mad-Eye Moody? He was pretty sure parcel magic could not be broken by Moody's eye, but that did nothing to dispel his fears. He'd already had a year of experience practicing to be someone other than Harry Potter, and no one had ever suspected a thing. But he admitted he'd never dealt with people that knew Harry under the guise of Evan Mortifer. They might not have known who he was, but they did not miss the wide-eyed looks many in the room were giving him. The trio had been at Hogwarts searching with little success when news had come from an Order member that worked at St. Mungo's. The students had been rescued by none other than the shadowy Lord Morgan. Harry walked toward them as soon as they arrived. It was to his advantage that the trio not be informed of the particulars of the last couple of minutes. The less Dumbledore knew, the easier it would be to deal with. Mr. Morgan, I am Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. My associates Auror Alistair Moody and Professor Severus Snape. I hoped I might be able to catch you before you departed. I had hoped you might be able to answer a few questions I had. Dumbledore said pleasantly. Harry merely raised his eyebrow. The Aurors Division would also like a report on the events. Moody said gruffly. As that's so, we must insist in this matter. Snape fought to tame the perpetual scowl on his face and as a result managed to look ill. Harry had to applaud Dumbledore for being a fast thinker. To be interrogated by a Death Eater, a Ministry employee, and Dumbledore himself. Dumbledore wanted to observe to which of the three Harry would lean towards. Lord Morgan's allegiance was after all not very well known. It also helped all there were either Dumbledore himself or reported to him. Too bad he belonged to no one but himself. May then we find a private room to speak. If you could accompany us to Hogwarts it would be much appreciated. The headmaster suggested warmly. I am a very busy man and I've little time. I'm sure the St. Mungo's staff would not mind terribly if they lend us a room for a few minutes. Security could be compromised. Moody barked, his eye all the while moving in a repetitive fashion. I'm sure with the headmaster here it should be no problem to set the appropriate wards. Of course, Mr. Morgan. The headmaster continued amiably enough, except his smile was not as warm as it was a few seconds ago. Harry just smirked. He wasn't about to let them take him to their territory, practically putting himself in their power. Besides, the shorter the meeting the better it was for him. He could certainly trust the short-tempered staff that had already suffered too much excitement for one night to evict them soon enough. Dumbledore signaled an attendant and began a whispered conversation. The remaining three just observed each other wearily in silence. Snape's scowl deepened. Donovan Morgan is it. I am most curious at the events that transpired. Dumbledore began smoothly as all four sat down in a meeting room. I imagine so. Harry had the sneaking suspicion that they were about to reenact the bad cop, good cop routine. Though they weren't sure yet who was playing which role, and Harry had no intention of making it easy for them. I believe the Ministry had an inquiry, or... Yes. How was it that you found the missing students? Harry slowly smiled, never removing wary eyes from his interrogators. You have heard rumors of me, I imagine. A few weeks ago one of my messengers was intercepted by Aurors. A dangerous magical entity, I believe you called it. I merely used the messenger to track young Montague. Harry figured they didn't need to know about anything illegal. Snape scowled on the less than informative statement. They had learned little that they already didn't know. Ah yes, your messenger. I've heard such strange tales. Might I be so bold as to observe one? Asked Dumbledore with a scholarly twinkle in his eye. If you manage to find one, observe all you like, was his noncommitted reply. Dumbledore's smile fell a little and his eyes turned more calculating. How was it that you managed to extricate the students from Death Eater control? Moody continued. Voldemort was not as prepared as he has been in years previous. His wards were not enough to prevent me from entering. Then why was it impossible for both professors and Aurors alike to track them if it was so easy? Spat Snape. The man really had to work on his people skills. Harry merely smirked at the Death Eater. I don't know. Why was it? If Snape knew he was Harry Potter, he would be serving detention for the rest of his natural life. The man merely flushed a brick red and kept his mouth tightly shut after a heavy look from Dumbledore. Did you know the location of the holding place? Persisted Moody. Sigismund Castle in the Orkney Islands. Did you encounter any resistance? One sleeping guard and two robed figures on the castle courtyard. Dumbledore interrupted their questioning session. Why did you rescue them? Why shouldn't I have? Responded Harry. The headmaster just gave him twinkling blue eyes. These are dark times and too few people have the courage to stand against evil. The wizarding world has hope when people such as yourself refuse to be ignorant of its troubles. Ignorance is a sin, my dear headmaster. I knew what I was doing when I set out tonight. The Coot beamed at him. Have you ever considered a career with the Aurors? The Ministry could use men like yourself. The Ministry is staffed by idiots. If I wanted to follow an idiot, I would rather key the Dark Lord's hem. Dumbledore just smiled at him. His disdain for the Ministry was clear enough, though that had already been a heavy suspicion beforehand. His distaste for Voldemort was now apparent, something that all three observing wizards were very grateful for. The light would suffer heavily if two founder heirs united against the wizarding world. There are more clandestine groups out there that could aid you greatly. Dumbledore offered gently. Harry looked at him amused. Are you suggesting I become a vigilante? Dumbledore offered him another smile, though now it seemed a bit more strained. Lord Morrigan was clearly not falling into an odd stupor before Dumbledore, nor was he outright sprouting insults to the headmaster. Admittedly, these were the only two reactions the headmaster ever seemed to get. I am merely observing how in these troubled times, resources are stretched too thinly. It sometimes becomes necessary for one to learn how to protect oneself. While it was amusing watching the headmaster weave words and hint about the Order of the Phoenix, Harry was done playing with them. I just retrieved 4 students from a Death Eater lair and earned myself the attention of Voldemort. Self-defense is something I am adept at. I'd be a fool not to be. Leaning back, Harry stared calmly at the headmaster's eyes, letting his power surface so they might see it shining brightly in his eyes. It might interest you to know I am Muggle-raised, though my blood is certainly pure enough. I've studied Muggle governments and compared them to ours. You know what I deduced. It's amazing that coups don't rise more often in our society. We're so horribly blind, it's a wonder we don't cause our own destruction. When I infiltrated Sigismund Castle, modern wards were easily reduced to nothing. The only trouble I had was with half-decrepit wards that are illegal nowadays. Magic is regulated to protect our society from destruction. Magic is a strange and beautiful thing that has often been twisted for destructive purposes. The headmaster said, lightly reprimanding. Harry scowled heavily before snorting in bitter amusement. You think we are creatures of magic? We are mere humans gifted with magic. True magic creatures are shoved into a dark corner like a poor relation. Ruled by fear, you hide from a world while you claim it is your own. Did you know werewolves can call on foreign powers the night of the full moon? It is the blessing given to the cursed. The blessing can pacify the beast, but wizards never bothered to explore that. Did you know goblins' magic is that of time itself? They are keepers of powers ignored, for their very power is trapped within time. Did you know vampires, though not natural wizards, are creatures created through blood magic, the most powerful and dangerous magic of all? But being born of blood, their very existence is prohibited by the ministry. We are so obsessed without inclinations and our magic, it's easy to forget we are mere humans who are never light and never dark, just strange sorts of gray. Even you, my dear headmaster, icon of the light, have blood on your hands. Can you truly claim the light? And your servant wears the mantle of the foulest dark, though he seeks guidance in the light. Is one better than the other? I know who you are, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, leader of the Order of the Phoenix. After all, ignorance is a deadly mistake, so let me clear something for you. I am not interested in your cause. I'm my opinion you fight for the wrong ideals. Would you have us fight for the dark? Harry merely rolled his eyes. He supposed with age one could acquire selective hearing. Moody at least seemed interested in his ramblings. Snape just alternated from pale white to brick red while glaring at the disrespectful young man. I would have you fight for magic. If Voldemort weren't so bent on creating a bloody tyranny, I wouldn't care a whit if the ministry would collapse. If you weren't so set on preserving the status quo, I would give a damn if someone stabbed Voldemort, though his black heart. You've led the wizarding world for many years, Dumbledore, and you've done precious little to cure its sickness. Do you propose to lead it yourself? Sneered Snape. I'm certainly not going to ensure its continuation. Do not look at me to become a soldier in your squabble about dark and light. Frankly, both of you have worthy ideals, but you are all too great of asses to protect magic from the self-defeating purpose you are both set on. In the end, you only destroy what you wished to protect when another wizard or creature dies. You could stand back and let death run unchecked, said Dumbledore sadly, as if Harry would realize the error of his ways. I would make sure dying for it is worth it. As far as I can tell, it isn't. Your time is up, gentlemen. I have no wish to continue this conversation. I have one final question for you. Mr. Potter has disappeared from the school grounds, and it would seem his disappearance is related to you. Where might he be? Harry raised a brow, clearly surprised. I make it no secret. We have been in contact for a while. I cannot be reached easily, so Mr. Potter left Hogwarts to send a message to me about the missing students. Now this was just blatant lying, but Harry never batted an eye. How strange. Mr. Potter has never mentioned being acquainted with you. You'd be surprised at what Mr. Potter fails to mention. We are allies. Do not make the mistake of thinking I am in any way associated with you. You are merely his headmaster, remember that. Potter's arrogance grew to new heights. This certainly explains why. Snape muttered snidely. Harry stood up and sneered at the potion master. A second later his glamoured wand twirled in his hand. He'd love to hex the greasy git, but unfortunately that would mean plastering his magical signature all over the body. I believe I said this conversation was over. Where might the Ministry be able to contact you if further questions arise? Said Dumbledore in one last shot. He didn't know it now, but in a couple of hours, when the events of the night became clear, he would realize exactly how powerful an ally Morgan could be. It was never wise to lose track of such people. Harry pointedly ignored Dumbledore while he started directly into Moody's eyes, however disconcerting that was. My solicitor can relay inquiries. However, I do not appreciate being pestered, so there should be very little anyone should need my thoughts on. I employ Gibbons and Gibbons for that purpose. Should I find anyone employed for me being unduly questioned, I will be very displeased. Good night. Harry left with only a slight tilt of his head. He'd laid out his demands very clearly, not that he expected Dumbledore not to eventually give in to his curiosity. He would just have to learn the hard way. Morgan would not replace Harry Potter as his trapped tool. Frankly, he'd rather have neither of his identities in Dumbledore's remote vicinity. The only reason Harry had won this war of words with Dumbledore was because the headmaster knew little of Donovan Morgan's stance in current events. He slipped through the waiting room unnoticed, intent on the front door. Only to be bowled over as a small army of Ministry personnel pushed their way into Street Mungo. At the very forefront was Fudge himself, looking incredibly important if he did say so himself. Harry stared at them dumbly for a moment. Tonight was not his night. Watch where you're going. Can't you tell the minister is walking here? Scolded a young man that scurried soon enough after his retreating idol. They walked quickly to the front desk, never sparing a look behind them. Harry watched them incredulously before dissolving in laughter. Still laughing, he walked out the door, earning a strange look or two. Dispelling the 3 tracking charms on him, one from each wizard, Harry apparated to the edge of Hogwarts wards. It was true his house was used to his disappearing acts. But even they weren't about to ignore his absence while being confined in such close space. By dinner, McGonagall had been informed. Her lips had tightened disapprovingly before she went to consult the headmaster. They'd feared Harry's absence to be a plot of the Dark Lord's making. After interrogating his roommates, they'd learned Harry had left of his own will. 1 or 2 order member conducting the search muttered quietly to themselves after they heard the news. Potter would end up finding the students long before any of them. It should worry them that they were right. Muttering the password to a disgruntled fat lady, Harry retreated into the 7th year's dorms. Tomorrow he would be once again interrogated, but this time Harry Potter would be called up for the act. The boys were asleep in their beds. Ron twisted restlessly in his mind no doubt plagued by dreams. Kneeling at his friend's bedside, Harry shook the slumbering boy awake. Har, Rai, Wah, Jin. Ny. Slurred the half-awake boy, looking at Harry through red eyes. It's only me, Ron. Ginny's been found. She's at St. Mungo's right now. Ron bolted awake. Truly. Is she all right? Can I go see her? Ron began frantically. Shush. I don't know how she is, and I don't think you can see her tonight. I just wanted you to know. Now go back to sleep. But Harry, Ron whispered loudly. I can't. It'd be impossible to sleep now. Harry smiled lightly. No, it won't. Sleep, Ron. He hissed, embedding magic in his voice. Ron was out like a light. Sighing softly, Harry pulled up the covers and tucked in his friend before turning to prepare himself for bed. He didn't have trouble sleeping. It had been an exhausting day after all. An eye for an eye. That was one lesson that he had learned all on his own. A cruel justice, payment demanded for that taken. But then why did everyone always ask for more than they gave? The Dursleys asked for servitude, Dumbledore asked for faith, the wizarding public asked for another miracle, Voldemort, well, only he knew what he asked of Harry. But why didn't return what they took from him? Did they honestly think he was a little bird to be caged, brought out only during the final battle to perform another miracle? How could they ask so much from him when he had never wanted anything more than anonymity? It wasn't fair. It had never been fair. It probably never would be either. While he was no stranger to keeping odd hours, last night's magical exertion had tired him out. Normally he wouldn't have woken till noon. His plans were ruined when Ron pounced on him, jarring him into a little realm known as reality. Harry was as grateful as the next guy for Ron's good news. That didn't mean he didn't glare disgruntledly at Ron as he tried to burrow into the warm covers. Ron. Harry whined. Harry. What happened to Ginny last night? Is she hurt? Ron's hands fluttered as the seventh year coherently convey his thoughts. Harry blinked sleepily. Ron. I don't know anything. She's at St. Mungo's. Go assault a professor and have them release you to your family. Ron scrambled and did just that. Harry sighed and dug into his pillow. The dorm was blessedly empty, and if not for the bright sunlight streaming in, it would have been perfect. Mate. Seamus called out from the doorway. McGonagall is looking for you. Thanks. I'll see you in the Great Hall if I ever manage to get up. Don't take too long or else they'll wrangle up another search party. Harry cursed softly in Parseltongue. Rather than be discomforted, Seamus merely laughed as he left for breakfast. He lingered as long as possible. Dumbledore would not wait that long for Harry, but it wouldn't stop him from prolonging the meeting as much as possible. No healthy boy needed lemo drops this early in the morning. Mr. Potter, the headmaster wishes to see you. His password is Fiddle Fizz Fudge. The deputy headmistress said sternly, but then again everything she said always managed to sound as if she was scolding someone. Harry nodded his understanding. He'd only stepped into the Great Hall and the professor had immediately pounced on him, not literally. There were some problems even he did not need. He managed to pilfer an apple from the Hufflepuff table before he went in search for the headmaster. No doubt he could have stayed for some breakfast, but he figured he would let the curiosity of last night's excursion fade. At least it was Sunday and many students had opted to do the reasonable thing and sleep in. The office was blessedly empty. The headmasters of old peered at him curiously. Being permanent residents of this office, they knew much of Hogwarts business, and of course they knew the goings-on of the last hours. Harry glared at the few that tried to strike up a conversation. Finally he settled on a staring contest with a coot that looked older than Dumbledore and bore a strange resemblance to the Potter family. Only their hair could defy gravity in such a manner. Gilroy Longbottom. I believe his mother was a Potter. The portrait glared at the speaker before settling in his painted stuffed chair, never breaking his continuous bad mood. Harry turned around slowly and watched the headmaster take a seat behind his desk. He briefly noted with an odd sense of pride that they were a lot less silvery instruments. He had never apologized for the destruction of the office 2 years ago. Frankly, it was the least the headmaster should have expected after such an awful day and end to an even worse year. Good morning, headmaster. Harry said politely. And what a wonderful morning it is, my boy. After yesterday's confusion, today seems anticlimactic. Of course, plenty of questions were raised last night, many of which I find only you can answer, Harry. Harry merely remained silent. He was not a scared little first year that would blab every bad deed when those reprimanding blue eyes gazed down at him. The silence stretched on, and aquamarine eyes only darkened in disappointment. With a start, Harry noticed how tired Dumbledore looked. He figured the old man had yet to sleep, not if he checked over Ginny's condition and went through an interrogation of his own once the minister found out Lord Morgan had been there. He bit down on the inside of his cheek to quell rising guilt. He might have been the disruption to the elderly man's sleeping habits, but it wasn't truly his fault. Did you leave school grounds, Harry? He shifted uncomfortably. People who've never met Dumbledore could laugh about the feeling the man radiated. Harry, however, knew better. Dumbledore had an aura of wisdom and calmness. If he was a muggle, he would have made the best psychologist ever, that or a priest. Yes. No one here was having any luck in finding the students. Morgan could. Harry, I would prefer you not involve yourself in matters best left to trained professionals. Harry stared incredulously. How can I not involve myself? 4 students were taken. Ginny Weasley was taken. Your intentions were noble, but you placed both yourself and the students in danger when you went in search of Morgan. Little is known of him, and sources say he has been in contact with known Death Eaters. We know little enough as it is of him. It is foolish to trust him when many would readily hand you over to Voldemort. Good thing I know a little more about him than you two. Harry snorted. Care to relate some of your shared history? It is troubling to know such a suspicious character has access to school grounds where children reside. Harry frowned. It wasn't like that. Morgan, or rather he, wasn't like that. Harry felt his famous temper loosening. It isn't like that. How is it then? Dumbledore questioned kindly, for all the world looking like nothing more than an eccentric grandfather. Morgan isn't dark and isn't light. He has become a notorious figure as of late. How can you be sure he will not harm you? Dumbledore sighed, his half-moon spectacles glinting in the light. I only want what is best for you. Harry's cheeks flushed lightly, from guilt or indignation he didn't know. I know he will not harm me. The House of Potter and Black stand side by side with Morgan. My dear boy, I fear you venture into places that will only cause you grief. Wizarding politics is not something you should handle so carelessly. I don't. I know what I am doing. Then what do you know of Morgan that can convince you of his intentions? He saved the students when many trained professionals could not. Alistair Moody has already reported the absurd ease Mr. Morgan had when rescuing the students. It raises questions on the ease of the whole business. It seems very convenient for the students to be returned after missing less than a day. He helped you, and all you can do is suspect him. If he isn't a friend, at least he certainly isn't an enemy. Voldemort doesn't take kindly when he is thwarted. Voldemort is a clever man. Even if Mr. Morgan doesn't intend to betray you by freely associating with him, Voldemort can use him to lure you from the protections Hogwarts offers. I trust Morgan, Harry offered coolly. I know, dear boy. Trust is a beautiful and deadly thing. I care too much for you to see you hurt when I could have stopped it. We know nothing of Morgan, and I cannot help but distrust his intentions toward you. Harry opened his mouth to explain, upset somehow knowing that Dumbledore would think to believe Morgan evil. And promptly clicked his mouth shut once more. This wasn't like him. Since when did he voluntarily give away sensitive information? Harry looked at Dumbledore balefully. Something was wrong. With rising dread he realized something was wrong with him. Reviewing the conversation, he realized the conversation had ventured into areas he did not wish to discuss. Since when was he reduced to nothing more than a defensive fifth year? For he certainly wasn't acting any different. Since when did feel the need correct Dumbledore's opinions? The man hadn't changed in the last decade and wasn't likely to change in the next. Startled at a sudden though, Harry stared at Dumbledore with rising horror. You bastard. His whisper echoed in the suddenly quiet room. Occlumency and Legimancy are very useful and wildly distrusted arts. Occlumency not so much as Legimancy. It was relatively fine when you protected your own head, but who wanted someone with the power to scavenge though another? After the disastrous fifth year, Occlumency training seemed to always be put off for the next month. Of the people with regular contact to Harry, only Dumbledore and Snape were knowledgeable in the art. Dumbledore was far too valuable to open his mind in such a manner, and Snape entered a very long period in which Voldemort delighted in requesting absurdly difficult potions. Needless to say, more than one potion students was scared for life. As the war efforts became more intense, Dumbledore always seemed to forget to find a proper instructor for the boy wonder. On reflection, Harry assumed that law wizards who were adequately skilled would provide too much of a tempting source of information for the naive Gryffindor. Not that it made a difference. Voldemort took the initiative in protecting his current plans when he tampered with the connection and began feeding Harry memories of pain, triumph, and most importantly, knowledge. Voldemort reached a skill few could surpass. But above all else, was finally the knowledge of what the hell Snape meant when he said, "Clear your mind." It wasn't simply a matter of clearing your mind. Memories could not be shoved off into a corner and end the matter. When memories were not dealt with, analyzed, and ordered into the psyche, they had a habit of springing up in the most inopportune of moments. Not surprisingly, Occlumency and Legimancy were viewed with open distrust by the Ministry. The art was only still legal because of the obvious benefits it offered certain people who needed to keep things confidential. That still didn't stop the Ministry from banning most books on the subject. Harry had found new levels of frustration when such books had eluded him for months. It didn't seem wise to just rely on Voldemort's memories. For all his omnipotent delusions, the man was still human, or was at one time anyway. He finally found a book on the subject that raised more questions than it answered. But it did point out a crucial point in occlumency. Harry Potter, boy who lived, dream of the masses, walked into a Muggle bookstore and bought a book on meditation. Harry laughed so hard when he bought the book he scared the cashier into another job. He had achieved a lot simply by experiencing Voldemort's practical lessons, but it was still helpful to acquire a theoretical guide. Funnily enough, young Tom Riddle was brilliant at practical aspects of magic, but he always stumbled slightly in theory. Of course, Riddle had actually managed to procure a decent occlumency text. Slythedon's library might have contained such a text, but if it was there, it was off in the section Harry commonly referred to, not in this lifetime. The section was composed of a wide selection of books, most written in some inane obscure language. Why couldn't Slytherin have been a less paranoid wizard and only collected either English or Parseltongue text? Harry had noticed that magic made a person blind to the Muggle world. Even Muggle-born fell out of sync with Muggle advances. However tolerant light wizards were said to be, Harry had found most didn't know a theater from a cell phone. So of course the Ministry would fail to realize that a forbidden text had a readably accessible counterpart in the Muggle world. It was absurd, hilarious, and simply idiotic. Typical. For over a year, Harry's mental defenses had grown as layers upon layers of defenses steadily built. But of course there were inherent problems in Harry's method of learning. He had no one to advise him on his mistakes. Damned if he was going to go ask Snape for help there. So if he succeeded in guarding his mind but failed to realize his emotions could just as easily be played with, there was no one to correct him. The emotions of a teenager were not a thing to tamper with, especially when said teenager was Harry Potter, and especially when said teenager caught you. The emotional imbalance felt much like the result of some odd experiment with prescription drugs. His instincts were telling him to do one thing and his more rational mind was warning against it. Wide-eyed he stared at Dumbledore incomprehensibly. Dimly he noted how Voldemort liked more direct mental attacks while Dumbledore preferred inclining the emotional mindset toward his goal. "You utter bastard," Harry repeated. His mind was rising from the days it had fallen in and his temper wasn't about to be left behind. "Language, Harry," chided the headmaster. Harry began speaking in a monotone. "In 5th year I didn't know what was happening to me. When I learned Voldemort had been tampering with my mind at the same time Snape freely browsed through my memories, I was very disturbed. So I tried to learn occlumency on my own. And for the most part one did. The nature of my connection to Voldemort can never be completely shut off, but I learned to protect my mind from him. It gives me nightmares sometimes knowing how easily I can become an object of possession, losing the freedom I have fought for. I dream of Voldemort and Snape taking my mind. Must I dream of you too?" Harry finished sadly. Dumbledore's face suddenly looked old. In some part of his mind Harry recognized that Dumbledore needed to know as much about Morgan as he could, and if said knowledge resided in the mind of a temperamental teenager he would do all he could to acquire it. Even if it meant forcefully inducing said teenager to a more receptive position. "Occlumency is a dark art, Harry. It concerns me you have been practicing the art in secret." Harry stared at Dumbledore impassively. For anyone looking he seemed unconcerned. Of course the spidery hairline cracks that were winding around every available surface gave suspicion to the observation. Magic and fire became pungent in the air. The desk between them lit darkly as spidery webs of thin black flame raced in dizzying patterns. The black flame, a legacy of the Black family. It was a blood-based power most of the Black line inherited. Its origins were a closely guarded secret. It was part of the legacy Sirius gifted Harry when he took the infant as his blood son, conducting a ritual only Lily ever knew about. As of yet most people still believed Sirius merely named Harry his heir. A few, mainly his solicitor and goblin consultant, had already realized Sirius bound Harry closer to his family than a parent. Harry might have looked like his father as a child, but few ever remembered the dark chocolate hair that was James' claim versus the inky black hair more similar to Sirius Black. There were faint traces on his face of the Black family, but it was mostly buried under his birth parents' likeness. Blood gifts were probably the only thing that marked pureblood superiority over Muggleborn. Dumbledore stared at the black flame in open surprise. This was something unexpected. He might have been disturbed by the power the child of two powerful wizards would inherit and further troubled when the child's power was augmented by one of the most powerful wizards. He was past uneasy when the child had also been effectively made the blood son of another strong wizard. Blood was never to be used lightly. One of the reasons most forms of blood magic were outlawed. It didn't help that the child had been so heavily touched by dark influences. He above all knew the danger the dark offered. Had not he watched for years as young Tom Riddle fulfilled the bloody legacy of his ancestors? Riddle had been a clever child much like Harry, but both had little reason as it was to refute the darkness. Both reared in the same manner because of a mistake of his. A mistake he began to fear he might be repeating in full. Sirius made me his son in more than name. He thought my father would not understand the foreshadowing fear he felt, so only my mother was ever aware of his actions. The information had come by hard-won after an endless inventory of the Potter vault. Lily Evans Potter feared taking such a secret to her grave, so she left an account of the ritual in the vault. During such dark times it was all too easy to destroy families. She already felt the end of her life approaching, a gift from some long-forgotten seer that had mingled in the Morrigan line, Harry later found out. Coupled with Sirius' own fears and his reluctance to confide this secret in his already weary best friend, it was only logical to record the events in paper till such a time their son might learn of his heritage. What was it that you said in second year? It was our choices that define us. I choose to deal with this war in one way and you choose to tread where you do not belong. I must ask your forgiveness. I have overstepped my boundaries, but I only fear you are making a grave mistake in trusting Morrigan. Morrigan is the only one not playing mind games with me. Through him I actually know of things everyone seems to feel I shouldn't know. Harry retorted hotly before taking a deep breath to try and regain a semblance of calm. It wasn't all right. How could Harry not feel violated by an uninvited intrusion in his mind? He already walked a fine line by conversing with the Dark Lord in neutral ground where their minds met. Dumbledore had thought to bypass common courtesies and play Harry like clay, destroying his inhibitions to keep knowledge secret. It was almost worse than possession. At least when he was possessed he knew his actions were being controlled by someone else. Dumbledore had no right. Long-fingered hands curled tightly and his jaw tightened as he tried to contain the rising betrayal. This was the first parental figure he had ever trusted. Merlin knows Vernon and Petunia didn't deserve that courtesy. This was the person who always was his guide in the magical world when he was younger. He might not trust him anymore, but he still respected him. How could he violate him in such a way? He stared at the ground unseeingly, long inky locks obscuring his face from scrutiny. Slowly his face rose to look at Dumbledore. If you play with fire you will get burned. He hissed, emerald eyes bright with power. There was no twinkle in his eyes, rather they burned and stormed in an unforgiving turmoil. The black flame in the room flared, spinning to dance dangerously close to some headmasters. Phineas Nigellus stared in recognition and fascination as his great-great-grandson's godson proceeded to destroy the headmaster's office. Again. You always say you are sorry, but you never stop to think when you transgress again. I can only beg your forgiveness. I was only doing what I thought best, for the good of all of us. Harry smiled bitterly. You and your damn logic and your terrible faults and your blind prejudice. You thought to play God and God punished the world for it. You thought to play the world as a pawn and the world spat back at your face. You thought to love me and you nearly ruined sit on your white throne all decked in the holy light and fight for your damn ideals. You save a fish from the sea and drown a world in its tears. You made a mistake with Riddle. You pushed when you should have helped. You continue to make the same mistake in me. I might share disturbing similarities with Riddle, but I am not him. If I keep information from you, know that it is for a good reason. Humans aren't omnipotent and I fail to see why you should even think to try. Morrigan is the ally of my family. I never asked to be part of this war and I won't be pushed to where I don't want to. I am terribly sorry it has come to this. Dumbledore said mournfully. Through Harry's anger he felt a coil of uneasiness bloom at the ominous words. Obliviate. Harry, your infractions cannot go unpunished. Fortunately for you, suspension as would be the course of action when a student leaves school grounds is not a viable option. You will receive a month detention and 70 points from your house. I hope if you ever feel the need to intervene in such matters, you will find either me or a professor to confide in. Only through working together can we hope to survive in these dark times. Harry nodded, his eyes curiously foggy. I understand, Headmaster. Very well then. I will let you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Tomorrow you will report to Professor McGonagall to serve your detention after dinner. Harry stood slowly. If that is all. Yes, of course, my boy. Remember that my door is always open if you should have any concerns. Thank you, Headmaster. I'll keep that in mind. Harry calmly walked out, his steps echoing along the spiral staircase. The gargoyle merely grunted as it sprang back into place. Calmly he initiated his routine check for any unknown spells on his person. Curiously enough, he had two. One appeared to be from a student while the other was most definitely a more powerful adult created. It seemed people were becoming curious about Harry. Leisurely he strolled into Gryffindor Tower, nodding to the few curious eyes that were in the common room. Gracefully he walked toward his room. He cancelled the student tracking spell and gently transferred the more complex tracking spell on Trevor, Neville's toad. The toad merely twitched slightly in his sleep before the spell settled comfortably. Just as calmly he left the tower and proceeded to weave through various secret passageways till he was finally in front of the third-floor girls' restroom. In the Chamber of Secrets he carefully retried one of his less valuable daggers. For a moment he stared at the cold steel. Spinning, he flung the dagger into a wall. You bastard! The dagger quivered from where it was embedded in the stone masonry. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.